Hey, hey, exciting times. I don't know if any of that worked, but hey, it's Friday night. Here is pouring a drink from my trusty skull decanter, the big one, the crystal head decanter. This is last week's drinks. Hey, Megaleech. Oh, did the audio work on that video? I'm guessing by your comment, Rude, that it did. All right. It worked. Nice. Nice. That was an experiment. That was a very old animation. I just kind of found someone made for me about 10 years ago. The fucking camera doesn't look right, does it? I don't know why, because I got the normal lights on. Fucking webcam, what's it doing? Gonna have a quick look on the phone at what it looked like, because my laptop lies to me. My laptop's a dirty liar. Okay. Where are we? YouTube. Let's have a look. Home, my channel, my videos. What do I look like? My channel. Looking up so I can see the light on my face. And actually, it looks okay. Yeah, it looks okay. It looks okay. Not necessarily perfect, but I'm going to go with it. I'm going to go with it. Yes, Luke, down, Coles is down, which is weird. I don't remember that happening for a very long time. The whole payment system going out. Wonder what that is. Are we being cyber attacked? Quite possibly. I mean, it's quite possibly just a Commodore Garden Variety fuck up, like a server went down. It's quite possibly a malicious attack. Probing cyber attacks. Look, where Microsoft seems to have had two targeted attacks in the last couple of weeks. It's got to be making big companies and governments a little bit nervous if there's some malicious hackadudes out there doing stuff. So, I haven't even properly tasted this, actually. This is all the drinks I made last week for my cocktail channel on Friday and Saturday night, all chucked into a jug together and milk clarified. Get this rather lovely red color from it, from the blood orange juice mostly. That's good. Oh, that's good. It's funny, I was very surprised in uploading the video to my cocktail channel as we speak about the what was it? It's mezcal and blood orange, which is milk clarified, and I expected it to go much lighter, but it was actually very red, even after being clarified. It's nice and clear, but it's still very red. Didn't lose a lot of color. Oh, Big Bad Ads. That's a rough double. You went to Coles, payments down, but your car broke down in the car park as well. God damn. And hey, Gecko, how you doing? Yes, Megaleech, I'm sure everything will be all right at Coles if they just give someone with a foreign-sounding accent their credit card details, then everything will be fine. So, yeah, the initial one, though, milk clarified, was mezcal and blood orange juice. Went very clear, but still quite red, which I was surprised somewhat. And then I mixed it with the blue one I made last week. And so the blue and red just went this murky, opaque, sort of purple gray. And then I milk clarified it, and it came out this again, like just about, I suppose it's a bit more purple. Most of the blue came out. Most of the red stayed in. So it's got a slightly purple color to it. Actually, that fucking screen doesn't tell me shit. I keep forgetting that. I want to see what it actually looks like on the tubes of you. I just got to hold this up to the light and then look on my again YouTube. It's very red, very red. Okay, that's good to know. That is good to know. It's very tasty. Probably very alcoholic. Actually, it's actually probably not that high alcohol by volume. Because it diluted it with a lot of blood orange juice, and that's probably only 20%. So, like for a spirit-based drink, that's not that much. Yeah, it's probably only about 20% alcohol by volume, actually. Somewhere between 20 and 30, anyway. That is a real good question, Megaleech, how much this RTG is going to cost Coles. Or are they going to lose in revenue? Well, the Australian stock markets aren't trading at the moment. I don't know if there's any sort of after-hours trading in Australia. I don't know how the system works anymore. I wouldn't be surprised if something like this made Woolworths go up in the stock market and Coles go down. Because the stock market's fucking stupid. Makes no fucking sense. It's superstition horoscopes for fucking Wall Street. It's absolutely meaningless. And it's also a colossal scam to rip people off. So, Elizabeth, that's actually the Incredible Hulk. It's the Incredible Hulk with a bandolier and you can't see his machine gun. The thing is, always when I got this tie, I thought it was kind of unfair that Hulk, who's practically indestructible and can smash things, to give him a big machine gun as well. That seemed a bit unfair. But they've certainly done a lot of different things with Hulk over the years. As you know, based on the whims of the writers and comic publishers, like we want to try Hulk as like a tragic figure. Oh, we want to try Hulk intelligent for a while. We want to do this, that, and the other. Yeah, so that's I think that's from an 80s comic. That's Hulk from an 80s comic, I think. Thinking that's probably how long ago I bought this tie. So I think that's Hulk in an 80s comic. Yeah, Gecko. Marvel used to run the ragged edge quite often of ripping off DC characters. It's interesting the really convoluted history of Captain Marvel, aka Shazam, is really involved. Like some dude invented him and got sued by DC for it being a rip-off of Superman, and DC won the case suing this dude for doing a rip-off of Superman. So it stopped publishing, and then Marvel Comics came along, and they came up with their character, Captain Marvel, and that had been running for years. And DC decided they wanted to relaunch this character, and then there was a bit of a fight with Marvel. So rather than calling the character Captain Marvel again, they called the character Shazam. So very, very convoluted and sort of Wild West days of comics and what they could do and what they could get away with. Gecko, you like Howard the Duck? I don't think I ever read any Howard the Duck comics. He was meant to like be a spoof, came out in the 70s. I'm basically completely unfamiliar with Howard the Duck. I'm aware of. Well, this is a bad sign. Yawning at the start of a live stream. That's a very bad sign. The Howard the Duck, all I knew is kind of meant to be a spoof or something. I never read it. I think, didn't Steven Spielberg make the Howard the Duck movie that was supposed to be terrible? Gecko, the Shazam Captain Marvel character dates back decades. And like I said, it was this convoluted thing where a guy did it as a ripoff, lost the case to DC, who then owned the rights to the character, but they didn't publish it. Then Marvel published their own character, Captain Marvel, who's totally different. And so DC ended up calling their Captain Marvel Shazam. Billy Batson. Oh, there was a TV series of Shazam when I were a kid. I used to watch it lots. Oh, elders fleet and strong and wise appear before my seeking eyes. Weird shit that gets stuck in your head. That little tagline from a TV show from 40 years ago. Dang. So, yeah, comics, hey? And just for a laugh, there was another character published in the UK called Marvel Man. And that was, again, basically knockoff of Captain Marvel. And it went through different publishers owned it. And it was published under different headings. They eventually changed the name from Marvel Man to Miracle Man. But it was still a ripoff of Captain Marvel. And it got sort of rebooted in the 80s, 90s. I think Alan Moore wrote it, and it was much darker and grittier, and it's actually really quite good. And Neil Gaiman, one of my favorite comic writers, one of my favorite writers, is famous for the Sandman comics. He did a run of Miracle Man that was exceptionally good. And but then because the title was published by this husband and wife duo, and they had a really nasty divorce, and a byproduct of the divorce was their publishing company got completely torn to pieces. And so the publication of the Miracle Man comics went bye-bye. I can't. It's bad. It's bad. Get the yawns. Hopefully it'll go away. Hopefully it'll go away. I'll go psychologically not yawning anymore. Not yawning anymore. I think there were rumors of the Neil Gaiman Miracle Man coming back or something. I don't know. I don't keep as close an eye on the comics world. Yes, Gecko, I do remember Howard the Duck doing little after credits cameos in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. So it's a varied and complex world out there. Quite honestly, anything and everything and anything. Lots of things can happen. It's really funny when you abbreviated that to HTD, Howard the Duck. There's a YouTube channel I watched called How to Drink, and Greg from How to Drink abbreviates for some of his social media handles as Greg from HTD. And so in my head, you just wrote HTD. I thought, oh, we're talking about How to Drink now? Why not? That's a fun channel. He does real interesting drink recipes, cocktail recipes on his YouTube videos. Yeah, he's very, very good. And he's been doing it for quite a few years now and has got good at it. Yes, Gecko, daylight saving changed. So it's 4 a.m. for you instead of 5 a.m. Dang. I'm not sure if it's messing up people, because the start of daylight saving in Australia changes Australia into a really stupid number of time zones. We have multiple time zones just because we're a really big country. Like USA has the 3 time zones because it's a really big country, but different states do and don't do. God, the fucking yours, man. Different states do and don't do daylight saving. So when daylight saving kicks in, there is El Stupido time zones all over Australia. Nobody, good evening to you. Happy Friday. Happy sailing into the weekend. So, yes, we are in daylight saving time now. It's been very interesting because this week, as daylight saving kicked in, in Melbourne at least, it's been raining, overcast, cloudy every single day. So the difference in light when my alarm goes off is all over the shop. And it's like it would have been darker anyway because it's effectively 1 hour earlier when I was getting up. But then when it was really cloudy as well. So Monday morning, it was really dark when I got. Looks like this yawn curse has got me. Megalith, you forgot Queensland. Queensland is another. And I think SA and NT have different times. I could be wrong. I think SA and NT have different time zones now. Nobody got a snack. Nice. Oh no, you went to the shop to get a snack and left your wallet at home. Oops indeed. Celtic King. No, I doubt I'll be working in an office until next year, actually. I use Google Pay. I've never tried that. But yeah, I'd be worried if I left my wallet at home. I would have left a phone at home as well. Nobody, you don't like daylight saving? See, I have the possibly unpopular opinion of actually liking daylight saving. I like the daylight stretching out a bit longer, get to do more, or at least feel like you can do more. Celtic King, will ADSy join us? Quite possibly. I know I talked to him earlier and he planned to. I should send him the link just so he's got it. And we'll see. We shall see. We shall see if we see ADSy. ADSy. Shall we see ADSy? Who knows? Nobody, you get the idea, but your sleep patterns are fucked up enough as it is. Yep, I can understand that not being popular. Gek, you got a question? Then you go, yeah, what's the pin on my vest? This was a little bonus I got from Starwood Distillery when Kirsten was working there. When I ordered some stuff, it actually says Starwood whiskey, elementally natured, and it's got their like logo in there. So it's a whiskey distillery badge. Celtic King, you don't like the switch. You wish you'd stick to one or the other. Yeah. I like summertime, but we'll see. Yes, that's why. There you go, Megaleech. That sums up the ridiculousness of time zones in Australia now. WA's GMT +8, Northern Territory's +9.5, South Australia's +10.5, Queensland's +10, New South Wales, Tas, and Victoria +11. Night Gecko. Catch you another time, man. Getting some early morning sleep is Gecko. So was it 4:20 in the morning his time. Good Lord, man. Good Lord. Well, I should talk. The scruffy young tearaways who join the live stream and then stay on in the studio chatting to each other after I finish the live stream, which is usually midnight or 1 a.m. or something stupid like that. Notoriously, they keep telling me they stay up till 3, 4 o'clock, which is great. A little bit of socializing. Why not? Why not? This is the socializing we get to do. Has everyone suddenly got a social life this Friday? Well, Gifters Aspie, hello to you. Celtic King, your internet's fucking up. Too bad, dude. Too bad. I empathize with you. I might just put this on Twitter on the off chance someone's looking there. So let me see. I'll say, join me for Friday night online party. No, dude, geez, that was wrong. That was, man, I'm glad I noticed I was doing that. That was the go in the live stream link. Toronto Maple Lever, hello. Hope you're doing well there, my friend. I have to go to YouTube and get that. Let's do that again. That's a bit more like it. That is a bit more like it. Okay, we're going to have it. Thank you, Safa. This is the formal Friday attire. Obviously, I'm going to make some cocktail videos if I'm dressed up like that. Nobody, your computer killed your connection last live stream. No host couldn't get back in. You texted from backstage. Nice. I was over. Is Cole's back online? I wonder what caused that. It'll be fucking chaos. People will be probably spending all weekend trying to work out what the fuck happened. Nice. Toronto Maple Leaf are doing absolutely fantabulously amazing. Got a job offer for the job you applied for? So yes, rock on. That is absolutely excellent. That is very good news. It is a wonderful thing to hear. Love hearing good news like that. Have some more of my beverage. Yeah, why not? A little bit more. Make some. Oh, that's what I say. I should get my cocktail recipes ready. I won't have a full glass this time. I'll just have a bit of a glass. Safa, you got in just before everything crashed. Well, that's good timing on your part. Right, so I've got to go to the different side. Now, I know the cocktail videos I want to make next week. For Monday is Spain's National Day. So I'm going to make a drink with Spanish ingredients in it. Where are we? Nits. What was it called? Cathy Olay or something. Oh, dude, what the fuck? Did I break that? Wait, why is this shit not working? Why is it not showing the note? Why would it not show the note? Okay, the notes thing is fucking up. Why is the notes thing fucking up? That's gonna be really annoying if it... No, I just had to fucking hard fucking shut down the fucking app. God damn it. Oh, yeah, Toronto Maple Leaf are the supermarket chain in Australia, Coles. Their payment system failed completely for several hours. Couldn't even take cash payments. They just had to not be able to serve people for hours and hours. Saf, you bought Guam vodka, or is that guava vodka? Was that a bit of autocorrect, changing guava to Guam? Barcelona's plight for freedom. I have no idea of which you speak there. Is Barcelona, is that like the center of the Catalan community? I know the Catalan region of Spain wants independence from Spain, which is probably a legacy of the fascist regime of Franco in Spain. Oh no! Nobody, your burnout leaving church last Sunday melted the surface of the car park. Nice. Yeah, Toronto Maple Leafer. I can't imagine it was good to be working there with angry people who'd gone out and done their shopping and then couldn't pay for it. Yeah. Yep, Safa, that sounds like the Catalan separatists, the governor getting arrested for treason. Yes. This is the interesting thing. If I look up when the fascists got overthrown, or maybe it just happened when Franco died. Yeah, 75. I think technically the fascist regime just kind of went away when Franco died. So Franco had restored the democracy. He was succeeded by Juan Carlos as King of Spain, who in turn led the Spanish transition to democracy. So yes, on Franco's death in 1975, Spain began a transition to democracy. Speaking of Spanish fascists, it's AIDSy.
Yeah.
There you go, buddy.
Yeah.
So just talking about Spain, and I think it's the Catalans who want independence. Because although there was an official transition from fascism to democracy starting after Franco's death, interestingly, the fascist military and police forces changed not one jot. So enforcement of law is still in the fascist spirit in España. Oh my God, Megaleech has sent me, there's a list of people related to the White House who tested positive for COVID. It's like 40 people now. They'll have more cases just coming from that White House cluster than we have in Melbourne soon. So
that's not funny.
It's pretty funny, yeah.
Not funny.
Well, I guess, and we're still in this limbo of, yeah, not knowing how bad Trump is. One assumes he's going to get pretty sick, even if it's not like intensive care debilitating, although, you know, it's what we want. But even if it's not, you know, you'd imagine he'd be pretty sick. He can't get out and about because he's pretty sick. But maybe he won't be. And I honestly think that's a terrible thing for the world. If he doesn't get sick enough to get knocked on his ass for a while, he's going to continue with the lies he's been spouting.
Yeah,
COVID's not that serious. And
that would be the
and
worst
then
outcome.
America goes down the fucking shitter.
If he's able to pretend that, oh, look, see, I'm all right. I mean, I've had millions of dollars of care, but I'm all right. And, you know, and so therefore you should be fine because I'm all right. Don't you have millions of dollars of care?
Yeah.
Because, you know, if you don't have millions of dollars of care, it's because you're poor. And if you're poor, it's because you're bad.
Basically, yes. So,
I mean, who doesn't get presents from Santa? Bad kids.
That's what it's all about. Oh my God. Speaking of which, sorry, Santa and bad kids. There's a trailer just come out for a Mel Gibson movie called Fat Man. And it's like a right-wing vigilante version of Santa Claus. It's like Santa Claus is old, grumpy Mel Gibson. and when some spoiled kid gets coal in his stocking and doesn't like it, hires a hitman to kill Santa, and Santa has to fight back. And I didn't even get it. I just thought, okay, this is just a farcically silly film that might be funny because it's so stupid. But I just realized when someone pointed it out, probably is what it is. It's this right-wing concept of the war on Christmas turned into an action movie, like a literal war on Christmas. But you know, it might be tongue in cheek, it might be sarcastic, or it might be stupid in a bad way. It might be stupid in a good way.
Probably the Jews' fault, though.
Yeah, well, that's what Mel would say. Yeah.
Mm.
He's fairly notorious.
He's probably at the scriptwriters the whole time. Can we stick in a line here? Just hear about how the Jews made this happen? Can we stick in? Can we just
Mel Gibson said that when he got arrested for drunk driving. He's ranting at the cops that the Jews are controlling them and making them persecute people. And it's just like, dude, what the hell? But it's funny. Like, I saw this trailer and I just thought, oh, they've just gone for a really silly idea. Mel Gibson as grumpy, violent Santa. Okay. But yeah, then someone pointed out this seems to be literally that right-wing thing of war on Christmas. But you know, what are you crinkling all the time, just by the by?
Biscuits.
Biscuits. Man, who doesn't want to crinkle a biscuit? That's what I'm saying.
Crinkling so many biscuits that I'm going to eat as we go.
That's fair.
And I'm going to stop crinkling until later. And then I'm going to start crinkling some Baileys.
Yeah, it's a good combo. Bickies and Baileys.
And I'm going to put some Baileys in my coffee when I make my coffee in a minute.
Irish it up.
Baileys.
Oh, God, Toronto Maple Leaf is telling me there's apparently some right-wing movie called Trump Card. Is it supposed to be a doco or is it a fiction? I have not heard of it, by the way. Maybe if we go to the Googles, it might tell us. Trump Card movie. Trump Card movie. Oh, God, it's Dinesh D'Souza. Get fucked. Okay, that's a dude who was found guilty of quite serious corruption. He's one of Trump's suckholes. He was found guilty of quite serious criminal charges, and Trump pardoned him because he's a Trump suckhole. So, of course, since being pardoned by Trump for his rather serious criminal conviction that could have got him, I think the sentence was like 5 years in jail or something. And so he's doubled down on the sucking up to Trump since the pardon, unsurprisingly. So, yes.
So yes, did he get his job back or he just got pardoned?
Oh, I actually, well, you get all those right-wingers who, write for media outlets and, he's produced a film, I assume he calls it a documentary. The little blurb was saying Dinesh D'Souza exploring why socialism would destroy America, and just like, fuck off, you rat ass criminal piece of shit. It's just, yeah, that whole crowd is just, so many Trump associates are convicted of crimes, but yeah.
Just as long as they don't socialize health care. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want socialized health care. Because I don't want my money going to help no niggers, okay? I don't want my money going to scrape niggers off the street and make them healthy. They deserve what they get. They got redlined for a reason. They're black. That's why they're redlined. Okay? That's how it works. It's America.
Hands up if you think Trump isn't paying for the millions of dollars worth of care that he got.
Oh no, he's the multi-billionaire. He's the multi-billionaire who hasn't paid any tax and is $400,000 in the hole. He's a multi-billionaire.
Yeah. There's
It'd be funny if he got fucking done and Barron got thrown out of his fucking floor in his building because he had to sell it. And you see this fucking little shit with a golf club on the street going, I don't know what to do. Yeah, I'd laugh. I'm pretty horrible like that.
Yeah, I'd laugh. Oh, sorry. Aspie asking, will we do Angry Bunch? Yeah, we will definitely do Angry Bunch. Later. I think maybe me and Aidsy will just chin wag for a while.
They want Angry Bunch now.
Yeah, no, we'll chin wag for.
At 8 o'clock, 8:30. Fuck you guys.
You weren't that late. You got here at 8:30. That's not late.
It's gonna be late.
Yeah, it's all right.
Real late tonight.
Well, what's going on?
I had a bit of an emergency I had to deal with. And
of course.
Then I went, shit, I've got to go and do this. And I thought, I'll go and check it out first. Oh yeah, probably see through that. Fucking hell. You can see stuff.
Now the world is clear.
Shit.
I can see clearly now the rain is gone.
I'm loving how the glasses are picking up the monitor.
It's very
mirrors. And
hacker movie. It's hacker movie
sort of a Gibson thing going on. I've got to do this though.
Yeah, very much. So, hey, Invisible Chicken, who made a Boulevardier, all with your non-alcoholic spirit stuff. That sounds cool. That says I'm going to be making a few of the cocktails tonight. I've got a couple pinned. I'll make a Spanish one, and the end of the week is. Oh wait! Oh no! I just realized what I did wrong. Sorry, I did something wrong in my search. So I'm going to, Monday's Spanish National Day, so I'm going to make a cocktail with a few Spanish ingredients in it because I have some Spanish beverages in my arsenal. Friday is liqueur day, so I'm going to make a cocktail that has lots of liqueurs in it.
Can you make a cocktail in honor of Eddie Van Halen?
Yeah, what would that be? Like cheap piss and cigarette ash? I don't know. Okay, Eddie Van Halen could play the guitar fast. Van Halen were the epitome of vacuous 80s hair metal. It's
why can't this be love, Angry?
Yeah.
Why can't it be love?
And that just brings me to the funniest bit, like when Eddie Van Halen and David Lee Roth, after fighting for years, David Lee Roth said, "You can't live without me." And Eddie Van Halen says, "Yes, we can. You're fired." And David Lee Roth goes, "Okay, see ya." And they got, what was his name?
Sammy Hagar.
It was Sammy Hagar. I was about to say not Sammy. It was Sammy Hagar to be lead singer. And yeah, they had that one hit single with Sammy Hagar, "Why Can't This Be Love?" And David Lee Roth made a lot of money in a solo career for a couple of years. And they eventually took him back as well. But I remember David Lee Roth getting interviewed about, do you regret the fight and the split? And David Lee Roth he's just like, yeah, no, fuck him. And yeah, it's true that I said they couldn't replace me, and they did. And some people say, am I bitter? And I say, no, because Sammy Hagar has to sing Jump every single fucking night of his life from now on. And it's just like, ouch.
I mean, if I was Sammy Hagar, I'd be honoured to be singing Jump every single night of my life.
Yeah, well, he would have made a lot of money.
It is a fine song. It is one that captures the spirit of the 80s very, very well. That and the Neutron Dance.
Yeah. I've always been down on Eddie Van Halen, whatever the fuck his name is, because this is the famous one. Do you remember that British pop guy, Aztec Camera, fronted by Roddy Frame, did like an acoustic version of Jump, which is very good. Now, the story behind that is Eddie Van Halen was guest reviewer for NME or The Face or something, some British music and style mag, and he was given some singles to review, new release singles to review, and one of them was like the latest Aztec Camera single, and he just went on this huge spray that it was shit, and why did people in England like this shit? Everyone says this is popular and it's shit. Guy can't play guitar, can't write a decent song, blah blah blah. And Roddy Frame wrote much better songs technically and artistically than Van Halen did. But anyway, so Eddie Vedder, sorry, I keep saying Eddie Vedder, Van Halen shit all over Roddy Frame and Aztec Camera. So Roddy Frame just went, okay, not only do I write better songs than you and make better music than you, I can take your piece of shit music and make it much better. And so he did as a piss take, but as a really good semi-acoustic version of Jump. And the 7-inch version is just an acoustic, you might as well jump. But there's an extended version where right at the end, he rips into this massive heavy metal guitar solo, basically just to prove, I can do this shit. You want me to do this shit? I can do this shit. I just think this shit is really unimaginative, and it trumpets virtuosity over artistic value. So there's this really good thing where he, after doing the acoustic version of Jump, just rips into this full-on heavy metal guitar solo. That's really cool. And that was just his revenge against.
But in a world of plasticine creations, and primal art, isn't there room for virtuosity?
Yeah, but I think the argument was putting virtuosity above everything, because Van Halen's music was actually really vapid and forgettable. For someone who was around,
not at all.
For someone who was around as long as they are, most people would be hard pressed to name 2 songs they did.
Well, we're living in a world where if I can't remember her name, I'm screwed. Damn it, all the hell. Woman who sang Run Too High, Swam Too Fast, and You're Leaving Today.
Janice Ian or?
Janice fucking Ian. In a world where Janice Ian isn't hanged, drawn, and quartered, used body parts to spray big character posters of why this shouldn't be allowed. Right. The idea that we're criticizing Van Halen is moot. It becomes just talk when Janisine is allowed to draw breath.
Okay, I did not see it going there, but I take your point. So Toronto Maple Leaf is saying, speaking of music, has he told us about Christian James Hand's musically mind-blowing segment called The Sessions? I am unfamiliar with both Christian James Hand and his musical mind-blowing segment called The Sessions. So is that a thing that rings a bell with you? Oh, Aspie's got to go. Catch you later, Lee.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm unfamiliar with that, but I mean, yeah. I'm like I said, I just like shitting on Van Halen because of that funny story about them and Aztec Camera and the Aztec Camera acoustic version of Jump. I don't actually harbor any animus to Van Halen or David Lee Roth. It's just particularly when people it's but I mean it's a valid point. If someone's not an actual diehard Van Halen fan, most people would be extraordinarily hard pressed to name 2 songs they put out, and I think that's right.
You probably have heard heaps of Van Halen and you know it, but you couldn't name it. There
would be heaps of Van Halen songs that you would recognize as soon as you heard them. Absolutely. There would be heaps. You go, oh yeah, that's Van Halen. I remember that now. Yeah, they're definitely that.
Could you pick it out from a lineup in your head? Probably not. They're not the Beatles.
Yeah, but I reckon if you played 6 different sort of 80s, even if you went with the hair metal bands, if you played 6 different tracks of 80s hair metal bands, most people would go, oh, that one's Van Halen. Yeah. I think people would be very pressed to come up with it on their own. But I think if you played them Van Halen songs, they go, oh yeah, I know that one.
So they'd be able to pick Van Halen, but they'd be able to pick Twisted Sister. They'd be able to pick Aerosmith, depending on what mode Aerosmith's in. They'd be able to pick. Oh, maybe that's it. And then and then the later ones, the Guns N' Roses and the other one. You know, the 2, there were Guns N' Roses and
Poison, or
no, the other one that was with them contemporaneously.
Okay. Sorry, I just saw Toronto Maple Leaf telling us this radio segment called The Session. He takes you through track-by-track breakdown of some of the greatest songs ever recorded, reveals the magic behind the music, deconstructs the song layer by layer, telling 3 radio hosts that he does segments with all these crazy behind-the-scenes stories. And it's hilarious. That actually does sound good. That sounds very good.
It does not.
Yeah. Oh, and hi, Stella, by the way. Good evening to you.
Stella.
Oh, I think Meg Leach is right. Were you thinking of Bon Jovi when you had Guns N' Roses?
I was thinking of Bon Jovi.
Yes.
Thank you, Meg Leach.
Meg Leach, well picked.
Thank you.
Oh, nobody picked out the Aussie band, Screaming Jets. Do you remember the Screaming Jets?
I really
do. They were like 80s Oz. They were like, sorry, but pale imitations of Cold Chisel, essentially. Rat Cat were more pop. I fucking loved Rat Cat's pop, actually. Again, that was one of the funniest things. Like, Rat Cat were being hyped. They're going to be big. They're really popular live. The record company was putting a lot of money behind them. Their first album was coming out. And of course, like a lot of bands, like there's going to be 12 songs on the album. They recorded about 20 in the studio. And the studio said these ones. And it was missing 2 of the band's favorite songs. And they were like, we really want to release these ones. And the studio went, no, they don't belong on the album. But we want to release them. So tell you what, just as a teaser, you can release. And they released a 4-track EP as a teaser in the lead up to the album that had songs that weren't on the album that had their 2 biggest hits on it. Don't Go Now and That Ain't Bad. That was their 2 best songs. Their 2 biggest hits were on that EP. And they were right, and the record company was wrong. And
they made a fucking fortune out of that too, because the record company didn't take as big a cut.
Yeah, because the record company treated it as a throwaway. And they were wrong, and the band was right.
They had to reprint it something like 8 times.
Oh yeah, it was huge. It was bigger than the album. The album did really well, but the EP was actually bigger. Yeah. I didn't mind Don't Go Now, but
the price of the album, and they look at the price of the EP, and they go, "Actually, I just want the EP."
Yeah, no, That Ain't Bad was the classic. I fucking love that song. Even just the lyrics was like, he's found a bad girl, and everyone's saying don't go with her, and goes, "They told me that you were a bad person. Ah, you seem all right to me." And then with this big jangly, I love you. Yeah. It was fucking great. It was such good pop music. It was so good. Oh yeah, Toronto Meeple. You can't leave links in the chat. If you leave me a link on either, like in a DM on Facebook or Twitter, it sounds like an interesting show. I'd like to check out. I'm assuming I can get it in like podcast form or something. Oh, it's on SoundCloud. Okay. Yeah, send me a link on Facebook or Twitter or something. And not that I use SoundCloud.
We could have a listen to it and comment over the top of it.
So we get fucking hit for copyright. And I don't need that shit. Seriously, every time I've ever played anything on a live stream, I've got a copyright thing. It's never been a copyright strike. It's always been this person owns that and they're going to run ads on your video now. And I was going, great, for the 5 people who watch it, they get that ad because it's a live stream. And there are some people who watch the live stream after, but of course, most people come on to the live stream to watch it. So that's right.
I wonder if we could play most of Star Wars.
You couldn't play 5 seconds of Star Wars without getting pinged. The content ID is that aggressive.
And then put the ads on after.
Yeah, I really don't want to run the risk of an actual copyright.
You don't want to go up against Disney because Disney's not as friendly as they pretend to be.
It takes away your ability to live stream if you get a copyright strike. So
it takes away your ability to breathe. They send Goofy round
when the mouse comes and steps on your throat.
I think you've been playing the stuff.
Gotta watch Goofy. He's the only Disney character who canonically fucks. So he's got a son. Donald Duck has nephews. Donald Duck has not conclusively fucked. Mickey has no offspring.
Donald
Goofy
and Daffy have got to come out, and so's Mickey.
Yeah. Well, they both had girlfriends. When one assumes they got down with it, but it's girlfriends. They didn't produce offspring. Whereas Goofy,
how Minnie is always rich and got white gloves and the latest fucking handbag, because she's a handbag.
Ah, yes, she's a beard.
I mean, sorry, she's a beard. Beard's got a handbag. Anyway, Mickey fucking. I don't want to say, Mickey starred in a 80s fucking fast jet airplane movie, or raced cars in a Days of Thunder style arrangement. I don't want to say Mickey's that, right?
Yeah.
But he's gay as, and I'm
trapped in the closet.
Hey.
Trapped in the closet.
Trapped? Fucking locked in. Uncle Walt has been basically given it. I will feed you fucking English style fans for as long as you produce. Tell me what age, what gender, and I'll just have them sent in. And like Daffy and Donald, they go home. We're laughing you around that. They're just, they're getting it on. They're not hurting anyone. One day, the rainbow will shine for them. And like George Takei, Daffy will finally come out with some very good fucking Twitter comebacks on big pieces of cardboard.
Yeah, that'd be.
You suck. Yes, and apparently very well, too.
Mm.
That was the best George Takei look I've ever seen. When he had that.
Justin asking to know about the copyright issues with Mickey Mouse. The Disney company has behaved more than a little like a criminal enterprise with buying politicians to continually have US copyright laws extended because they don't want Mickey Mouse to fall into the public domain. It is, I have no hesitation in calling their behavior criminal, because the entire Disney empire is built on repurposing public domain works, and they're so paranoid about losing trademark protection on Mickey Mouse that they've spent decades successfully buying American politicians to extend copyright and extend copyright and extend copyright to an extent that makes no sense whatsoever. Copyright should just go back to copyright lasts for 5 years or 10 years or 20 years, because it's just turned out with all this culturally important stuff being bought and hoarded by huge conglomerates. And those media conglomerates only exist because they were able to build themselves up with public domain works. And it's straight up fucking criminal what they do. So,
well, I mean, it's the whole thing of you have to be this high to play on this ride, and they just want to make the line higher and higher and higher, so that only they get to play on this ride. Because you and I both know that once you get over the tipping point of being able to play on this ride, the making of the money is pissing off a log. It's so easy. It's ridiculous. Once you've actually put the initial investment in and you've got enough media control to push your product to eager consumers, which is awful. I hate, people consuming art. Then you can basically write your own South Sea Island hose, because you only ever have to make that film once. You only ever have to market it continuously for a year, and it'll pay off forever. Half is estimated of Tom Cruise's biggest hits are basically foreign movies repurposed. You'll be amazed how many times you'll be watching a foreign movie and it'll be like, I've fucking seen this before.
Yes, this plot seems familiar.
Yeah, this plot seems very familiar, and then all of a sudden, this is much better than the Hollywood version. This makes much more sense. And you can see they weren't trying to protect the star. They weren't trying to fucking
they weren't trying to make a franchise.
The happy ending. They were trying to make it actually good. But then you get people that get ripped off too. Young Will Smith was apparently pissed beyond belief at the ending of I Am Legend, because he wanted to do the actual ending where the monsters, he realizes that he is the monster.
Yes.
He is the one that is the scary thing that comes in the middle of the day, the sleepy time, and steals people. Right? Yeah. He's the big bad. And the only sort of sense you get of that is in the final scenes where they're looking at the ID cards to look for their loved ones. And and they're
but you get on the they shot both versions. You get the disc, and the alternate version is on the extra features, and it's fascinating because it is and also in the version that got theatrically released, you get a hint of it. Because when that woman and the little boy show up and it's like, oh, there's hope and stuff, and she visits him down in his lab, the entire wall is covered in Polaroids of the mutants that he experimented to death on. And she's looking at them going, you did all this? And he goes, yeah, I was trying to get things. What happened? They all died. You killed all of these?
They all died.
Yeah. And they did actually shoot a version, and apparently they did test screenings and they were convinced the audience hated it, which says something weird to me about American audiences. Namely, they would prefer their hero die than their hero be wrong, because that was the other ending, that he was wrong. He everything he thought about the mutants was, apart from the fact they were ravenous psychopathic murderers, because they were that, but they did have social
hang on. Let's also look at the human ravenous psychopathic murderer. Have you noticed what we do to every other species on the planet? I don't know if you've noticed our interactions with cows.
Cows love it. They love going to the slaughterhouse.
They do a bit. They do a bit like it.
Yeah.
But I mean, everything that's not fucking useful to us is livestock.
Yeah.
And fucking the idea that another species would treat us as livestock is anathema to us. But I mean, fair dues.
Everything he said about them not having any intelligence, not having any reasoning ability, not having any social structure, that was all completely wrong.
All wrong. Wrong.
And in the good version that didn't get released, he realizes that at the last moment, he realizes, I was wrong about everything. And then it hits him. I've been fucking torturing these people. Holy shit. I've killed hundreds of them. Shit.
Yeah. No wonder there was this massive commando raid.
Because he stole the boss's girlfriend. That was the thing. He stole the last one he caught was the leader's girlfriend. And that's why their behavior got much more extreme, because the leader loved the one that he took.
It was like, that's it. He's got to go.
That was it.
Because they were setting him up. Toward the end of the film. They were starting to fuck with him, and they were moving the mannequins around, just not much, but just enough to fuck with his head, because they knew what he was doing. They were watching him. They were clearly watching.
That was the other thing. They were watching him. Yeah.
And then finally they used one of his fucking snares on him and fucking got him a beauty. And he walked straight in. It was beautifully done. I loved it. And then they fucked the ending. And of course it was all boo-rah, yeah, USA.
He does a suicide attack on them. Yeah.
There was also a fucking there was a lot of talk that the US military had given them a lot of assistance, and so they wanted their fucking 5 minutes of looking good.
Quite possibly, yes. There's a lot of that goes on. But it was so disappointing that they went with a shit happy ending rather than the real ending.
Will Smith was pissed off because he wanted the real ending, because he thought that would fucking go off, and it fucking would have gone off. It would have really gone off. I mean, think of Blade Runner, how it went okay in the theaters, but now it's made 100 times back.
Yeah, cult classic, and they keep re-editing it and releasing a different edit, which sells 1 million copies on digital and
straight away. You know, and apparently the new Blade Runner is actually not too bad. I'm not. No,
it's not bad at all, right? It's got some really good stuff in it. The pretty boy who's the Blade Runner in it, although he knows he's a replicant and he knows his job is to retire other replicants if he finds them. But he has like an AI girlfriend, and so there's a whole thing of, is how real she is to him, how real he is to humans and whatnot. And it's actually pretty good. And Ryan Gosling, I think, is quite good as the replicant. And they do this weird, you have the Void Kampf test in the first one to get emotional reactions and whatnot. They have this weird thing. He has to do a calibration test after every time he's out in the field. And it's really weird. Like, it's a word association thing. And it's to tell, like, if he's behaving weirdly. And it's like, as just watching it, you can't really understand that means that. But you can tell this is a test he has to do. And if he deviates from a norm, they're probably going to retire him. And it's like, It's like every time he comes back from the field, if they think something's going on with him, they'll fucking put a bullet in his head. And something's going on with him because he starts to discover stuff. And
Like Deckard.
yeah. And the evidence that a replicant gave birth. A replicant got pregnant and a replicant gave birth, which is not supposed to be possible, I should say. And
Or popular.
no, it's not popular. The idea of replicant breeding, not popular.
That would go down like a turd in the fucking punch bowl.
Except with the guy who's in charge of the replicant making company now. That's Jared Leto plays him.
The Brawn,
more human than human.
Or are they something else?
What did you say?
Brawn?
I think it's something like Brawn. But it's weird. I remember their slogans: "More human than human."
More human than human. Yeah. Remember there was the weird crossover TV series. It was on Sci-Fi for a little while called something 2020. Oh fuck! Help us out, people. You know your Sci-Fi. And it was I think it was called. It wasn't called Blade Runner. It was something.
It's called "Do Androids Dream of Electronic Sheep?" It's a Philip K. Dick short story.
That's the short story, but there was a TV series. There was a mashup.
Don't know that there was.
And another sci-fi, and if I can think of it, I'll fucking tell it to you because it wasn't actually a bad idea. It just ran out of money. And love because it was a bit complicated, you know.
Yeah.
That shits me too. You know, you get some really good stuff coming out of the US and they've got more money than God and they can make some amazing stuff. But if it gets a bit complicated, then it dies a dog's death. And thank Christ for Netflix and HBO and all those others in the golden age of TV because without it, the fucking network shows we would have got would have been just
shit ass.
Everyone Loves Raymond with paste.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, you want complicated sci-fi? Season 5 of The Expanse is coming out in December.
I got it. Do you might know how to maybe pick up some seasons of The Expanse? I don't know.
You gotta have a Prime subscription. Like if I happen to mention to you like my username and password, you might be able to watch it at home. But I saw the trailer for it today, season 5, and that got canned. Like the original, it was like the Sci-Fi Channel in the US had commissioned The Expanse. They canned it after 3 seasons. No, I think they canned it after 2 seasons, and Netflix picked it up for 1 season, and then Netflix canned it, and then Prime picked it up, and Prime did season 4 and season 5's about to release. So all happening, and that's complicated sci-fi.
That was another one of those fucking TV series. Don't get attached to anyone.
Oh, okay. Megaleech corrected me. Actually, seasons 1 to 3 were sci-fi, and they dumped it, and Amazon picked it up for season 4 and now season 5. So I thought it was slightly more complicated, but it's one of those ones where it got shit canned. Fans went crazy online, and one of these subscription services that was looking for subscribers said, apparently, if we sink some money into this, we'll get a bunch of subscribers. So
yeah.
Robotman Greg, I have not read the books.
You know what fucking production houses are like? They'll spend like $80 million on something and put it out the door for $500.
Yeah.
Toll Australia owned pretty much all of the St. John's ambulances, the emergency ambulances. in Victoria. Okay.
Yeah.
There were something like 150 of them. This is just off the top of my head. I'm not sure of the figures. 150 of them that they owned outright, and they were leasing a whole heap more. They got rid of each one of them for $500. There is beds in those fucking things that cost 50 grand. Right? They just fucking offloaded as a write-off all this fucking medical equipment to another company who's picked it up for a song and resumed the ambulance service. And the government's going, yeah, do whatever you fucking want as long as there's an ambulance service on Monday. I don't give a fuck. It was business as usual, but your paychecks come in a different colour. I was talking to the Ambos about this because I've had reason to talk to Ambos. But fucking TV production houses are the same. When they dump a series or they dump a show, they will fucking get the sets off the lot for fucking nothing. And you can buy the original sets, and you can buy the script writers, and you can buy, all the stuff for nothing, because they just want it out. And they say, "Oh, there you go. You've got everything along with the property. Congratulations, bye. Can you move it out by Monday?" Yes, we can.
Yeah, Amazon would have paid more to have the exclusive rights to restream seasons 1 to 3 than they paid for the rights to make season 4 and 5. And the past stuff would have been worth more than the future stuff. So, and hi Charlie, by the way, who came in.
Hi Charlie, how you doing?
So the expense coming.
Chat the other night.
Oh yeah, we can do that again tonight. And as Toronto Maple Leaf says, a new episode of The Boys dropped, which is also on Amazon Prime.
Tell me about The Boys. I've not.
Okay. The Boys is based on a comic by British comic writer Grant Morrison, guy who got his start on 2000 AD. The Judge Dredd comic.
Strange Boy.
Yep, Strange Boy. So it's one in a line of, what if superheroes, but they were cunts? And they're not evil. They're not super villains. They are just sort of
selfish,
have contempt for people who aren't them, because they realize that they are so absurdly overpowered that everyone else is little ants. And now I recently read the first couple volumes of the comic book, and it's actually very different. Yeah, no one do any spoilers of what I think is the season finale of The Boys. The TV series is very different to the comic. Like, the storylines are almost completely different. A lot of the character designs are completely different. But as a central premise, there's this group of guys who don't have superpowers, who, through devious means, try and smack about superheroes who get out of line. And the head superhero, Homelander, he's Superman, flies, invulnerable, super speed, heat vision. He's far and away the most powerful superhuman, and he's a Trumpy fucking fascist.
Right.
He has absolute contempt for people, and everyone is lesser than him. But the people without superpowers, they just suck so hard. And he's trying to keep that in check because he's, America's savior. And he's always killing people in collateral damage and fucking up in horrible ways. And he's like, I love Toronto Maple Leafers saying flawed humans. Homelander's a psychopathic fascist, an absolute eugenicist, like, people who are less than them. So you got these guys who don't have the superpowers trying to keep them in check. And in fact, the boys, that's what it's named after. The boys is this group doing the boys in the TV show have far less power and resources than the boys in the comic do. The boys in the comic actually have a considerable amount of power. So I think the TV show is better than the comics. The comics have their charms, but I think the TV show is actually better. I think virtually every choice they made in the TV show to change it from the comics was a good choice. So, they both have their charms. But yeah, it's basically, yes, Toronto Maple, as the lead character Butcher says, is fucking diabolical. He's British. The rest are all Americans. And he's played by the Kiwi who was Judge Dredd.
Jason.
No. Oh, God, someone's going to say it. I've just blanked on him. He first came to international fame as Éomer in Lord of the Rings, and he was in the Thor movie as well.
Yeah. Come on.
But someone's got to say Carl Urban. Thank you. Robot Man said Keith Urban. No, that's the country and western guy. Carl Urban. Carl Urban plays Butcher, the head of the boys, and he's a Kiwi doing a London accent.
Which would work.
Fucking diabolical, isn't it? And they love saying cunt every second because no one says cunt on American TV.
Yeah.
So they say it every second sentence. It's just like
fucking. I tell ya. Fucking. Yeah. So, all right. So there's some fucking brilliant TV around.
There really is.
The pay TV and subscription models, which you and I predicted before any of this happened. Why aren't we fucking mega rich?
Don't know, man. I don't know.
Fucking, and all of these companies that try and hang on to the past. They try and hang on to every last little bit of coin. It's like trying to hold sand. It's just going to drip through. So instead of doing that, make a sand castle and see who comes around to
admire the sandcastle.
Admire the sandcastle and say, look, do you want a box set of the nicer version of Sandcastle when it was first done in your language? So the anime people are doing. They're finally working out they can't stop the illegal downloaders. So they're
doing
running
their own
beta
thing.
tests. They dropped all their new stuff, on TV in Japan. Immediately gets picked up and translated. And, the international market either goes, oh, yeah, we're having it or we're not. And then they immediately know to fucking start pushing that in the overseas stores or not.
Yes.
It's either a dog or a runner. And they had one which was about vampires, high school. There's day school.
There were several vampire high school series. Yes.
Yeah. No, I
there were several.
Yeah. And there was the day school and the night school, and the night school vampires came out, and they were all very sexy, and they weren't to be played with by both the day school, but then they did, and it was all very conflicted. It was all very fucking girl. And
lots of that sort of thing.
It was massive internationally and died a dog's death in Japan.
Yeah.
But it was huge internationally.
Yeah.
And got rerun and rerun and rerun.
I just noticed
And
Megaleech saying something he predicted came to pass. The Amazon Prime streaming service is now offering rental movies. Like, again, and this has largely started happening because cinemas can't run. So first release movies are getting released much earlier for rental on platforms that didn't do rental before. Oh, and hi, Annette, by the way. And while we're talking about Carl Urban, as Invisible Chicken says, speaking of Star Trek, Carl Urban was also in Xena. Of course he was, because it was filmed in New Zealand, and Carl Urban is a New Zealander.
and he's Doc McCoy.
In the Star Trek movies, yes. He's very good as Bones in the Star Trek movies.
He is very good. And he is older than the rest of them.
Yes,
so
he's older than the rest of them.
Works well.
Yeah. He's 10, 15 years older than the rest of them, yeah.
You going up too? Yeah. My I got Starfleet, my wife got the planet.
Yeah. Divorce was so harsh, all she left me with was my bones. And it's like, oh, that's where his nickname comes from.
All I got was my bones, and she got the planet.
Yeah.
Oh,
Megaleech.
That was funny.
Star Wars.
That's a harsh divorce.
No? That was harsh.
Lives down.
I might make a cocktail and actually say, hey, is anyone interested in doing the Angry Bunch?
I'm going to the toilet because
you do that. I'll see if anyone wants to come in.
Fresh. Goodbye.
Yes. Seeing it's 9:30 and off he goes, steady as ever, which is nice to see. So there is the link for anyone who feels like go an Angry Bunch style this evening, and we shall do as the saying. That's a saying, isn't it? I declare it to be a saying. Wait, where's my cocktail book? Actually, have a look at something here. New clients. Yes, Charlie. That was why he was called Bones in the original series, because he's a surgeon, aka Sawbones. That is absolutely right. They just decided they wanted to give him a backstory in the movies. Rightly or wrongly, they decided they wanted to do it. Bobo, did AZ stumble into a power socket? That'd probably give him a surge of energy if he did that. So I should mute his microphone. I just realized there could be horrible noises we don't want to hear. So punch, daiquiri. Look at what's in this book. Oh, he's back. You're back already. Sorry, hang on a sec. Hang on. Catherine's joining us.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
I feel like I haven't been for ages.
No, I've been really, really crap for ages. Like, can't walk in a straight line, can't stay awake. Kind of.
You and AZ are twins.
Yep. I was having probably an AZ couple of months, actually. I would always watch, but I was always really wiped by this time. So I'm like, he would go Angry Bunch and I would be like, I'm here, but I can't be fucked.
Well, you're looking very bright and chipper tonight.
Yeah. My neighbor came and helped me with my garden because I couldn't work out how to start my lawnmower, and it turned out I was just fucked.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
It was a dead lawnmower.
It was. I worked out how to make a big screen on my laptop for the StreamYard.
Nice. Very handy. So have you been up to anything generally?
Well, I got a new job, so that was interesting.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Is that something you want to talk about, or some people are very cagey about their jobs?
I don't know. I just work for a theatre company, so I got a really sweet gig about 2 months ago, which was like right in the middle of the pandemic.
Yeah.
and I got a job, which is like, yep, I'm gonna,
Go you. Yes.
yeah. Though just been settling into that, and it just taking a lot of my time and energy. So
Yep. Yep.
yeah,
I bet it is. I bet it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well, but that's excellent. Go you. That's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got pretty excited because I got my contract extended till June
Yeah.
next year. So it's like, yeah, hey, I don't have to worry.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh my god, I got a contract. Yes.
Yes.
Now it's just don't have
Yeah.
to worry really for a while, and hopefully by the time it ends, things will get back to relatively normal.
Yes. Some sort of normal. Some sort of
Yeah.
normal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's all very weird at the moment.
Yeah, because it's just been. Yeah, I think we're gonna get to New Year's Eve and we're gonna be like, "What the fuck happened this year?" It's like just.
It's been a year. It has been such a year. And yeah, I feel like the biggest things are still gonna happen. Like, you know, what's gonna happen with the spread of COVID and who's it gonna get? And
Yeah.
Trump. Sorry. Okay. I sound so excited every time.
Wanted to get Trump. I really, really do. Like, he's old, and so you would expect someone of that age to actually get it really bad. Unless, and this is the big unless, remember how he keeps on getting the medicals, like by the White House people, and they keep saying, "Oh my God, he's really good, he's really fit," blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And we're like, bull crap. Is that if he's actually at the fitness levels before he got sick, what they were actually saying in those reports? He might not care. But I just didn't believe that what they were saying was actually true.
No, it was all lies. It was all lies.
Yeah.
Oh God, Stella got a job but is a manager and hates it, so she's regretting it a bit. That's
Yeah.
Oh, Toronto Maple Leaf went to a movie theater for the first time in a year. I've heard of the Tragically Hip. There was a double feature about Canadian band The Tragically Hip. They reached outside of Canada. I'm aware of them. And Megalich, yes, time doesn't mean anything at the moment. I love Megalich is saying it's simultaneously the fastest and slowest year at the same time because time doesn't mean anything anymore.
No.
It's kind of like I just realized, like, I've been working from home for 6 months, and that doesn't make any sense at all. How did that happen? How did that happen?
That happened, and I'm like, because I remember, I'm not sure if I mentioned this, right before Adelaide lockdown, it was my birthday, went out on the Saturday for lunch for my birthday. Next thing I know, everything is completely shut.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I've still got gift cards from my birthday that I haven't spent because I can't be bothered going to the shop.
Yeah. I think the last time I went out was in April. And even then, I think like Mrs. Angry and I went out for dinner about a week before everything shut down. And even then we were thinking, this feels kind of wrong because the Rona is just starting to spread everywhere and this could be a risky thing. And yeah, just after we went out this night, everything shut down.
Yeah. Hey, what are you doing? It's very noisy.
He's got bickies. He's crinkling a bicky.
Oh, okay.
Don't mute him while he crinkles bickies. He's getting himself ready for his second wind, I think. Toronto Maple Leaf, since the pandemic started, every day feels like Wednesday. That's fair.
Yeah, I think he's done crinkling.
Is that what it means? Yeah, we'll see. No, he hasn't done. He hasn't finished.
Yeah.
Still
Maybe
going.
Toronto Maple Leaf, that's because that's the day when everything stopped for you.
Yeah,
On
I think he's onto something. It's like it's not the start of the week. Nothing's new. Nothing's starting, and it's not the weekend. It's just you're in limbo. Wednesday is this sort of limbo day.
Yeah. It's like you kind of Monday, you kind of off the weekend. You've got a bit of burst and like all that energy wise, and
Yeah.
then Tuesday's kind of you still got that burst. Wednesday it kind of sags, but Thursday you're like, all the weekend's coming. Friday the weekend here, and then you got the weekend. Whereas Wednesday you're just waiting.
Yeah, you're in limbo. Stella drove over 1,000 kilometers this week.
Where on earth did you go?
Back and forth to the mines in Western Australia. I mean, because I'm only allowed to go 5 kilometers. So if I went to my maximum limit and back, that's a 10-kilometer trip. So for me to do 1,000 kilometers, I would have to do 100 trips. It'll be a while until I drive 1,000 kilometers.
Like, honestly, I don't know if tomorrow's Sunday or December.
Exactly. Toronto Maple Leaf has his finger on the pulse.
Bit of trivia.
What?
Okay, so I was talking to my homeless friend the other day.
Yeah.
And the cops have gone to kick him in the feet because he's asleep. And he's gone, "Oh, good morning, fellows. What time have we?" And the cops have gone, "Well, good morrow to you, good sir. It's 3 o'clock in the morning." And he's gone, "Oh," and he's looked outside because he's in a mall doorway.
Yeah.
And he's gone, "It's windy and it's raining," and I'm thinking, shit, I've got to fucking find somewhere else and it's gonna suck. And they're going, "Listen, are you warm enough? Are you okay? Are you dry enough? We've got an extra couple blankets. Do you want them?" And he said, "Oh, that'd be appreciated." He said, "Look, we just want to give this girl a bit of security, and of course, there's always safety in numbers. You snore, she snores. We know you snore. We heard you." And they wheeled her in a trolley, and she can fit in a supermarket trolley.
Whoa!
Right. So she's up off the floor in a tamale style bed, crashed out. And she said it's great in the morning because security just grabs her and then puts her around the corner. She gets to sleep in. But they said, "Oh, do you have a fixed address?" And he said, "Well, no, I'm homeless, unfortunately." And they said, "Well, you have the keys to the city." And he said, "I don't understand, sir." And he says, "Well, of course, being homeless, your 5 kilometers is everywhere. Homeless people don't have a 5 kilometer radius."
Yeah.
Ooh.
Mind you, they do also hand out to homeless people, hand them out like 10 masks. Like every time they see them, say, "Have some masks. Have some masks. Do you know where to wash? Do you know where to get free washing?" Because the cops have also got lists of free clothes washing, free, self-washing, and they recommend to go and see this doctor on this day at this time for a free appointment. And the cops apparently been pretty good to our homeless folks, especially in wintertime because it's been a fucking hard winter.
Oh, yeah.
And apparently the numbers of people who've died on the streets in the cold have not been good this year.
Yeah.
I mean, the rest of us probably haven't noticed it that much because we've had to stay inside all winter.
Well, I've noticed it a lot because I've had to go outside every day to go to medical, and I see the homeless waking up, and there's a lot of them. They've got nowhere to go, and there's I think Christ, Grasshopper was saying, I know in Sydney, not so much in Melbourne, but the shopkeepers are making architecture changes to their doorways to make it impossible to sleep there.
Oh yes, the anti-homeless
Yeah.
lights and barriers and
Well, apparently it's just bumps on the ground. That's all you need is bumps on the ground that look.
Yeah,
like
they put these metal things down. Well, I was exaggerating when I said spikes. Yeah, they're these metal things that have got raised things that are about this high on them. Yeah.
What a mob of assholes.
It's and the thing they do to park benches, they put
with
multiple armrests on park benches so you can't lie on them. It's fairly psychotic to do anti-homeless architecture, but
yeah, all of the bloody park benches in Bathurst were made anti-homeless. Every single one was made anti-homeless. I remember that as a kid learning that and going, it's fucking Bathurst. You know, what are they going to do?
Yeah.
What, there's like 1 million of them, is there? And then I found out, it's mostly to stop the blacks sleeping in town.
Yeah, that would be the main thing that people would be thinking in a country town, yeah.
But anyway, that was my trivia, and now I'm out.
All right. Thanks for the trivia, buddy.
Thanks, Eddie.
Oh, good question, Stella. What happened to that proposal of putting the homeless up in empty hotels? I don't think anything happened, but it was a really good proposal to keep the homeless off the streets and in more sanitary conditions to reduce the chance of a significant COVID outbreak amongst the homeless. I didn't hear anything happen, though. Remember that being proposed? Because all the fucking hotels are empty, obviously.
Oh, yeah, because there's nothing to do with them, because no one's traveling anywhere. And, especially in Melbourne, you barely...
2 cents on this. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, what you got?
Fucking Dictator Dan was in the middle of doing a deal with the empty hotels to pay them token money to put homeless into the hotels, and fucking the hotels were up for it, and the fucking federal government blocked it.
Why would they do that?
And then they gagged it. And Rupert fucking next day ran a story on, COVID and fucking Dan's letting the homeless fucking starve. You fucking dog.
Yeah. So, okay. This is interesting. I'm looking at old articles. Apparently, it all got shit canned in July. Program for hotels has been extended. Okay. 7,000 people given shelter, but there was something about it going wrong. Let me see. There was a headline that said, now, apparently it is happening to some extent, but yeah, I haven't heard about it. No. And yes, nobody. The Libs and Murdoch are pure evil. Chris, hello to you.
Chris.
Toronto Maple Leaf, you're worried about autumn and winter. Northern Hemisphere, I am quite concerned for the Northern Hemisphere, Europe and North America, as they go into winter, possibly with COVID spiraling out of control everywhere. America, Canada, all the major European cities are having spikes in COVID cases, worse than any previous cases. It's all looking a bit fucking scary at the moment. But it's so unknown. That's what does my head in. Unknowns are very troubling.
But you know what's freaking... Sorry, Catherine.
No. I'm just thinking that, Well, the Northern Hemisphere summer didn't get rid of it. What on earth is going to get rid of COVID? Like,
Yeah. And because, of
So-
course, you get normal flu in winter.
yeah.
Right? And it's bad. And you get
Mm.
COVID,
Oh, yeah.
which is worse in winter. And now we're coming out the other end of our winter.
Yeah.
And we had it pretty rough, but Jesus, not nearly as rough as
No.
almost anywhere else.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Toronto Maple Leaf is saying Ontario just got 800 new cases in a single day, and
Jesus.
it was only 100 a couple of weeks ago. Chris, home at 4 a.m. How you doing? You got
Chris,
Ryan,
how
what
you
you been
doing?
drinking, man?
I got strawberry lemonade. Just sat down. I just got home at 4 a.m. It's been a hell of a night.
Cranky
What
Mike,
are you
buddy.
doing to get home at 4 a.m.?
My mom had to go to the hospital.
Oh, no.
Oh my God! It was the ambulance showed up, and I had my respirator on, and they got their respirators on, and she's got her mask on, and everyone's like, because we live in an apartment building with a lobby, and everyone's all like, "Oh, it's happening! Oh my God!"
Oh my God. Okay.
And she's had back issues my whole life, but they haven't been very bad till recently. She pulled
Okay.
like her muscles in the back left of her back, they knotted up, and there's a nerve in between them that's in there with it. And so she went to the chiropractor. She felt better, and then she kept working. Instead of icing herself, she didn't ice her back like she was supposed to. And so she worked and worked and worked, and then she got off of work, and then she drove home, and she's ill. She didn't sit down and nothing. She walked in the door. She kept going. She went all the way in the room, and then she changed her clothes. And when she went all the way down to change her pants, is when she bent down, and that was it. She couldn't move. She couldn't move. So we had to call the ambulance to get her out, because I'm like, if I try and move her into my car, we might pinch the nerve, because I don't know what's happening with your back. So we had to, the ambulance came and took her in, and then they examined her and felt out her back and gave her some morphine, and already on muscle relaxers. So they gave her a little bit of morphine, and I'm just like, Jesus, that's when they know that you're fucked up.
Yeah.
And of course, she had to be treated in the hallway, because the hospitals here we only have like 60 hospitalizations in the county, but there's only 30 ICU rooms in our city. We're just north of Portland. We're just north. Like about half of my people live in this county city area. We only have 2 hospitals. So they're filled, even though we only have 60 patients. So I'm worried about when flu hits. But they treated her in the fucking hallway, which sucks for her. And then I had to pick her up at like 12:30. And now here's where it gets really crazy. This is where it goes even further downhill. So I go pick her up at 12:30. And we're like, okay, let's go to the 24-hour pharmacy. There's only 2 in all of Portland and Vancouver. 1.2 million people. There's only 2 pharmacies open between 7 p.m. and 9 a.m. That's it. If you need medicine at the times, you're fucked. So we had
And nobody's joining us too. Hey.
So I had
Good evening.
First, I'm like, okay, I go to the Google, and Google says the Walgreens in Vancouver, my side of the river, is open 24 hours. Okay, great. We go there. The pharmacy closed. But the pharmacy closed. They're the only 24-hour store open right now because of COVID regulations. So I'm like, when did the pharmacy stop being 24 hours? Oh, when COVID started. We're not legally required right now to be open, so we closed the pharmacy at night. Well, where do I go?
Like when you need a pharmacy the most.
I'm like, where do we go for a 24-hour pharmacy? She's like, oh, it's in Beaverton. And I'm like, Beaverton? So I get out my phone. Beaverton is on the west side towards the ocean. And I'm like, this is weird, because that's like about 12, 13 miles away from where I live. So 20 miles away from where I had to go to this pharmacy. I'm just like, you'd be fucking kidding me. And so I call, and it's a Rite Aid. It's not even a Walgreens. And go all the way out there. They're open. We get there. She gets her medicine. And then we're driving back. And then my car beeps. And I realized that I have driven 60 miles and didn't realize I drove 60 miles. My battery is running out of charge because I haven't charged it in a week. So I was like, "You be fucking kidding me!" And so I go to the charger by the pharmacy, and it's broken. It's all this time. I'm like, "You'd be fucking shitting me." So I'm like, "Okay, well, let's head back to downtown Portland. There's like 1,000 cars. We go there." Well, the car's not going to make it there because we got to go through the hills. And I'm like, "Okay, we got to stop in Beaverton." So we go to the one in Beaverton, and I swipe the card in the one in Beaverton. And it's working. It's open. Okay, great. Swipe, declined. Swipe, declined. Swipe, declined. I'm like, no. Swipe, declined. And I'm like, no. Because last time I was at this charger, it left me stranded. So I get mad. I punch the screen, and I swipe it. Ding. So I get in for like 7, 8, 12 minutes. I think it was like they're like maybe 12 minutes. And then, okay, we're good. Unplug, go home.
Oh, you've got to love percussive maintenance. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it...
Okay, this is new to me because the information I've got, and remember I'm in Australia and we're 10 years behind everything. Okay, so you can now charge your car. I'm guessing Tesla?
Oh, no, I have a Kia. That's like 4 years old.
A Kia.
That's 4 years old. I have a Kia Soul EV. Yeah.
Okay, so you plug the fucker in, and how long? For how long?
Oh, that one.
Like, how long do you need to charge for how long?
I mean, well, I went to the supercharger equivalent, the fast charger, and I didn't need that much charge. I was only there for less than 15 minutes. I got 30% of my battery in 12 minutes.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Okay, so how long would it traditionally take to charge your entire battery?
Oh, my entire battery? Usually I do that when I'm in the store or when it's across the street. So like slow charger is usually free. So I park the car usually at the slow charger across the street from my apartment building for free for a couple hours, and it's full. And I don't go anywhere. I just park there, and then I go move the car back into my parking lot. It's not really a thing you think about. The fast chargers, my car is 30 minutes or less, usually 20 minutes or less.
Right.
About the amount of time it takes to go to the bathroom on a road trip.
And how long does it take? How far can you go on a full charge?
My car is very old, so I have a very old battery. So for my car, it goes about 100 miles. But I got my car for $12,000 used with only 12,000 miles on it. So I got a very good car.
That's
But
not
if it's
terrible.
going 100 miles in the city, I mean, you're not taking it touring,
No,
right?
I'm
not taking it to fucking the Yukon.
Last year I drove it all the way. I drove from Eugene, Oregon, all the way up to Seattle and then back. There's so many charges, it doesn't really matter anymore where I live. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
It's just when you get in those situations where you forget to plug in, you just forget about it. You don't think about it because you
But,
don't.
I mean, you could do that with petrol. I mean, I've seen people do that with petrol, driving along going, oh, fuck.
Now, if I bought the $40,000 new Kia Soul that they're keeping in Canada and won't let us have in America, I mean, you can get like a Leaf for like $20,000, and that goes like almost 200 miles. But the new Kia Soul was like almost 300 miles, so it's not really a thing anymore. Range and all that, you don't really. It's regular car.
Right. So I'm looking at when can I buy a car next? 5-10 years. I'll be able to buy a car that'll be equivalent to petrol driving for half the charge.
Yeah, and you don't pay for gas. The most expensive chargers where I live are always cheaper than gas, and there's virtually little to no maintenance.
Because the next big revolution, which I imagine will be Musk, because I can see the pattern of what he's doing. The next big revolution will be energy, and I reckon he's doing it quietly, and he'll do it through Canada, because as soon as the Arabs find out what he's doing, they'll go fucking nuts. Tehran will let off their fucking nukes, and so will Russia.
Yeah, there's a lot of people with the energy revolution.
There's a lot of people You're right, Catherine.
I am just put my feet up.
Oh yeah.
Oh. I thought you spat some ice up in the air or something.
Yeah, no. A lot of the churches where I live have their own solar panels. So, and then
Yeah, right. So
and
we
then
leave
the power.
it in the fucking shopping center all day. You're right.
Yeah. But I know that like the main one of the things they're waiting for with solar panels is right now they're at like 20% efficiency, and they figured out what kills 10% of the efficiency within the first day, because what happens is the sun just burns off some of the cells.
Yeah.
They figured out that problem, so now we're at the point to where in the next 5 years it's going to become a 30 to 40% efficient solar panel. When you get to that point, it's like,
But
right
see,
now,
this is the thing, isn't it?
at that
Isn't
point,
it about the efficiency of the panels? Is once you've got them on, and people are always moaning to me about efficiency, and I say, no, it's actually energy, power that you want. They say, oh, efficiency of solar, and I'm going, guys, the sun's free. You can have 1% efficiency, and it doesn't fucking matter.
exactly.
You're not going backwards.
Right now,
You're always going forwards.
you can charge.
The only thing with efficiency is if you don't have space for a lot of solar panels.
Yeah, but you know,
There are ways
But apart from that, yeah, what does it matter? It's
my
free.
girly body, I don't have a lot of space for solar panels. But I manage nobody. I manage.
So
Yeah, I 100% agree. It's basically free electricity.
Yeah.
It's got to count for something.
yeah, so where I live right now, with the way solar panels are today, we can charge California, power the whole state off of just solar. What they're doing is they're putting giant batteries around certain places, so it'll actually be even it'd be a smarter one because like the power company is being bought by the state because they're so terrible.
Fox, you make a
So
good point.
as this happens, what'll happen is all the power generated in the desert will be sent to San Francisco and Los Angeles and San Diego to be used when they're using power at nighttime. Then when they're not using power, that will be moved back to the desert for people in the desert to use. So the power will move around as needed and be charged by the solar. And solar, people like, okay, we're going to put the solar. Well, there's 100 billion roofs on the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not all the roads.
Parking lots, roads, highways, all that too on top of it. So anywhere you want shade, really.
See, I went to see if I could get solar put on my roof, and because I'm in such a small unit, not only does it not have enough space on my roof, the guy who inspected it said something about my roof being at the wrong pitch. So obviously what would happen is they put the panels on, they would be at the wrong angle and not be able to catch the sun or something.
They would catch some, but they're not going to catch enough to really matter. Eventually, as time goes on, solar panels are going to get cheaper. So that will be told to people less and less and less. And the other two is you guys are in Australia, so the sun is facing a different direction, and it's also at a more difficult angle. In Australia, offshore wind would probably be the best option for renewable energy there.
Yeah.
And they're doing that. They're doing that in Western Australia and South Australia. Basically, they've got these deals ready to run as soon as the left government gets in. They're going to make a lot out of selling because Elon Musk came into Adelaide when they were getting brownouts and said, I will fix your brownouts in a month.
Yeah.
And they went, well, fucking have a go, mate. Have a fucking go. And in 3 weeks, he fixed their brownouts to the point where now Adelaide is selling power back to other states and going, Elon, so now that we've paid for these first few, did you want to maybe think about doing some more, mate? Did you want to maybe come sample some South Australian wine? We've got bitches here. They show you their breasts. They will often do the blowjob. I don't know what that is, of course. I've just heard that in movies. But apparently they will do that for you. Whatever you need, buddy. whatever you need.
Elon
Um,
Musk is a double-edged sword because right now with what's happening with space travel in the U.S., which I think is of utmost importance because solar power can be perfected in space. It's huge. It's battery power as well. It's huge. Right now, so NASA's trying to go to the moon, and everyone's
Yeah.
shitting on NASA, and I'm like, you do not understand, right? They are right now planning on putting in an electric space station that orbits the moon. That's their final phase of their moon mission, and that will be the base for future travel. And people seem to forget that if SpaceX is your only ticket into space, space is owned by a single corporation. And
Yeah, that's not good.
that's horrible.
and this is exactly why I'm seeing him doing these strategic things around the place. The last thing that clinched it for me was his electric pig, the brain interface pig. And I thought, I know where you're going. He's going to corner energy. And as soon as he corners energy, he'll basically corner information. As soon as he corners information, he's corners logistics, which is travel. And
Yeah.
so basically he'll sit back and go, oh, I can play chess with the world now. I can pretty much make wars happen and not happen.
Yeah, so we
I
need
can pretty much
It goes with the not
demand
happen
that defense production stops.
exactly,
I can,
because if he controls space, how long until he controls the entire missile defense network for the greatest power? Which is why,
that's right. If he controls
No one
information
person should
logistics-
have that.
Okay,
which is why I'm really hoping that Boeing gets their space capsule working, and I'm also hoping that NASA gets theirs working. Then there's a three-way.
Yeah.
First off, we need another space race to advance technology because it's been how long?
Oh yeah, because I mean, like back in the 60s when they did the space race, they invented so much stuff we use just regularly. They invented Velcro for the space race.
Yep, they invented pens and watches and microwaves and solar panels and battery
Yeah.
computers. The first major computer was the Apollo computer.
Yeah, and that's bad. That's good. No, I was actually thinking because Elon Musk is like in South Australia trying to work out our power thing. Back in, I think it was 2016, the entire state went out. Had no power for about 14 hours. The entire state.
That's what happens when you tie your electricity production to fossil fuels. If you can't constantly burn gas or literally burn water, boil it 24/7, if you can't do that, that's what your electricity is based upon. You have high risk factors of dropping service. It's like I'm a transit nerd. So when people so everyone rides the Max in Portland, the light rail, and people complain to no end when it doesn't run. And they're like, we got this is ridiculous, but it doesn't run for 1 day every 5 months.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is you have what is the way they word? It's a very specific way. It's when you have a highly specialized form of transit, it will break down, and when it does, which won't be as much, but it will break down and won't work entirely. Which is why you had the energy problem. The way that works is when you have renewables and you have battery storage all over an area.
Yeah.
Multiple tiny little energy generators and backup systems. And that solves your problem. That's why renewables are so important. Now, here we got dams. Dams are never going to stop. And we need those dams now because people. So I'm an environmentalist, and there's three things that piss me off. Teslas, because they're ugly and overpriced. They're just ridiculously overpriced. And then the other thing that really pisses me off is people that are against hydroelectric dams that are already there. They want to tear them down. That, and then also they want to have hundreds of miniature nuclear reactors being driven around to different locations for power.
What?
One mistake, thousands died with that. So that's
yeah.
And then they're like, if we get rid of the hydroelectric dams, it'll fix the fish. No, what'll fix the fish is not polluting the ocean, which leaks into the rivers. And because the water table in the West has gotten lower because of climate change, you get rid of those dams, it's not going to do what it did before. That water's going to go anywhere. I mean, literally, it could turn cities into puddles. We don't.
Of course, trying to get conservative people to understand this is very difficult because conservatives live in a very strange world where reality is, apparently not real to them.
Yeah, these in America, these are so-called leftists that I argue. There's a certain form of leftist in the U.S. because of the two-party system that's actually a liberal. And they don't understand that. They don't understand they're a liberal. They think they're a socialist, but they're not. They never talk about giving the means of productions to workers. They only talk about like social programs. And I'm like, no, that's just a liberal. That's not. You're not a socialist. What are you talking about? And literally, the people I have fought on these issues aren't conservatives. Because every time I tell conservatives that solar is free, and when like you, AC, when I explain my car situation, they're like, "Wow, that's great. I'll get myself one of those." I literally like full-on crazy right nut ring Republicans who be like, "Oh, okay." People I have problems with are liberals. That's the main hurdle of change right now. Is liberals, and it's like.
Now, why do you think that is?
It's 2 syllables, but it's 1 word. Facebook. Facebook. Misinformation.
Yep, I have no trouble believing that.
A social media platform that suppresses information, that changed the algorithms. You can't get any information in real time on Facebook, but it looks like it's real time, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now,
I do not use Facebook.
And the other thing too is these people, right? They buy subscriptions to newspapers in.
Oh, I hate that.
In left-wing cities, like they think Portland is a super socialist city. It's not. Right now, in Portland, there is a massive mayoral debate. Right, there was a massive mayor fight. An actual socialist is running. It's the only opposition to the current liberal. And the Oregonian, the newspaper that these environmentalists subscribe to, endorses Ted Wheeler. Now, mind you, Ted Wheeler has not reined in the police department, who, according to, as of last night, created human war crime atrocities against the citizens of Portland, and that was investigated by Human Rights Watch and the United Nations.
I'm over the result.
But yet the newspaper endorses him. And so in the debate tonight that I saw a little bit of, she was just all like, I mean, look, Ted, you're the guy who's committing war crimes in Portland. I'm not. And then and then here's the other thing too, is they had a liberal host on the corporate-owned news network in Portland debating this, moderating this thing. And he asked the other lady, "You said you're anti-fascist, correct?" "Yes." "Okay. Are you with Antifa?" It's an abbreviation for the word anti-fascist.
Yeah.
Fuck, how's that even a question?
Yeah.
But these social,
And I note too that there's a big backlash against Antifa over in the States. What's that about?
so it's misinformation. It's the mainstream media and things like Facebook saying that Antifa is different than anti-fascist. They think, because in the U.S., actually today, the right-wing militias, pretty much domestic terrorist groups is what they are, they had a plan to kidnap Governor Whitmer, my same last name actually, from Michigan because of her coronavirus mask laws. They literally had it set up. They had 200 armed people ready to go. Half of them were police officers, right? They think that because mind you, this is the largest protest movement that has ever happened in modern American history. This is bigger than the civil rights movement because it happens city by city. Here, just the whole country is protesting every day. So they think that it has to be some kind of organization. It can't be a movement, it has to be an organization. It has to be. They've never seen it before. So they assume that Antifa is an organization, but being anti-fascist is different.
Okay.
And that's the main.
And is this? I'm guessing. I'm only guessing, but help me out here. I'm guessing that this is helped along by media interests.
Yes, the mainstream media, specifically Fox News and
Uncle Rupert.
and MSNBC. MSNBC it's like Obama. Any movement that happens, they try to squash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The NBA, what happened was LeBron James and the NBA walked out when Jacob Blake got shot in the back, and the whole WNBA did too. You literally had a moment in America where all the professional sports that were being, mind you, forced to play during a fucking pandemic, it drives me nuts. They were all ready to literally go on strike over Black Lives Matter. But you know who LeBron James called? Obama.
Oh.
And he basically said, shut up and dribble. But he said it in a more nice way. And by the way, do you want to know why Bernie Sanders got screwed out of the thing, got rat fucked? It was because Obama caught all the liberals and had him.
Obama behind the scenes, definitely.
And when Biden, who's going to be Secretary of State? Buttigieg? Who's going to be the Secretary of Defense?
Yeah.
I don't know, Hillary Clinton. I don't know.
Actually, I'm interested in that question. Who's going to fill all the roles if Biden? Because that hasn't really been discussed. I'm actually really quite interested.
I'll tell you. Because my hobby is actually politics. I absolutely love politics, and I used to. Yeah, no, literally, like in college, I went to political conventions and filmed their speeches. And I actually became part of the International Socialist Organization, which became the DSA, which is now running thousands of candidates in the United States. So I helped start that whole thing. I was a socialist back when people wanted to shoot you for being a socialist because they thought it was a bad thing.
Okay.
So, I'm blanking on names, but Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar in Minnesota, Elizabeth Warren, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, those people, they all got the Obama call. And they were waiting. It was always going to be Biden. It was not going to be anybody else. Because Biden won in one state, South Carolina, with a total of 7 delegates. When you need thousands of delegates to win, he only got 7 delegates. And they're like, that's it. It's Biden. Because Biden was always trying to get it. There is no democracy in the Democratic Party.
I was pretty impressed with the power of the Democratic Party machine. They didn't do anything illegal, but Bernie Sanders had been sweeping everything. And it's not illegal to tell everyone to pull out. It's rat fucking them, but it's politics. They basically, Biden did better than they expected in, was it North or South Carolina?
Carolina, 7 delegates. That's it.
Yeah. But up until that point, Biden was a joke. Biden was literally being laughed at, but he did better than anyone expected. And then the backroom deal was done almost overnight. The establishment said to everyone else, you're pulling out. We're putting all our weight behind Biden.
Because he was a chosen boy. Do you know who Obama hates the most out of anybody that has anything to do with the Democratic Party?
Bernie Sanders?
He personally hates him. Do you know he won primary Obama whilst he was president because he didn't do the public option when he had a majority? Do you know who can do that? Bernie Sanders. The only reason he didn't was because they gave him an olive branch. They gave him some kind of policy, but they made sure to fuck it in the House so that way it couldn't be passed. But so back to Biden's cabinet position, because he's going to win the election. It's locked and sealed. It's done.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, Congress is going to try the 25th Amendment on Trump because he's forcibly infecting people. It's done. So with that,
sorry. I'm so sorry. Can you tell me what a 425 is, please?
Yeah, I want to know that.
425.
Did you just say 425?
What are they going to do to Trump to make Biden win the election?
25th Amendment.
What is it?
Oh, yeah. 25th Amendment is when the president is mentally incapacitated.
Or physically.
And yes, exactly. Mentally or physically. So they're going to pull that. Now, liberal Nancy Pelosi, who's actually more Republican than most Republicans, is not going to come out and on mind you, weeks before an election that they are shoehorned to win. You're not going to fuck that up by pulling the 25th Amendment. The reason they're doing it is because Mike Pence, the vice president, canceled his trip back to my home state of Indiana.
Yeah.
Within hours of him moving. And it's been dead quiet. No one's been responding to the press. It's been silent all night tonight. Which
So
means
does that mean Pence has tested positive as well?
or
Right.
showing symptoms. So we got to see it.
God damn.
Um,
God damn.
so
Sorry, as much as I love politics, speaking of Star Trek, Charlie, are you wearing a really Halloween-y top tonight?
the skeletons.
Yeah.
Oh,
Skeletons.
it's your close friends, the skeletons, getting a bit friendly. There you go.
Just a bit cheeky.
Yeah.
Little thank you.
So basically, Biden's going to test positive. Trump has tested positive. There's weeks to go.
And they're invoking the 25th Amendment against the sitting president weeks before. You're not going to do that unless you know you can win.
No,
But
Chris.
if Trump or Biden can campaign,
Yeah.
does that mean other people have to campaign for them between now and the election?
No. It's perfectly safe to stand outside with people 20 feet away from each other and campaign. That's perfectly safe. There's nothing wrong with that at all. What happened was the reason why they're going to do the 25th Amendment was because Trump refused to participate in any debates unless they were in person.
Yeah. Which the actual people who run the debates, not Biden, the people who run the debates said it's not safe. Any debate from now on will be virtual. It'll be this.
Bye-bye.
They'll be
Yeah.
debating through StreamYard. And
And they're like, and he was like, no. And that I think that was the point at which they're like, he's insane.
You can't shout over the top of someone when you're doing a virtual
and
debate.
Trump
That's absolutely what I was thinking.
he literally admitted on Fox News that's why he wouldn't do it. He said, if I did that, they could cut my microphone off whenever they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
He literally admitted that's why he wouldn't do it.
And I can't get Biden infected with COVID. That's his other thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At this point, he's trying to
He'd be
infect
going,
That
Joe,
he'll claim that was
open
being
your mouth.
sarcastic.
Whew. He's been practicing spitting 12 feet so he could actually spit on Joe Biden.
Yeah, but for cabinet positions, I'm very worried because I think that the EPA is going to be continued to be managed by a Republican.
Oh,
I am incredibly worried because the Secretary of Defense may also be a Republican. And the rest of the White House positions will be all those.
Near.
Here's
No, you should not.
Buttigieg, and here's Klobuchar, and here's Warren. This is where you'll be. You'll be in the White House, okay? Here's the camera. Talk to them. All right, Republicans, what can I do for you?
Okay.
Brackmore in Pennsylvania? Awesome.
Yeah,
Oh,
Biden
I'm
fucks up the
really
Republicans.
Republicans seem to me to be the devil's servant.
Well,
Yes. Yes. Frankly, yes.
so when the Koch brothers funded the Libertarian Party to be more right-wing than Reagan because they didn't like that right-wing enough, that, and you can look that up. That's the origin of the Libertarian Party. The only way that the parties knew they could continue to get funded was that they went continually right. If they didn't, the new Libertarian Party would take off. And they can't have that. Then they wouldn't have power. And so the only way they can go is further right. They can't go anywhere. They can't go to the left. They have to go to the right. Their base hates anything on the left side of politics. They think they actually love left policies, but they don't understand it. That's why Republicans have gotten the way they've gotten, is because in the United States, the only way to continue to get funding and remain relevant is to constantly move right. That's why Democrats have gone from a center party to a right center.
Listen, Chris, something I've always been interested in because I've been hearing it for years since Obama was in. People were screaming about socialized healthcare. And
Oh,
I
I love that.
guys, that's just a fucking word. That doesn't mean anything. What do people worry about when they worry about socialized healthcare? Because what I think, and I could be wrong, is it's somebody sitting there going, I don't want my taxes going to pay for that nigger's health.
Yeah.
Oh, that is not it.
What is it? What is it?
Why did they like it?
So you need to think of the most dystopian, authoritative, communist countries when you think of anything socialized. That's what it's portrayed as. It's portrayed as, okay, well, our healthcare system will become North Korea's. That's what they think. That's what's fed to them by Fox News, specifically Fox News. And so when you say socialized, you think of the Soviet Union.
Hmm.
Oh,
So that's
Yeah.
why socialism is the last polls were shockingly 40% positive reviews in people over 50, which is shocking. And then like under 30, like 40 and under, it's at 60, 70. The younger you go, the more it goes up. That people like prefer socialism to capitalism. So eventually that argument won't last anymore. But the other thing they say is like, okay, so they're going to take away your healthcare, which is true. We're going to take away your private healthcare. It's gone. Now they hate their private healthcare, but if you take that away, they think they're going to die because they've been trained their whole life. If you don't pay for healthcare, you die, which is insane to think of, but that's how we're bred. So they think that, okay, they're going to take that away. Well, then what do I do? What's going to happen? Right?
the government pays for it.
Exactly, right? We think that what'll happen then is then they're going to go into a room and you're going to have these committees and these policies and these plans and these groups, and they're going to sit there for months on end debating on the healthcare system whilst you don't have healthcare, which doesn't make any sense. And because it's already been planned out, like the Medicare for All bill literally plans it out exactly verbatim what to do, and there's none of that happening. So they think they're going to lose their healthcare for like 6 months to 2, 4, 5, however long it's take, and then they'll be able to go to the doctor. But the government will make me go to one doctor and one doctor only. Firstly, Medicare for All, you can go wherever you need to get whatever you need done. And secondly, by the way, this would help the current I have because I'm on Medicare, I'm low income. I specifically only work exactly to the income cap of healthcare for Medicare, because if I go above that, I will spend half of my income on healthcare. So
I
I
have no idea what that's like.
Oh,
I don't know
cool.
you literally have to live like you're poor to have healthcare that's free. Otherwise, you'll be poor and have shitty healthcare.
Yeah.
But the way it works is right now with the insurance, the way it works, Medicare works, the government chooses the one doctor you can go to. And Medicare for All, that is changed and it becomes Medicaid, which is what old people have, which is where you can go anywhere.
Well, it's like AZ. How many millions of dollars of healthcare you reckon you've gotten for free under Medicare?
Exactly.
So far, it's running at about $12.5 million.
Yeah, I am
That's in the
such.
last.
I think in another
That's in
year.
the last 20 years.
That is awesome.
Oh,
I am one of the best con men in America because I haven't paid a penny for healthcare since I was 26 when I got off of Obamacare.
That's good.
When you got out of Obamacare,
Yes, because at 26 was the cutoff for Obamacare.
okay, so hang on. You're not covered by Obamacare.
No, I'm just on Medicare because of income limitations that were raised.
Okay, so when you got off Obamacare, you went into Medicare and
Medicaid.
Medicaid. Sorry,
Sorry.
Medicaid, and that's the
Poor people.
that's the safety net system that you get when you qualify for certain.
Yes. And the most you can make on that is $20,000 a year. That is what I have lived on for the past 7 years. That is what I will live on, because if I make $40,000 a year, if I double that, I will spend $10,000 a year on healthcare.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make literally I would just lose money.
Oh, thank fuck
I
we live
worked
in
out that
Australia.
if I
How
make a
easy.
big overly spending
Yeah, thanks,
$250,000
love.
on healthcare.
One day I'll get out of this shithole country. It'll be great.
So, but
Charlie,
the
that is
thing
a fascinating
No.
outfit you have on.
Yeah, that is Charlie.
Yeah, it's good.
It's good. Yeah. One of the things that always fascinated me was that the States is a capital economy based economy and country, and it's very proud of that, and can't see that by nationalising its healthcare, you actually get more productivity
And
out of your workers. We went that way because the government who put it in basically said at the time, we're not in to win any popularity contests. We're here to fix up the economy because it's fucked. And so they said, what we're going to do is we're going to nationalise healthcare. And everyone said, well, that's going to be expensive. And they said, well, we're going to get 3 times back what we put in 10 years.
Yeah.
Which in terms of budget, it's nothing. They got 10 times back what they put in 3 years.
Wow.
And now our GDP is artificially high because the healthcare is such that most people are at work, not sick, and they get chronic diseases early and treat them early so that people aren't sitting at home on OxyContin, but are actually fucking punching the card. And doing stuff. They get people treatment, and the other peg to that is medicine. They make it so that medicine is affordable for everyone. And
and then on the pension is like $6-7 a script.
That's how much prescriptions are for me on the Medicaid and on for seniors for Medicare. But regular people, those $7 medications are $400.
Yeah. And so basically what happens twice a year is that the European and the American drug companies come out to Australia to sell their new drugs. And the Australian government goes, no, we're not going to pay you that. We're going to pay you this, which is much less. And they go, and then the Australian government turns around and says, no, stop, because you're not going to go away crying because you're going to do volume. We're going to do you so much volume that you're actually going to make more profit than if you did it this way. And we'll show you the numbers. Here's the numbers. And we also guarantee you return clientele, because if you sell cancer drug A to somebody for $15,000 a shot, and they need 10 shots and they die after 3, you can't sell them the rest of the shots. But if you can give them 25 shots at $1,000 a shot, all of a sudden you've made more money, and you've fucking got return clientele. Also, you're not getting fucked up. You're getting profit. No one's crying, and you've only got one point of sale to worry about. You don't have to go to every fucking doctor in the world and go buy this. You just go to and I'm talking the high end, very expensive drugs.
Yes, individual,
very expensive drugs. The normal expensive drugs go through a simple system of listen, you're not selling it at $100 a box, you're selling it at $25 a box, and we're going to make sure that you're selling thousands of boxes. You're not. We're going to do your volume, don't worry about it. And if they disagree, what they do is they say, well, we will take your FDA formula straight off the internet, we will copy it, and genericize it here in Australia, and then we will give it to Africa for free. And that shuts down drug companies real fucking fast.
Because that would be nationalizing the drug industry, which would be terrible because that's anti-capitalist, and we can't do that.
That's right.
So,
And that's what they've threatened on a number of occasions. And in fact, the very, very far right-wing government that we had that started our right-wing trend here in Australia did it. They basically said to the left-wing government as they went into the conference, they said, so what's the go? What do you do? And they said, just don't let them fucking bully you, man. Tell them that you're going to do them volume and tell them that you're going to give them a fair price but not a good one, and it'll be fine. And, of course, the drug companies tried to fucking bully them and said, you're just a shit
that's the
little
one
country.
thing.
And these guys are all ego-driven and said, I am the fucking world leader of a fucking continent, and you're trying to fucking tell me what to do. Well, you can go fuck yourself.
Exactly. That's exactly what Republicans are all about, is power. If you try to take away their power, it doesn't matter what policy or whatever political spectrum the issue is on, they don't care. They will find a way to win. They will spend all of their money to win. It could be a tight enforcement ban. It doesn't matter. They have to win. If they don't, then the entire power system falls apart, and they believe it falls apart. And that's
exactly.
And the thing that really interested me is when you brought up that you don't have to sell these pills to every individual doctor, which is incredibly true, because every individual doctor has individual drug companies in the United States literally go to the doctor's offices and they say, hey, why don't you try the Pfizer version of this medication? If you do that, we'll pay you extra money, Mr. Doctor, and you can give these samples to people for free to help them out. And if you don't, well, then we can't help you out, and all your patients got to go pay $10,000. But wait, most of your patients are going to die, and you won't have an income if they have to pay $10,000 for the medication. So that's a huge, huge blackmail problem in the legal drug industry in the United States. And yet, we have a war on drugs when we do everything we can to make sure that the war on drugs fails by having our American pharmaceutical companies push opioids down everybody's fucking throat in the United States to the point that there's an epidemic, and the only plan they have is to block the border. Mind you, we're still going to throw tons of drugs and money to the cartels, so that way we can keep getting money. Because how do you think the ATF is funded? How do you think the ATF gets cocaine to use to bust drug dealers? They literally have to participate in the drug trade to enforce the drug trade. But only, not OxyContin, just heroin. It's so, and the amount. So the other thing he was saying was about the money you save. We wouldn't save millions. We wouldn't save billions. We would save trillions per year. Trillions. And you don't understand. Literally, 200 million people would immediately double their income. It would be the biggest economic boom in human history.
Wow. Wow. I mean, I'm just looking at the consumer fucking spending power of that and the economy kick you'd get out of that.
Whoa.
Literally wipe out the coronavirus economically in a day. In a day, the economy's good. It's like, it's literally a flip switch, but we won't do it. That's so.
Yeah.
That's
and it's because it's basically because there's just too much money in the way. Because I know one of the things that's upsetting people at the moment is that you can't go into a hospital and say, I'd like a price list for what I'm going to have done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't do that. That's ridiculous, because then they can't extort money out of you.
Oh, yeah.
So literally, some hospitals here, this happened. I've seen this happen before. Literally, I've seen a for-profit hospital. They kicked out a cancer patient, one of my good friend's moms, because she couldn't afford the chemo. So they just kicked her out. Medicaid, tough shit. Get the fuck out. But you can't get out. And they literally just threw her on the street. They paid $1,000 to send a private car 300 miles to take her home, and she died 2 months later in her son's arms. Because that's how hospitals work here. Period. They do. Under Obamacare, they have to legally see you in the ER, and now they are subsidized with money, but they still find ways to fuck you over. they will find, if you don't have insurance, they will do everything they can to try and kill you or get you out.
Whoa.
At that point, it's up to the doctor they assign you. It's bad. Now, there are public hospitals in the U.S., thank God, and those ones are better. That's where I sent my mom to tonight. I sent her to the public hospital, not the private hospital.
So, okay, so every hospital in Australia is a public hospital, and it has a private hospital attached to it. Every single one, and you have every right if you want to. So when you go to the public hospitals here, you are often in for a wait. You'll go into the ER and go, "Hi, I seem to have a sign pole sticking out of my side. It's owie." And they'll go, "We'll deal with that. But we've had a 6-car pile up, so we're dealing with that."
We got to deal with this thing. That happens all the time here. And then the other thing, too, is what happens here, the reason people get held up the most, isn't because there's been a 6-car pileup, it's because they're doing paperwork. No shit. And it's like, if everything was Medicare, if we had Medicare for all, it would cut our wait times to nothing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, usually when you go to an ER, sometimes, like, depending on how minor major you are, you're looking at a 4-hour wait to begin with anyway. I remember when I was 6, I severed my top. And yeah. Well, like 99%, like, it was hanging on my skin and you could have ripped it off by hand. But
that is unpleasant.
Anyway, yeah, really unpleasant.
That's rough.
6 years old screaming my lungs out. The only thing is, I should have been right at the top of the triage system right after I show up and the ambulance shows up with a guy with a heart attack. And no one filed my paperwork.
You gotta wait though, man. The guy might die.
Yeah, but no one had filed my paperwork. So 4 hours later, I was still waiting.
Yes, dear.
Fine.
Yeah, I might pass out from blood loss. My mum is still holding the tea towel that she grabbed off the kitchen bench when I started screaming, So it's like, that was the worst experience I had in the hospital, but I mean, it's still an Australian hospital. They put my foot back together in a couple of days in one operation. Went out home a week later and I was perfectly fine.
Well, this is basically where I was eventually going, is you will wait. When you go into a public hospital ER, you will wait. And you can wait quite a long time. And longest I've ever had to wait is 12 hours.
Yeah.
What did you have?
I had a nervous, I had boil, basically, sitting on one of my spinal nerves. And it had to kind of come out fairly delicately, otherwise I would have lost feeling in my lower half of my body. And I basically, you can wait a long time. And I was out there having a cigarette once when I was still smoking, and I've been waiting 6 hours by that point. And there was a bloke come out and he was spewing, and he was going, fucking been waiting here for fucking 2 hours. And I'm going, well, yeah. Yeah, I've been waiting here 6. Oh, it's fucking. And I'm going, no, it's not. It's free. It's utterly free. From the moment I walk in to the moment I walk out, I will be charged nothing. They will spend upwards of millions of dollars fixing my shit up for as long as it takes to fix my shit up. It will cost me nothing at all. And basically, next time I pay tax, the bits of money that I pay tax on it'll come out of that. And effectively,
Which is exceptional value for money.
you know,
Yeah.
fucking, I said to this guy, if you want to, you can walk around to the corner to the private hospital and lay $1,800 on the table and say, see me immediately. And you can put $4,000 on the table every night that you're there for as long as you feel like being there. And they will treat you to 4-star meals done on linen. And weight served to you, and they will do your elective surgery in the morning, should you want it. If you want elective surgery done straight away, you can pay for it privately and get it done straight away, or you can wait
down there, Bob.
18 months. However, if you're waiting 18 months, it costs you nothing. Now,
Yeah.
And that's how the healthcare system here already works. We already have to. They choose when you come to a surgery. We don't get to choose. It doesn't matter how much money you have. You walk up to any hospital in the United States, you will wait. You will wait. Unless you're in the middle of nowhere and you got lucky, you're going to wait. If you need surgery, you're going to wait. No matter how much money you have, you will wait. Now, your wait may be sped up a little bit or slowed down a little bit by your insurance or how much money you have, but you will wait. The United States, the healthcare is so shitty, it doesn't matter where you go. You will wait.
so this is even with the private.
With all the money. Now, see, public and private hospitals here, AZ, they work the same. There's no difference between them.
So, okay, I'm paying.
Level of care for your insurance.
So I'm paying upwards of several $100,000, and I'm still waiting for my operation.
I mean, look, we might get you in on Tuesday instead of Thursday. You know why?
Sorry?
We might get you in Tuesday instead of Thursday. It's
Why?
But if I'm paying like
You gotta
ridiculous amounts of money
But you
for my
gotta wait. You don't understand.
Abigail.
Hello, Abigail.
Yeah, Abigail.
Hello.
Sorry, I was off making a video, and then my lad came in and said, "Make me a drink while you're at it." So
But
I made him one too.
see, the other issue we have is there aren't that many hospitals. There aren't that many doctors, and there aren't that many surgical ones. So you could have $12 million. Unless you're the president, you are going to wait.
Seems like I've
period.
come in on a really serious conversation here.
Well, it's not that talking about how-
Sorry,
but
Chris,
we're
I
talking
missed
about
that last little bit of what you
What-
said, mate.
We're in the middle of being reminded why we're so much luckier to be in Australia than other parts of the world, I think.
So unless you're the
Abigail, can you check your
Oh, yeah.
because I think you're getting feedback.
But anyway, there are only so many doctors and hospitals in the United States. There actually aren't that many. In fact, massive parts of the country don't have hospitals in them. They have emergency rooms without hospitals. So if you need a surgery, you may, regardless of how much money you have to travel 100 miles to get your surgery.
Right.
It's just a horrific third world healthcare system is what it is. Now, if you live in a fancy city and they have the extra hospital they don't need that's never full, then you might be able to get into care, right? But they never have enough surgeons to fill up the empty rooms. They're too busy doing paperwork. They can't get you.
Okay.
How's that?
Think about that, right? Everything in this country is, you think you can buy anything for money. The one thing you can't buy is super quick healthcare. In fact, some people that are rich, you know what they'll do? They'll fly to Canada to get their surgery.
Yeah. Abigail, you still
Am I still
feedback?
echoing?
Yes.
I mean, it's a mind fuck. Now, if you have a lot of money for minor things, yes, you can get into an urgent. We have these things called urgent cares. An urgent care is, I can't go to the hospital, but I broke my arm. So you go to the urgent care. Why wouldn't you just go to the hospital? Because A, it's not in your city, B, it's not in your county, or C, you don't have enough money, or B, you have money and you don't want to wait. So you see a second-rate doctor, probably just a LPN, which is a nurse that's actually a doctor, and they treat you quickly. But for like surgeries and stuff, you're gonna wait.
Yeah. The weirdest one I ever saw was someone who worked out. they had to have some surgery, and they got a quote on how much it would cost in America, which was like some horrific tens of thousands of dollars. And they found out they could get the surgery done in Spain, and they did the sums, and it was cheaper for them to spend a month doing an intensive Spanish language course in America, flying to Spain, getting the surgery done in the hospital, spending a month in a hotel in Spain recuperating, and then coming home. And that was cheaper than going to a fucking American hospital and
that's
getting the
how rich
surgery done.
people get their health care in the United States. They leave the country.
Yeah, rich people can pay to get healthcare, and everyone else gets fucked over.
Is that any better?
Yes.
Is the old saying that was
Still
a bit, actually.
there's some weird delay happening. Yeah, there's a saying attributed to the writer John Steinbeck, although that's not sure he ever said it, but it is that socialism never took hold in America because all these people don't regard themselves as the oppressed poor. They regard themselves as temporarily embarrassed millionaires. And
And that's the other thing too, is everyone is now, mind you, everywhere you go, there's giant billboards that say the Powerball, 28 million. Every state in the United States can give you $28 million for winning the lottery, but they can't give you health care. That.
Wow.
speaking of which, if there are any good lottos on here, you know.
Safa has a question about what healthcare was like before Medicare in Australia.
That is a super good question.
I
It
wouldn't
was a
know.
funny little system. It was a funny little system. You basically had you had private healthcare companies which were very heavily regulated by the government, and they still are. They still are, thank Christ. Because if they weren't, they would fucking go nuts. Effectively, what happened was that the private healthcare companies would specialize in various different things, and they would take money from different funds. So they would take money from workers' compensation, something we don't have anymore. We call it work cover, but it doesn't cover, and you just get to work. Basically, we used to have a different kind of public liability where councils were insured for things like traffic accidents in car parks. Things like that. If you get run over in a car park, the council had money set aside for that.
Your auto insurance companies cover that kind of health care. If you get hurt,
I looked it up. I'll give you a quick summary. Before Bob Hawke's Medicare, a visit to hospital forced many Australians into bankruptcy. Families had to pay for private insurance to cover their expenses in hospital. If you were more than a certain amount, you had to pay. So it was means tested. If you were super poor, you didn't actually have to pay for your health cover, but an average Australian actually did. You didn't have to be rich to be means tested. Just average income meant you had to have private health insurance or you'd go broke. The introduction of Medicare, a socialized healthcare system, something everyone's taxes paid into, that then subsequently looked after everyone.
The only thing it doesn't pay for is ambulances, and here in my state, you can buy ambulance cover separately, which I certainly guarantee, I completely recommend. It's usually only like $100 or something a year, because my mum, they thought she was having a stroke. She ended up with a $3,000 ambulance bill.
That's great. That's actually a good thing here is care, I hate. Most ambulances are heavily subsidized or low cost now. You're not charged out the ass for the ambulance. that's going to always just be with your hospital payment. It's not going to be separate. So if you have insurance, you're not paying for your ambulance ride. You're just not.
Yeah.
When did you guys get Medicare in Australia? When was that?
1983.
80. Bob Hawke, the later Prime Minister.
My whole life I've been missing out. Shit.
Yeah. But in most states, you still have to have ambulance cover. Some states it's included, but it's very. It reminded me of a meme I saw someone share online with some Americans. Someone was like on Twitter or Tumblr or something saying, "Hey, everyone, hands up if you've been seriously ill but called a taxi to go to hospital because an ambulance would have bankrupted you." And everyone's doing it. And some right winger comes on and goes, "An ambulance isn't a fucking taxi to the hospital." And someone's just responding, "The fuck do you think an ambulance is, you fucking idiot?" That's exactly what an ambulance is. It's an emergency thing to get you to a hospital. But yeah, no, even in Australia, actually, if you don't have ambulance cover, it's a better deal to go, okay, I definitely need hospitalizing and I can't drive. I should call it
What if you're passed out?
taxi.
That's
You get seen quicker if you come in an ambulance.
If you get passed out, if you're
Yeah.
unconscious on the ground, an ambulance will come and they will scrape your ass off the road and they will take you to a hospital. And
Yes,
they
they
will.
will.
Not
Oh, okay.
They will not
No,
charge.
they will.
They will. No, you're actually in most not universally, but in most states in Australia, you will get a bill for an ambulance if you don't have ambulance cover.
And what states cover? I need to write down what states cover this.
But at the same time, however, to be fair, ambulance covers not a lot.
No.
$20 a month in most
Just
states.
cry.
A month, man.
And I'm
I pay less than $100 a year for it,
Yeah.
but I'm a single, so
$20
Yeah.
$20 a month would be for a family, though, wouldn't it?
That would be for a family. That would cover your whole
Yeah.
family. $20 a month would cover your whole family.
And when we say ambulance, we're talking air ambulance,
Oh, yeah.
helicopter
Yeah.
ambulance,
wow.
international ambulance.
Yeah.
It's all
yeah,
ambulance.
oh yeah.
Yeah, you can get helicoptered off a mountain to a hospital, ER from a pile up, and that's your ambulance.
I need to go down to the immigration office right now. And I was like, I don't have folks.
Okay. So
Chris,
I
have you
put
got
a
skills, mate?
I saw that, nobody.
private chat thing that has the ambulance breakdown, the costs.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I see it.
Yeah, I'm gonna look this up.
Okay.
did a quiz.
I'm seeing it. How much does ambulance cost in my state? In West Australia, it can cost you $1,000. In South Australia, it can cost you $1,000. In Victoria, it can cost you $1,200. In NT, it can cost you $800. In Queensland, it's covered by the government. New South Wales, it can cost you $400. In ACT, it can cost you $1,000. And in Tas, it's covered by the government. So.
Wow, so it's most where you are angry at 1,200. Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
most expensive for some reason.
Yeah, that's
Maybe we have the sexiest ambulance drivers in Victoria. I don't
They
know.
are hot. They are
Yeah,
pretty
talking
hot.
about good-looking drivers, that reminds me of the IT crowd.
that's
You know the ad? From now
Oh,
on,
one,
dialing
one, eight, 999 88199 9119725 3.
3.
I love that you've memorized.
Numbers, just numbers.
You know,
I
I
remember
worked with a guy. Somebody asked him his number and he started casually reading off that number to them. They're writing
Oh,
it
for a
down,
second
going,
I was gone.
in hand.
you left us.
Oh, that was scary. That was scary. I disappeared into a black ether. None of you were there. I couldn't hear voices. There was just blackness everywhere, and I was alone. And then you all
we
came
Communication
know what
kicking,
that
stopped
about.
hearing
What
voices.
that's about. Don't
That is
be
my
angry
greatest
at the blackness everywhere.
back.
So, Chris, if you want to immigrate to Australia, have you got any skills, mate?
Yes, I do have some skills. That's my wall with people. I can operate like I ran a whole television station before by myself.
Well,
Right.
That's okay.
That's
That's
good.
good.
Keep going.
The other thing you can do is buy your way in. If you have lots of money and you are willing to put a big chunk of money into an Australian bank, you can move here.
Yeah. I'm thinking about New Zealand, but yeah, no. I mean, Australia is second choice.
I
But-
know New Zealand's pretty good, actually. New Zealand.
Yeah.
New Zealand is pretty good.
All right.
Yeah.
Orange is pretty
Unfortunately, for
good.
something hair-raisingly bad, they will fly you to Australia.
So like, when this all happened, I would either work for major Division I colleges and work on their broadcast to whatever they're going to do, ESPN, ABC, CBS, NBC, whatever they're doing. I've done everything from run a $1 million camera to do extremely technical work inside of the giant TV show trucks that pull up to places. I've done news. I've done anything and everything to do with video and film. I've done well. So
All right, so
Yeah.
you've got some skill. That'll probably get you something, but they've got a lot of people here that can do that. What can you do that? Tell me about how you went with networking your TV station.
networking, or how you're going out? Are you going out over internet? Is it 1985? Or are we going
That's
out?
the one. That's the one we're looking for. Networking
Mm,
over the internet.
Are we going over internet? There's multiple ways. There's network device interface. There's video over internet protocol. There's TCP upload. There's satellite uplink, which is honestly the best. It beats microwave by a long shot.
You know, Chris, you might have a gig, mate.
yeah, but Chris, the question is,
Hospital.
I just love Bengalich with his dark takes all the time. Falun Gong get free ambulance rides in China. They just don't necessarily end up in a hospital. That's dark.
Hold on, wait a minute. Whoa. You got COVID? Okay, bolt the apartment building closed. There's
oh yeah, that was but they didn't bolt it closed. They welded it closed.
The fucking some of these buildings here need to be fucking welded
Oh, you
closed. Fucking swear to God, you see these baby boomer fucks and they go, "Oh, I'll be right. Fucking, I don't need a mask," and they fucking get in their car and they go fucking interstate traveling.
that
It's like,
literally every person on
you are the people that are going to die. You are the people that are spreading it, and you are the people that are making these fucking clusters happen. Why do I have to fucking sit here watching my economy go up your ass because it's your money that you're hanging on to that fucking caused this shit? And fucking you don't even bother to fucking play by any of the fucking make anyone else's health rules. One of the things that shits me is that the attitudes of masks. One of the things about masks is it's not about you not getting the fucking disease. It's about you not passing the disease on.
Wow. This is America. We care about
And fucking you get this American attitude of, oh, it doesn't work. It won't stop the disease coming to me. It's like it's not about you.
God, you have no
What the fuck are you saying,
You
Willis?
wouldn't,
What the fuck are you talking about, Willis?
you wouldn't believe the shit that I've seen. You wouldn't fucking believe it. All right, we got 60-year-old people, and you know what they got to do? They can't breathe. I can't breathe. So we're gonna pull this down, and then they're gonna say, "Hey, I can't breathe with this mask on, but I can scream, but I can't breathe right now." And you know what I gotta do? I gotta travel across 7 fucking states so I can go to my vacation rental in Florida, and then I'm gonna get sick, post on Facebook about how there's no way I can have COVID, that's bullshit, and then die.
Yeah, bunch of people are going to die in
Why
Florida.
couldn't they
All the
bypass
people in
everything
Florida
and
are
die
gonna
of COVID before they spread it?
And you wouldn't believe this. In my own apartment building, in my own apartment building, I have gotten into nearly a fist fight with somebody because I said, "Hey, mate, why don't you put your fucking mask on?" It's law. There's a giant sign right. I'm next to a giant sign in front of the building. It says masks are required by law. Put it on, asshole.
Yeah.
That's why I have the
I
rest.
just want to change it. How good's my invisible ice, though?
It's amazing.
Oh, that
Yeah.
is
Wow.
so
I
clear.
love my invisible ice.
Pretty
You,
good.
you can barely even see it.
Yeah, it vanishes when it's in a drink. It's
It really
fucking cool.
Yeah.
That's very nice.
Just,
No, I
just like skyting that I have magic ice. So
I have.
What did you do to that water?
the secret. Okay, I'm going to quickly say the secret is directional freezing. So normal ice cubes freeze from all directions at once, and there's air and impurities in it, and they get pushed in the freezing, and that's why you get that cloudiness in ice, because there's air in it and what air bubbles. So if you can get directional freezing, so it all freezes in one direction, it pushes all the impurities to the bottom. So literally all it is an insulated coffee cup. Those reusable, an insulated coffee cup. You put water in that, it will freeze from the top down. It will take a day or two at least. It takes a long time, but it will freeze from the top down, and only the bottom bit will have impurity. The top bit will be complete, and you just cut off the bottom bit. And that's where you get magic clear ice. Or you have a big fuck off industrial machine that works with constantly flowing water moving over a freezing plate. And so, but at home, an insulated coffee cup will give you this. But it's a real pain in the ass. It takes a couple of days. But I'm weird and stupid, and I'm willing to spend a couple of days to get some
Good
clear
night,
ice.
Stella.
Stella's going night-nights, isn't she?
Good night, Stella.
Completely rude.
Good night.
Good night. But now, because of the mask issue out here, I have the same respirators that the ambulance and first responders use. Cost me $80, but if people aren't wearing masks, I'm good.
Yeah.
And the exhale, the exhausting air is.
I see, I didn't understand that attitude until I was at the Melbourne Comedy Festival. And in Australia, when AIDS hit, they just introduced Medicare, and the government said, we've just introduced this really very expensive fucking health program. If AIDS comes and kills us all, we will have wasted our money. We've got to stop AIDS. And I rang up the doctors and said, how do we stop AIDS? And they said, well, the first thing you do is you don't blame anyone. You make condoms available for everyone.
For free.
You make them commonplace, and you make them everywhere. You make chemists and supermarkets and convenience stores sell them, no questions asked, to any age group, for any reason, no questions asked, no hassle. And the third thing you do is you do rolling ad campaigns. There's no blame. You can't get AIDS. You've got to let someone give it to you. This is how you get it. This is how you stop it. Anyway, so they said, right, I will do that. And they hit it hard, and they even got through to some of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life. They eventually got the message through that if you put a condom on the end of your dick, you're not actually going to get AIDS. But don't only gays get AIDS? And then they were very, very careful to show.
Oh, yeah. Everyone.
In here.
That bowling ad.
Yeah.
In Tesco's bowling.
You know what
What's
you're
that?
reminding me of? I saw
Tesco's bowling.
Death Goes Bowling. That was that famous ad campaign with Death Going Bowling. Yeah,
I remember that one.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say what you reminded me of, Aidsy, was listening to the sort of raucous left-wing podcast, Chapo Trap House, where they were saying it is absolutely funny that Trump has COVID, and don't listen to anyone.
Hilarious.
Don't listen to anyone who tells you it's not funny. And they said, in fact, the only thing funnier than Trump dying of COVID would be if Ronald Reagan had died of AIDS.
That would have been funny.
Because Ronald Reagan was responsible for a horrific number of people dying in the AIDS epidemic. Anyway, I'm just going to be super professional, and I'm going to squeeze some orange oil on my old fashioned because I'm classy. Okay, I'm dressed up. I'm fucking classy. You're all rabble.
You know,
I'm
it's
actually
funny.
classy
I
because
usually
I'm
dress
fucking
the way-
dressed.
Hey,
Okay,
hey,
Andrew,
I love you.
Charlie's looking pretty classy there.
Okay,
Oh,
Charlie.
yeah.
With-
Charlie is also pretty classy.
With my skeleton boobs.
with his-
I'm
Yes,
fucking
there's
classy.
skeleton
I love it.
hand grabbing boobs,
I'm
but you
classy,
know.
angry because I'm
Well,
dressed.
I've got real hand grabbing boobs.
That's classy.
but no,
Chris, you were
I'm
saying
classy as
something about,
fuck.
the
I
AIDS, because I
usually
was
dress
saying
like Andrew does. Just
one of the
get out here
other
before
things
the
that the Australian government did is they put needle bins in every public toilet in Australia, like
Yeah.
syringe bins. So there's
Yeah,
syringe bins in every public toilet in
that
Australia.
would be huge here. That would be huge.
So the idea was that once you finished fucking injecting yourself, you put the syringe in so that you don't have to step on an AIDS needle.
Oh, you would
Now,
believe
when
that.
I was in the comedy festival, there were 3 American comics came over to Australia to do the comedy festival, and I showed them the staff toilet. It was actually the staff toilet for the town hall, but comics called it the staff toilet for them. And they said, "Oh, what's this?" And I said, "Oh, it's a needle bin. It's a syringe bin." I said, "Well, what do you mean?" And I said, "It's you put used syringes in for when you're injecting the whatever into your body, so that you don't fucking get your needles everywhere." And they said, "Oh man, I need to get high, but I don't need to get high." And they said, "Who puts that up?" And I said, "The government." And I said, "The government puts that up?" And I said, yeah. And they said, I need to get high, but I don't need to get high that bad. And I went, "Oh, what do you mean?" "Oh, well, you know, I don't need to don't need to get high that bad." And it occurred to me that they couldn't imagine that this was something that wasn't for them.
It wasn't
Everything
mandatory.
that
It
they
wasn't mandatory.
see is for them. And if it's not for them, then it is socialist.
Yes.
And this was the big thing. This is the big light bulb for me, was that the Australian government was still in a place back in those days where it considered itself a service, not a company. And basically they said, "We'll put the needle bins everywhere so that the junkies can put the needles in there, so that kiddies don't have to step on the fucking needles and get AIDS." And
That happens here all the time.
see, fucking, I don't understand that. I mean,
like I find every time I go outside, I find needles. I live in the city. I find them everywhere.
Yeah. And you do not get that.
Yes,
Oh,
it
look,
does.
sometimes you do, but almost never, because the
Rarely.
sharp disposal is everywhere.
And
it's
here's
everywhere, yeah.
Here's the thing that's always bothered me about this too is people with diabetes need to inject themselves or they'll fucking die.
I was gonna say.
What are they,
Yeah.
what are they supposed to do with the needle?
Eddie! Sorry. Hang on.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh my God, look at the sparkles. Okay. I'm
Down
classy.
sparkle.
Eddie's classy. Charlie's classy. The rest of you are fucking rabble. The rest of you are fucking rabble. And I'm several drinks in, so if you think I'm obnoxious now, give me half an hour.
Just
And I
wait.
was like,
I don't reckon I've got half an hour left in me. I'm gonna head off.
that's okay, man.
Ah,
Good night,
okay.
everybody.
I'm sure we'll
Bye,
catch you
buddy.
all next
Always a
time.
pleasure, man.
Next time, matey.
Bye.
I don't know if anyone see what Megaleech did in the chat. He said, "If I got $1 for every time I was confused, I'd be like, where did this dollar come from?" And then there'd be another $1, and then there'd be more dollars because I was still confused. And eventually, I'd be crushed by dollars without ever knowing why.
It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice.
That's good.
That's how I'll die.
Good.
I'm gonna use that one. I'm gonna give you
Chris.
some luck.
What were you saying?
Oh, I was saying that out here there's needles everywhere, and there's nowhere to put. There's no sharp disposal anywhere except like medical buildings. And
Yeah.
the thing that has always driven me nuts is that people with diabetes need to inject themselves with insulin. Why
Yeah.
do they use their needles? What do they do? They literally have like a bag or a certain bag that they have. They just put their needles in there so they can go home. They just carry just use needles. They just have to carry that around with them because there's nowhere to put it away. And then
Because you've got
Ew.
you've got personal needle sharps disposal capsules that they give out to the needle exchange junkies. So they've got needle exchanges.
Oh, we don't have that here.
So what you do is you go in and you say, "My name is Tobias," and you get a registered number, and they will give you a full needle kit, and they'll take your used needle, throw that away, and you'll get a paper bag with a full injection kit
A
in
clean
it,
one.
and a little capsule for putting a sharp in, or several sharps actually. And you usually can get up to about 6 needles in an
They
exchange.
used to have that. They used to have it in a lot of cities, but what happened was, well, that's socialist, so they got rid of it.
Yeah, because I'm old, right? I'm really old. So when I were a lad, diabetes wasn't that widespread, and awareness of diabetes certainly wasn't very widespread. And there was like one dude I went to school with who had to do insulin injections a couple times a day, and he would do 2 things which were hilarious. One is because he had to keep his like sugar in check. He would occasionally stop, like when we were doing sport or PE, he would just stop. He goes, "Sorry, boss," like to the teacher who was a real hard ass. "I have to have a biscuit." And it would infuriate the PE teacher so much that he just spontaneously sat down and said, "I have to have a biscuit," and eat a biscuit to get some sugar. And he would do it in such an antagonistic way. There's an echo from someone. I'm not sure. Nettie, it might be you.
I put these in, so it can't be me.
Oh, I don't know. But anyway, so he'd do that. But the
Can you hear
funniest thing he would do is because he had to do an insulin injection. I don't know if it was every day or once in a while, but we'd be in a shopping mall and he'd go, "I should probably do it now." And he would just sit down in the middle of a shopping mall in a country town and get his insulin syringe out and pump it into his. And all these country town people were like, "The fuck?" It was so funny. I loved it.
Yeah, that is.
Okay, I'm going to do an arbitrary thing here. I'm going to check one thing, and it didn't go away, so it's not you, Nettie. I'm going to do another thing.
It's
And
Abigail.
Abigail, I don't want to point the finger. I don't want to say anything negative, but, you know, no. Oh my god, you people are all fucking evil. Okay,
I'm American.
this is okay, Abigail. I'm on your side. This is peer pressure and bullying, and I'm going to report it to the authorities. And I'm sorry, but you're all going to be arrested by the.
We're going to talk to the teacher, and then
Come around
when
to your house.
the teacher's not watching, they're going to kick the shit out of you. Basically, Abigail, I still love you because you've got fabulous tits and
Yeah.
you're sexually fabulous.
I can go.
Your echo is annoying the shit out of me, but your tits are really fucking awesome. I'm just.
They are.
I'm calling my lawyer. It's just AIDS is sexually harassing other people in the chat.
How
What?
can AIDS sexually
You're not a
harass
real lawyer?
anyone?
Why do I pay you
It was a
money
compliment.
for the hand jobs? Sorry? What? Oh,
The
God.
hand jobs from Aidsy. Come on.
You see, I called him.
Okay, I need to share with you.
Angry, looking at you, Mr. Long John.
Many of you find people donated to AIDS's GoFundMe when he needed to get a tablet so he could talk to the outside world and to pay a couple bills because, you know, the stupid fucker was in hospital for the second time during the coronavirus epidemic. But you were all fabulous and you're so loved. But the money was actually paid into my account, and then when AZ needed money, I'd do it to him. And of course, with my little bank app, you can put a note with the deposit to say what it's for.
Okay.
So AZ's got all these things of money coming into his account, paying $150 for a hand job, $200 for full service.
Yeah.
So has my echo
I've
gone
got
away?
one in there that says excellent blow.
I'll take the full service for $250.
So yeah, there was blowjob and then excellent blowjob and then just normal blowjob.
So
No, disappointing
two
blowjob,
questions.
yeah.
Two
Well,
questions, Abigail?
sorry, one question and one statement. Sorry.
Okay.
Am I still echoing?
No.
No.
Okay, excellent. Second, it can't be sexual harassment from AZ because I sent him the photo of my boobs.
Exactly.
I didn't tell anyone that. I didn't tell anyone that.
I am not
That's my
ashamed of that.
OnlyFans. Sorry, what?
I'm just saying I didn't tell anyone that.
all good.
I have a question. Do you send all the GoFundMe, or do you have them left?
Oh, I've got some left, but I've got to. Oh, excuse me, mute me for a sec.
Wait a sec. Maybe there is a tiny echo coming through still. But it's not as noticeable.
It's tolerable.
But that's okay.
So I'm wearing headphones. I've turned the speakers off, and I've shut down every other device I've got attached to my system.
Yeah.
So
but,
I have
no,
no
it's
idea
good.
what's going on.
It's not
It's
that.
good, Abigail. Don't worry about it. It's good. It's good. It's
Okay.
good.
Mute
good.
everyone methodically and find out where the echo is coming from.
Oh, actually, now it is.
Well,
Okay.
look, I'm having hideous problems with my sound setup, and I'm thinking of just nuking the whole thing and starting again.
Maybe. Wait. Okay,
Like it's-
Abigail. Sorry for a moment. I'm just going to mute you and see if there's any echo. Wait. Sorry. I think there kind of is one. Is there one? No. Okay. Okay. So there does seem to be some weirdness still coming from your end, Abigail. How many times have you heard that, eh? Something weird at your end? Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't take me anywhere, honestly.
No.
I think I have to start making less noise because other people are in bed, and I'll be in trouble because I get too excited and exuberant and
Yeah.
even wake people up.
You got a certain age, again. Frank here and all of you.
So
Yeah, it's got me on my
Oh,
play.
Megaleech is kind of on the money, Abigail. Possibly you could control things by muting at your end, except when you're talking, because there's no echo when you talk.
There we go. We're gonna figure that out.
There we go.
So I'm just playing with settings now, and we'll see how I go.
See, your trouble, Abigail, is you're too simple and you have an overly complex setup.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah.
Right?
And see,
Well, so tonight I was the tech person behind a live stream that went out, and I actually needed every complex setting I could get because I had like Skype interviews happening and videos, and I had to have an Instagram feed on the stream, and it was really complicated. But at the moment, I don't. So
Yeah.
And also because I'm dumb as hell, so I just have a really simple setup at my end. So, Fox of Fate. Okay, Fox. Just in case, I just saw you in the chat. Just in case you wanted to join us, that's the link. Don't feel compelled. But just in case, that's the link for anyone who's sitting there. But it's all good.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is.
I'm gonna make what's it? 11:15. Okay, I don't feel that right. I got this stupid thing stuck in the mailbox today, and it's fucking the COVID's not real. Except, you know, what does it mean to be healthy? Apparently, it's live in perpetual fear, no freedom to express your disagreement, sanitize everything, restrict natural breathing, limit human contact, limit time in nature, vaccinate and eat processed food. And it's just like, if I could find the fucker who put this in my fucking mailbox, I would bounce their head off the footpath so many fucking times and just these people are poison.
There's nothing wrong with any of those things.
Yeah, that's like half of my apartment building. Is that.
Yeah, Chris, half your apartment building needs their head bounced off the footpath.
They need to be spat in the face, you know.
All the ugly mouth.
They look at me like I'm an alien when I have my because I got my N95, actual N95, not a knockoff, and then I also have my respirator. And they look at me like I'm a fucking alien when I have my respirator on, but yet they're standing next to me in the elevator, which is 3 feet wide, without a mask on.
Yeah,
so
these fuckers are lucky.
I'm like looking at them like, and they're looking at me like, and that's the elevator ride.
These fuckers are lucky I didn't buy a plague doctor mask. You know those bird masks the plague doctors wore? I was going to wear one of them and just put a hood over my head and walk around the neighborhood. And whenever I saw someone with their nose sticking out of the mouth, nose sticking over the mask, just point at them and go,
now I want to wear that for Halloween.
That'd be hilarious. But I mean, you wouldn't imagine the shit I see. Like, so I went to the store the other day, and this lady was walking around. She had a mask on her chin. And then when someone said, "Excuse me, ma'am, you need to put your mask on." Oh, okay. Then she pulled it up. And then he turned around. She pulled it back down. And she said, "What?" He's like, "Hey, ma'am, what? You need to put your mask on." And then he turned around intentionally, and then she pulled it down. Okay.
Yeah.
Then he turned back. I was like, "Man, get out of the store." Well,
yeah.
My mask is on my chin. It's on my chin. He's like, "Get out of the store. I'm calling the police."
Yeah.
What's wrong with it?
In Washington, if you are caught letting people not wear masks in your store, you will be shut down.
Yeah. I saw, because like I often go for walks with Mrs. Angry, you know, to get our sunshine and whatnot, and see the people. I see this a couple times. There'll be a couple walking, and one of them will have their mask on properly, and the other won't. And when they come near another person, they'll pull the mask up properly. And I want to grab the one who's wearing their mask properly the whole time and say, what the fuck does it mean about what this piece of shit thinks about you that they don't wear the mask properly around you, but they'll pull it up around other people? Like, dump the motherfucker already. Dump the motherfucker already.
Chris, put it on properly.
What are you doing there, Chris? You look weird as hell.
My mask on. What? Something wrong with my mask?
All right, I'm going to go get my mask because I'm probably going to catch something.
Put that on properly. Either don't have one on or have one on properly. What's the point of having it on wrong?
Oh, just breathe on me. Oh, love it. It's just, you know, so I'm safe. Look, this is practically CDC regulations here, so we're fine. Oh, and by the way, the CDC official statement on COVID being airborne is sometimes possibly it might become airborne if maybe in a group. Only if Trump says that's okay, then we'll change it again.
I think you're up for that. Mask wasn't beating your feet.
Now that's a mask. I bought that mask.
That is a mask.
Oh wait, Fox is coming on. Yay!
I should wear my King Kong mask.
Fox. Hi.
Oh god, I thought AZ was about to put some underpants on his face.
This is my Halloween costume. This is terrifying.
Yeah. So this is one of my old Angry Aussie T-shirts. I actually cut up, so it's a little cartoon of my own mouth and chin there. So
yeah. And the special verses of the Gay Banditos.
That's the American way right there, Fox. I love it.
All right.
These fucking, if you can get hold of these are fucking great.
What are
Yeah.
they?
They are awesomely comfortable.
They're net.
They
And they're really
stop
protected now,
anything coming out of your head, and you can breathe really easily with them, and you can pretty much guarantee
Hey.
they're not going to ride up or
I'm
ride
breathing
down or.
Stino fogging the. This is ideal. This is perfect.
Yeah. So Sartha's cooking an apple pie. That's it won't be ready till midnight. I'm on board with midnight apple pies.
Basically,
I'm
going
on
to
board with
say
apple pies.
goodbye.
Oh, last night I cooked a bread and butter pudding.
Attacked me, and I need to go and sort that out now.
All right.
So, have a good one.
Bye, see you next week.
Longer, but
Don't leave me.
duty calls.
Love you so much. Okay,
All
bye.
right, buddy.
Have a good one. I will.
Night.
I'll get in touch soon.
Okay, bye.
Good night. Good night.
Cameron's kick. Sorry, I'm just consulting my Bible at the moment to make another drink.
What are you in the mood for?
So many good drinks in here. Looking at
Oh yeah, there we are. I thought I was being ignored.
no, you Nelly. Never ignore you, Nelly.
Yes, Thimble with the blackberry.
I've got the blackberry sidecar in there.
Ooh, a BlackBerry sidecar. That sounds great.
You know what's
What?
even better? Kakadu plum.
Oh my god, they
Kakadu
make
plum.
Lie down. Pluto, lie down.
This really levels it up. So
Pluto.
no, goes out of it.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Lie down.
Okay.
There.
And tonight on Pornhub we have a dog.
Yeah, you beat me, Chris. I was about to say that's a really weird specialized OnlyFans there. That's
Oh, yeah, no, no, you're right.
Sit.
Pornhub now.
He's fine, please. Pluto, sit.
it's like Ludo.
No.
Ludo, calm the fuck down. It's midnight.
Pluto, lie down.
Ludo, it's almost 6 in the morning. You need to go to bed.
Yeah.
Oh, Pluto.
You know what I can do? What can I do? No, that's me. Hey, I'm more important than everyone.
Oh
my god.
Charlie's computer.
Oh, that's too much.
Oh, I reckon Ludo broke it.
Ludo broke the
Charlie's
internet.
computer.
Ludo broke the internet. Okay, Charlie's got to drag Ludo off somewhere. Yeah, Miggly asking, "Are you okay, Charlie?" No, that was a fucking wrestling match.
That was the last we ever saw of her.
And that was the last they saw of Charlie.
A dingo ate her. Dingo ate her.
I'm trying to think. Look, I love playing with this feature on StreamYard since they now it's all boys, boys on top, girls on the we could go girls on top.
Yeah.
That's better. Okay, I just said girls on
Is
top.
that just a shuffle?
I can move people around wherever I want. They keep adding extra features. Yeah. So you go over there, Fox. There you go. Yeah. See, and I'm freaking Chris out. I'm going to move Chris because
Best be careful, Angry, because if they add too many features, it'll become too feature rich.
I know. And then my poor old brain.
And then you got to leave. You got to go somewhere else.
Yeah. No. Until we are when we get out of fucking lockdown, and I can have Abigail as my technical consultant.
Someone's in the dark. Someone's in the dark.
Yeah, my partner just went to bed.
Oh
so-
no, Megaleech was saying don't reach up, it's a harassment. I'm going to grab Abigail by the boob. Because I'm a bat.
Let's
Oh,
pretend
it's Friday
we
night and we're all
want to
very
cuddle with
stupid.
Abigail.
Yes.
That's
It would
okay.
be the most action I've had all year.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh my god.
You're not alone in that.
Oh wait, is Charlie back? I think Charlie's back. Sorry. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Hey,
Sorry about
Charlie.
that. Yeah, Ludo.
Like Charlton Heston in Planet of the Apes.
Ludo got the midnight zoomies.
Yeah.
He's in the silly zone.
Yeah, he really seemed to be.
Had to put him out.
Mm. Okay.
The other day, my mom talked to my son because it's on some streaming platform we have. There was this one episode where they say that the lady is getting terminated and she's fired.
Sure am.
He thinks they're going to murder her. The whole week, I'm like, they're going to find me and kill me.
I'm
All
gonna
right.
have to take it off.
Dog out. Why put the dog out?
I'm just on the verge of like wiping out my Saturday because I'm thinking I just want to make another drink. So
Oh no.
Can't drink my wine through that mask.
I will be the
okay, there's super echo coming from somewhere.
Oh, it's me again. Sorry.
Oh.
Right. Okay.
Oh, I
Okay,
So-
it's me, actually.
At this point, I feel naked without my ears on.
Did that work? Was it Nettie or was it me?
Yeah, I think Nettie. Yeah, it was Nettie.
Okay.
You didn't have her
Okay.
headphones.
Oh no, Nettie muted herself,
Oh,
and it's still happening. So I'll do a double check. Sorry, I muted you, Abigail, and it stopped
you muted
happening.
Abigail?
So it's at your end.
Okay.
Hey, where did the gorilla go? Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Magilla Gorilla left. Oh, there's a child behind her. It's a child.
It's a
Oh, yes.
child.
I,
A mini Mickey.
I'm from America. Don't ever come here. Stay far away.
Don't worry, she's terrified of America.
Well, thank God.
She's on TikTok.
Yes.
She's terrified.
I have friends.
I apologize.
I don't trust America.
Oh, get on
I
board.
don't trust it.
I wouldn't. You know what? They'll give you coronavirus. I wouldn't. They're showing symptoms.
Yeah. She does love a bit of TikTok, but it shows her a bit of a scary side.
Yeah, they're trying to ban that here. We don't like the TikToks. That's bad.
Oh my god, there's such good stuff on TikTok though. I saw this one. Some guy who was like a theater kid. He did this thing of like going to the supermarket, but in the style of a modern musical theater, and he's singing this song, and then someone else did a response, like because he's breaking up with his wife in the supermarket, and then someone played the wife, and then someone added on they were the kid while the parent, and these people just kept adding, and they were singing beautiful harmony, and it was just the wildest thing. TikTok fucking rules. And
There's two Netties.
where yes, there is actually, isn't there? There's
Nettie
Nettie and Mini Nettie.
Mini Nettie.
It's like Austin Powers. It's mini me.
A mini me. You're a mini me. Have you seen the TikTok with the girls, the two girls playing out the Trump I don't know, what do you call it? A rant about Soup for My Family. It is huge on TikTok. And there are these two girls who just get it completely right. Just nail the nail on the head, you think. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I my second drink.
I'm pretty sure I can find the audio again.
Yeah. I want her to do it. I want her to do Soup for My Family. They're so innocent. Soup for My Family.
Do it. Be creative. Make things.
Oh God, I just love Safa said, imagine Shakespeare with TikTok. Shakespeare would have killer TikTok. Shakespeare would do great TikTok.
Would be the best.
Yeah, he'd do great TikTok. And Safa's pie is apparently good. Dude, super jealous. You've made an apple pie near midnight and I can't have any.
Yeah,
Super.
apple pie is pretty good. You know what's better than that?
So I don't mean to brag, but my apple pies are absolutely legendary. They are so good.
Well, you'll be
We're gonna
invited.
have a bake off.
Soon as lockdown's over, me and Nettie are coming over.
I gotta get
Yeah.
I gotta get my
I'm
granddad's
going to visit you.
old recipe from my dad. It's good.
I don't want to sound gross or sexual, but we're going to come over and eat your pie, Abigail. So.
Oh, yes, please.
First you grabbed my boobs, and now you're eating my pie.
You gotta come to my place and try my shepherd's pie.
Yeah. Okay. I'll go on record now. I'll eat anyone's pie. So, whoever's offering, I'll eat your pie. So, yeah, no, Chris. If you
You don't
yeah,
understand
Chris,
what
you're
I'm saying, do you? Not really.
I
Great.
always thought you were easy, Chris. I
Right.
saw a button that proves it. So it's like, yeah.
That was
Okay, 12-year-old girl. Off you go to bed.
And it was
Wow.
then
Wow.
the angry
This is
realized
the
going
party.
to hell.
I think it's way worse.
That's okay. I'm going to hell. That's fine.
It's all right. She didn't understand, but eventually you would say something that she did understand.
An innocent 12-year-old.
Yep. Nettie, I just want to say, because I did a bit of searching today. Remember you asking for recipes for Okar Gold? For instance, I was on the Difford's site and they have, like a lot of actual drink sites have a cocktail builder site. It's a thing where you can go in and you can enter all the ingredients you have and they'll say, okay, with what you have, you could make this cocktail. But instead of putting Okar Gold, because Difford's probably doesn't know what Okar Gold is, put yellow chartreuse or search by ingredient for making a cocktail. Search by ingredient and Jesus Christ, I am not functioning. Oh, here it is, cocktail by ingredient. Liqueur, search by chartreuse, yellow, because Okar Gold is an excellent substitute for yellow chartreuse. And for instance, if you put in yellow chartreuse, you get 75 cocktails, and then you just search through them and find what you have the ingredients. Kirsten, Hellion 11:30, you're showing up. Hellion, hello. Went to a bar. Drank martinis made by a bartender. I'm so jealous. Oh dear.
Who let you back inside?
I am so jealous. I am so jealous.
Okay. Okay. Here's a recipe I found, and I'm gonna make my own version now of a nuclear banana daiquiri. So step the fuck back because this is dangerous, kids. This is being banned by strategic arms limitation treaties around the world. Kirsten, I have no idea if you're in a state to or if you're going to be disrupting the husband, but that's the link if you wanted to join us. So, oh my God, what are you fucking doing, Ludo? We thought you'd been put away somewhere. Oh, look, I can see you. There's Ludo. This is cool.
Yes. I put him outside,
Yeah,
but
cool.
he's been let back in.
All right. So,
Did you burn off that crazy energy? Mhm.
all right. Okay. I've got
Did you
to
bark at the possums?
bark at the possums. That would be good. All right. From Oka Gold.
Come on, lie down.
Okay. I know what I'm doing.
Lie down.
Oh,
Lie
Charlie,
down.
you're so bloody wrong. You've had enough of weirdo shit tonight, haven't you?
Lie down. Lie down. Come on. Lie down. Good boy. Come on, thumb down. All the way. Good boy.
Charlie, you've had enough of weirdo shit tonight, haven't you?
He's a little shit, but I love him. He's my son.
Yeah, yeah. I had a big dog before I had children too, and that's how I felt. This is to see if I'm responsible enough, subconsciously. Oh, what?
I'm really close to adopting a cat. I'm getting real close.
Cats are so easy. Get a dog.
I can't have dogs.
Challenge yourself.
Dogs are so much more work than cats.
And I like an animal that I can cuddle, but I don't want an animal I have to spend every week life taking care of.
Well, that's a cat.
That's
Yeah.
the best. I can leave the
Or a British bulldog. A British bulldog. By the time that you come back from work, they might have realised that you left. It takes that long.
Well, you know how Mimsy sometimes comes in and hangs out on the stream? My other cat, Shadow, is always hiding. And a little bit earlier when I wandered off, I saw Shadow sitting on the lounge in the lounge room, and I was going, Shadow, I can grab you and you can come in and say hello. And she just looked at me as soon as I said, I can grab you. And she looked at me and went, the fuck? And ran out of the room. And I was just like, oh, okay.
Well, I mean, think about it from her point of view.
cats have their own life.
She's very small, and then this
She's
big
very-
monster is coming up to grab her.
But it's like she understands English because I said, I could grab you and make you appear on the stream. And she just looked at me and went, what the fuck? And ran away.
They totally understand body. Cats can understand body language, and they can definitely, depending on how you train it, you can learn how your inflection. So if you go up to a cat that doesn't really like to be bothered that much, you're like, excited voice, I'm gonna do this. Know that.
Hi, Kirsten.
Hi, Kirsten.
I'm just going to mix it up now.
Hellion, hello.
Hellion, hello. I'm going to put Chris there, and I'm just mixing. Chris gets fucking knocked about every time I move the things, but that's cool.
I always feel like I'm having a seizure when you do that. I'm like, oh god, this is it. This is it.
I am about to be.
I was going to say you're going to go boy, girl,
We
boy,
just
girl.
went to a restaurant, had dinner, and went to a bar and had drinks.
Oh my god!
You're enjoying making a
Not to
demo,
boast or
thank you.
anything.
Oh my god!
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. So you're trying to tell me that if you go outside in public in the area you're not immediately going to die of COVID?
Yeah. I went out for dinner last night.
Yeah, Charlie, in your part of the world, there are no cases.
Yeah, it's weird. I guess I think that it might be that I think part of it is probably the lower population density.
Quite possibly, yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump a fence in Canada tomorrow. I'm doing it. I can't take it anymore.
Yeah, well, they let you though.
I was like, I just really wanted fish and chips last night, and the Torquay Hotel has some of the best, in my opinion. So I dragged my boyfriend and my mom out, but I paid for it. So.
Oh, that's good.
Oh yeah, yeah.
great thing about
Apparently,
I can
I was
just
the only one who wanted to go out.
I'm a socialist. They've been.
They got a free dinner out of it. So.
Dinner's always good. You see, I'm a guy. I never get free dinner. Nobody ever buys me dinner. They buy me lunch for work, but no one ever buys me dinner. You know what? Most of our ladies will buy me dinner.
If you come to us, Chris, if you come to Australia, I'll buy you dinner, but I expect a hand job afterwards. So
That's the currency.
that's the currency.
Mm-hmm.
I had someone on Facebook the other day trying to take
hands
the
moisturised.
history of gobby as a term for blowjob, and I think
That's
it
such a
comes.
broken word.
Okay, I think it comes from the movie Muriel's Wedding, because there's a line where Sophie says, well, she's the gross but attractive bridesmaid, and she's talking about her boyfriend, and she goes, I was going to give him a gobble, and he had pink lipstick on his knob, and that's a tart's colour. I don't know. But because when she said that line, I was going to give my boyfriend a gobble. That was the first time I'd ever heard that, and I think that's when it snuck into Australian vernacular that a gobby
Yeah,
was
I
a
can
blowjob.
see that. I've only ever heard people from
gonna say
Perth use it.
It sounds like something from Puberty Blues.
No, it's
It
from
does, and
Yeah,
yet-
it does.
And yet, I never heard it from Puberty Blues, and Puberty Blues is definitely Sydney.
But it sounds like that kind of like
Yeah.
I can
that
tell.
bogan.
It's a Perthite thing because what's his name? Bloody Aussie man. He uses gobby all the time.
Yeah, but
And
Sophie,
my brother-in-law used to use it a lot as well. So no,
But
it's
Sophie-
a Perthite
what was
thing.
her name? Sophie, what's her name? Who was in Muriel's Wedding?
Sophie Lee.
Sophie Lee. She hosted the Warner Brothers cartoon show. She hosted and it was on the afternoons, and I was in a shared house in Sydney, and
And everybody went home from uni and even
Yeah.
missed classes to get home
Yeah.
to see Sophie Lee.
my horny as fuck housemate would be running into it. We had the TV in the kitchen, and he would be running in, going, "What is she wearing today? What is she wearing today?"
Hi, Shannon.
Oh, Shannon,
Sophie
hey.
Lee was something for the dads.
Oh, she was great, Sophie Lee's, but she was actually a
Obviously,
great
something for the
person.
older brothers too.
Because Shannon, I'm just giving you a link, brother, because I have this funny feeling you'll want to join us. So I put it in. But Sophie Lee was great. I remember reading an interview with her about Muriel's Wedding, where she was just that, like, because she's gorgeous, but she's awful in Muriel's Wedding, and she would like say to the director, "How far do you want me to take it? Because I can turn this shit up. I could turn this shit up to 100." And the director's just saying, "Push it further. Push it. I'll tell you if it's too far. Just keep going." Grasshopper. Oh fuck, man, we're 9. We're almost at capacity. Yay.
Almost at capacity.
Lovely.
All right.
What I remember about Sophie Lee was that, well, when I first heard of her, there was I had a boyfriend who was an engineering student at Sydney University.
Right.
And when I first heard of it, it was like, we got to get home to those cartoons, don't we, fellas? Don't we? Nudge, nudge. Off to the cartoons. And I thought they were going off for a smoke and watch the cartoons. And that's kind of wholesome compared to the way
Well,
I've
I'm always
never
glad
met,
that my kids. Sorry, Shannon, you haven't said anything. Grasshopper, what are you doing, buddy?
I'm just trying to say I've never met Chris or Catherine in any of these before, so I just wanted to say hello to you guys. Nice to meet you.
Oh,
Yep, you have to be up early Saturday mornings, and so I don't do this, but
we lost Kristen. Kristen is garbage tonight.
Garbage. Oh, yeah.
just got back from an epic session of D&D. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, fuck yeah, D&D, fuck yeah.
Good time. Good time.
I'm in that
my D&D group has just on Wednesday finished an epic 5-year campaign. We went from level 1 to level 20.
Wow.
And it was so good. Yeah. And I was casting wish spells yeah, it was great.
We just
epic, totally epic.
After we finished off earlier tonight, we all just hit level 6 to give you an idea of how early we are into this one.
Nice.
So, yeah, I got a level 6 brain dead barbarian that's pissing everybody off because they keep on going out and picking fights.
That's funny. That's funny.
I'm playing a nerdy wizard.
Not a granola kind of healer type. I can see you doing that one. No.
Hey, Foxy.
Oh God.
Hey, Grasshopper.
So,
okay,
maybe it's me.
Barbarian and a nerdy wizard stereotype.
No, you, nerdy.
Matchman.
We could probably do that on a live stream. We could probably do a D&D thing on a live stream.
Oh, that'd be epic.
Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be great? Who wants to DM it?
Yeah, one right here.
Okay, DM volunteers left, right, and center. Okay. I'm too fucking drunk to coordinate shit now, and I'm making.
These plans are made at number 5 here, which is about number 3 cocktail.
I call Angry to be DM because is it just me or does anybody else want to hear Angry go, listen here?
You know what? Oh Christ! Actually, rather than D&D, I'd love to be the DM for a sci-fi apocalypse game called Paranoia. It's a post-apocalypse game. And it's so because it's stupid as fuck, and you can do whatever you want.
Hail computer!
You have clones. So as soon as you get killed, a clone of you reappears. So you get really cavalier, and you don't give a shit what happens because when you die, a clone appears.
If anybody here,
Allie, my older daughter, she told me all about Paranoia. She's played it as a game, and she's ranted to me about that.
If any of you have played the Borderlands games on console, PC, or whatever,
nuclear banana daiquiri.
I haven't played it, but I've watched my boyfriend play it.
There's a tabletop version of that game getting released early 2021.
Sorry, my lad's been. I made my lad a couple of drinks for those who missed, but he's been really responsible and getting some water now. And I said, "Hey, I'm a fucking role model. Do you want to taste my nuclear banana daiquiri?"
Call of Cthulhu, one-shots of Call of Cthulhu are always fun.
Ooh, that
no
sounds
matter
good.
what, because by the end of it, if you're not wearing someone's skin or eating people or something, or just going insane and gnawing your own leg off or something, it's just so much fun.
Wow.
It's nice being able to hop into a live stream with a bunch of other Aussies and go, I was playing D&D tonight, not have a single one of them turn around and go, you fucking nerd.
I'm an American. Thank you very much.
We're all nerds here.
We've been ripping on each other all night for being nerds in various stages.
I wear nerd as a badge of honor.
Fucking Abigail and I were up all night talking about Star Trek, last night. In between sending boob pics.
It's got lines. Actually, I've still got some of that filtered as well. Sorry, I'm also talking to my lad over there while we're talking there, which is exceptional. Oh, Minzy's come to say hello. Do you want to sit on? She always wants to sit on my lap. She does this shit when I'm trying to work, where she just comes and looks at me. Come on, let me on your lap. Let me on your lap.
Cool.
Come on. No? God, she's old and stupid. Sorry, now I'm shitting on you, Mimsy. That's okay.
You know what you can do?
Alright, so
Because
anyway,
cats.
I want to show you this. It's a bottle of
V8?
vegetable hot and spicy, and it makes a brilliant Bloody Mary.
It does.
Oh, yeah, I think it does.
It's
Yeah.
got chili in it, and tomato, and celery, and it's just like what is it? Like V8 vegetable.
You know what? You should
I
keep some
love
of
a
that
good
on
Bloody
hand.
Mary.
You
Yeah.
should keep that on hand in case AIDSy ever invades your place, because you can kill him with it. Because he's allergic to chili. I always keep chili on hand just in case he gets out of line. Just in case he gets out of line. And I can go, dude, I'll rub this in your fucking face and you'll die. Okay. So
I'm the same as AIDSy. I'm allergic
Yeah.
to chili. It's very rare,
Yeah,
but yeah.
my best friend is deathly allergic to even just capsicum.
Mm.
And I actually, and you know how like allergies, they can start out pretty mild, but then gradually get worse.
Yeah.
So like
Yeah.
back when we were in high school, I was taking hospitality,
Oh, boy.
and so I would always
That's the
come
one.
to lunch with all this food that I made in class.
Yeah.
And one day I had this thing that I cooked, and she said, "Is there capsicum in that?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Can I have some so that I can get sick and go home?" I'm like, okay. Anyway,
This isn't gonna.
later that day, she ends up in hospital.
Oh Jesus.
So we like to laugh about that. Like, remember when Charlie put me in the fucking hospital?
Speaking of ripping,
Well, and I said, well,
Speaking
you technically you asked me to, so
Oh.
it's not my fault.
speaking of ripping on people, I come into the stream. Charlie's got skeleton hands groping her boobs, and Nettie's boobs would blind us from a mile away with how sparkly they are.
Yeah. That's what
And
you missed me
and
before when I
Abigail's
was
boobs
ragging
just-
on everyone.
Nice.
You missed Grasshopper. You missed when I was ragging on everyone. Like, I'm dressed nicely. Charlie's dressed nicely. Nettie's dressed classy. Everyone else is fucking rabble. Everyone else is just fucking rabble.
I think that Abigail looks
Yes.
perfectly respectable and lovely.
But angry, me and Grasshopper went in here when you did that, so you have to do it.
No, I'm just doing it again. I'm just fucking telling
So-
people
so-
they're fucking rabble. I go out. I
As
go out.
some people in
to
this stream will attest, my boobs are absolutely fantastic, and I love them.
They sure are.
and I just want to, just to be fair, I do occasionally just go to the end of my driveway and shout out in the street, "You're all fucking rabble!" And
The lower the leash goes.
People are generally a pain in the ass. So.
That's
yeah,
right.
no, people generally suck. I just go to the end of the driveway and scream, "You all fucking suck! I hate you all," and then come back inside. So,
Abby, something that'll make you smile. I showed my wife that SMS that you sent me, and she hates you out of nothing but pure jealousy and spite.
Yeah, I want to know about that.
My wife has described her own breasts as aspirins on an ironing board.
Oh.
Oh, no.
It's okay.
I know that feeling because I was, barely a B cup before I had babies. And then I just turned into like.
see, that's why the MILF category exists on porn sites. So,
Oh, don't forget OnlyFans.
yeah. Okay, at a certain point, I became not safe for public consumption. So it's like,
That's just us 24/7 angry, so that's all right.
I know. Oh god,
Is this public consumption when you do a blowjob in the street?
Yeah. What's the worst thing about just giving someone a blowjob in the street? There's gonna be a punchline for
No,
that.
angry. No, the real joke is angry. The real joke is how do you know when you have a high sperm count? Your girlfriend has to chew before she swallows.
Oh my God.
We don't usually get this blue until the after party.
Exactly. You fucking degenerated horribly. Sorry, Mindy opened the door. I'm just going to close it.
I've been locked
We've got embarrassment. Oh, shit.
I wonder how many people.
Starting.
I wonder how many people in the YouTube comment sections are all blasting me right now for that joke.
Oh, that's
None.
It's just, no.
People in Safa and Megaleech.
I know Megaleech saying, "Am I being anti-Semitic?" And oh, that's right, because he knows I live in a Jewish suburb. So if I just if I just go to the end of the driveway and randomly abuse people, I'm probably abusing someone Jewish. So,
Hey, Angry.
you know, we were talking about.
But you can abuse them
Sorry,
for reasons
sorry.
other than their Jewishness.
No, it's just
When I first moved to Melbourne, my newest bestest friend at the time, she lived in that area, and she was Jewish, but she was also a big old goth slut, and so
I love a big old goth slut.
I think that, she was surrounded by Orthodox Jews. She comes from Sydney. And she's like, "Bloop, okay, this looks like a great place. This looks good. Yeah. Oh,
Hey,
shit.
Angry.
I'm surrounded by people like my mother."
What did Cinderella say when she got to the ball, Angry?
Grasshopper. What did Cinderella say when she got to the ball? Oh no! Oh no! Bad man. Well, okay. This neighborhood is.
You're
so
going to hell
fucking
for that one.
I know.
And I'm going to steal it.
Because I stayed over here one night when because Mrs. Angry occasionally has seminar stuff for her work because she's a fucking professional, which is why she never appears on any of my videos because she doesn't want her professional life tarnished by my fucking stupidity. But there was one, she was away for a weekend at one point. I'm calling her going, Mrs. Angry's away. We should come over and do some stuff. And look, there were definitely no illegal chemicals involved. I want to go on the record and say there were no illegal chemicals involved. But spontaneously at 3 a.m., we were still awake and said we should go to the park. And
You mean someone who isn't you said
someone who wasn't me at 3 a.m. said we should go to the park. There's actually,
as you do,
there's a really cool playground there, and we were walking there. It was actually boss of the house. AZ's boss of the house was with us. As me, AZ, and his boss of the house, so AZ's boyfriend, and we were just walking to this park, and we're going. It's 3 a.m. and we're going. There is no noise whatsoever in this place. Why is it so quiet here? Because all my neighbors are 80. All my neighbors are 80 years old. And we were just laughing at the architecture because there's some truly horrific sort of Hellenic columns and arches.
You know what they call that in Sydney?
What?
They call it ABBA architecture. All black
They
balustrades and arches.
Yes.
They do. They do.
Oh my God. There is a bunch of that in my neighborhood. And so and the funniest thing is we got to this playground and there was another group of adults already in the playground at 3 a.m.
And you know why. Yeah.
For the same reason we were there.
Yeah.
Because of the complete lack of illegal substances. That's why they were there.
For the definitely
That reminds me of one of my own escapades on the North Shore of Sydney.
Yeah.
The same suburb actually that I went to the private school. So imagine sort of a Q type place. And Well, we read about ourselves in the local newspaper the next day, during the next week, as a gang of juvenile delinquents who ransacked the award-winning gardens of the area because we picked a few roses.
Just a few roses.
Just a few roses. A lot of roses. And
One of my roleplay characters.
I mean, we filled the fucking kitchen table with the roses.
Oh
So
my
I guess we
God.
got a little carried away, but we're not a
Oh my
gang. We weren't blowing
Hold on.
up the toilets.
Hold on, I got one joke for the ladies in the channel. Okay, ladies, you ready for this one?
Yeah.
What is the difference between men and floor tiles? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Lay them properly the first time, you can walk all over them for the rest of your life.
Oh, that's where I went wrong.
Okay. You know what you brought to my mind?
People wonder why I only date women.
I did.
This guy is one first time, right after he starts fucking turn up.
Oh my God. Okay, that reminded me. I did an acting class years ago when I was living in Sydney, and it was very practically oriented. It was designed to get people work like in ads and what. And the guy who's running the class, he gave this one guy, and he was Canadian, I think. He was North American, certainly. And he gave him this script, and it was a real script for an ad, and it was for floor tiles, and it was about laying floor tiles and da da da. And he said, "Okay, do a read to the class on this script." And so the guy read the script, and everyone said, "Okay." And then the guy running the class, he whispered in the guy's ear, and because he was a very attractive guy. And what he had whispered in his ear, he said, "Make everything about this sexual." And it was laying tile. And so this really attractive guy started talking about laying tiles. And all the women in the class are going, "Oh." and that it was highlighting to us is like the language in this script is really deliberate. You're just talking about floor tiles, but they're using sex to sell it. It's just like,
let's be fair.
I had the best call a few years ago. I got dragged out to paintball for a friend's birthday one year, and you sit down before you all go out and start shooting each other, and they're giving you the whole safety induction.
Yeah.
And part of the safety induction is they're actually talking to you about the paint pellets that are inside of the paint guns.
Yeah.
And it was like, the paint in these it's non-toxic. And to demonstrate this, he picked up a pellet of paint and put it in his mouth and chomped on it and let the paint kind of dribble out. Now, of all of the different colors that he could have picked, there were green, there were pink, there were blue. Of course, he picked the white one. So the paint's dribbling out of his lip, and he's like, it tastes like shit, but it's not toxic.
there's tears running down his cheek.
Yeah, but I've turned around to him and just gone, "No, but if you love me, you'd swallow that." The entire crowd has absolutely lost their minds. He went and sprayed the first 3 aisles with white paint from his mouth. I got given 2 free ammo refills of paintballs because of how much he laughed. It was
man.
Now
it was
an oral exam.
that was just the best call I've ever had, and thankfully there are a bunch of people around who can actually verify that story. The guy whose birthday it was, every year for his birthday, he keeps on sending me a message, just going, "Dude, that call was the best."
Oh my god, that's just, dude, honestly.
I am that friend that can just turn anything into a horrible sexual innuendo. Just give me 2 minutes.
That's
right. I'm going to message my ex
Oh God!
Don't message the ex when you're drunk, Nettie. Don't do that. Never a good idea,
So
Nettie.
Nettie,
Don't do it. This is an
Nettie,
intervention. Don't do it.
give me your number and I'll give you something to distract you.
No, not the ex who has like a 5-year intervention order on him. No, I meant the other one.
The other one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's like I could go and message my ex who had the daddy issues, who got into the really weird role play. Yeah,
It's never a good idea. It's never a good idea to drunk message the ex, Nettie. Just don't do it, sweetheart.
I swear to God, especially since I stopped colouring my hair, so all the grey is in. If I messaged my ex who had the daddy issues, no, it'd be.
No, you keep the grey in because you love it. Because Mrs. Angry refers to you as a silver. What is it? The silver fox.
Silver fox. Silver fox.
You do have a very fine silver fox thing happening there, and Angry Andrew.
Yeah, this is it's the longest my hair's been literally in decades, and also I haven't coloured it in about I don't know 3 or 4 months or something.
Actually, I'm
It
loving
looks
the grey beard
Are you
going on.
enjoying it though?
I like it. I like it. Maybe this is. I always knew at a certain point I'd stopped colouring my hair. Maybe the fucking coronavirus lockdown is the time I stopped colouring my hair. I don't know.
It's his best
It looks
excuse.
really good. Yeah, it looks really good. Like it's shiny and healthy and looking, and
And grey hair is kind of trendy right now.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was that, Charlie?
Grey hair is like trendy right now.
It is. It absolutely
It
is. The only
is.
thing is I don't have to get a job.
Fox of Fate just typed in, would you say your new hair is growing on you, Angry?
Like this one, right here.
This is still my
gracious.
preferred way of greeting people. Like anyone who knows, we used to have the YouTube meetups. We were big huggers and whatnot. And I've been saying to everyone, no, from now on, I'm fucking finger guns. There's no hugs. It's like, hey, how are you?
The wiggle.
Every time I see you do that, Angry, all that runs through my mind is Buddy Jesus from Dogma.
Everybody just froze.
Oh my God!
I'm Buddy Jesus.
Everybody just froze at finger guns for me.
Yeah. But it's like, stay 6 feet away from me. I'm doing things.
Yeah. I mean, I like the whole 6-foot rule. I have a real pet peeve with people that there's like maybe one person that I let like actually hug me, and if anybody else generally touches me without telling me, I just feel my skin crawl. I just hate it. When people that I don't really know run up to me and hug me, I want to vomit. Like my ex's best friend's mom, she was a hugger. So I did this lady, and like the first time we said bye, I said 4 words to her. And they were talking for 5 hours. She's like, "Come here, give me a hug." And I looked at my ex-girlfriend. I'm like, "Please don't do this to me. Just hug her." Yeah, I never talked to her again.
I had a friend that
Chris, do you have sensory processing disorder? Because that sounds just like one of my kids.
No, just my entire life. I don't know how to explain it.
Well, it's a boundaries issue.
The boundaries.
Not a sensory issue. It's boundaries.
The boundaries issue.
Fair enough.
What were you going to say, Charlie?
Oh yeah, I had a friend that every time we saw each other, we would do the Fonzie.
Yeah, my friend really crashed.
You know,
I'm very well known. I'm very well known amongst my friends as the hugger, the affectionate guy, but thankfully I'm also known as the guy that respects those who are like, don't hug me, don't touch me, so I don't.
That was the same friend.
Sorry, Fox, you'll have to type that in. Sorry, Fox, I couldn't hear you, mate.
Oh my God! Sorry, I was just looking on Facebook while we were talking, and Sarfa, who kept talking about his apple pie, actually DM'd me photos of his apple pie. That's food.
Oh, sorry.
Really good.
That friend that we did the Fonzie greeting, that was the same friend who he was like condescendingly said to me, like one time when I said, "You gotta." Oh, that's a lot of echo. Is it Abigail again?
There's a lot of echo coming through there.
I know we were talking about anal, and I said something about like you gotta wear. Listen, I said, and I was saying like you gotta you gotta use a condom, and then he like very condescending said like, Charlie, you can't get pregnant in the bum. And anyway, a few years later, and here's the punchline. Here's the punchline. A few years later, he got chlamydia.
Yay! Yay!
So,
yeah, no chlamydia causes. Never mind.
Angry, I have just into my apple pies. I want to know how they compare.
Reproduce.
I gotta say, even on my sluttiest of slutty nights when I've been out and about and managed to pick up a one-night stand, always and forever have always worn a rubber. Nobody has been pushing a pram in my direction, and I ain't ever caught an STI of any description.
All right. Point the first, Shannon, you're a slut.
Yes, I am.
Nothing wrong with that.
Point the second.
Long as you keep your rubber where it's supposed to be, unlike Julian Assange.
Point the second. Abigail did actually send me pictures of her apple pies with Star Trek logos on them. So, double plus.
Who's from Melbourne? Is it just you, me, and Abigail, Andrew?
Of this crew, yeah, it's just you, me, and Abigail are Melbourneites. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Fox is Queensland, aren't you, Fox? Nope.
New South Wales.
Oh, okay.
Macquarie,
Port Macquarie. Okay, yep. No, well, I'm way down west at Sydney. What about you, Catherine? What state you in?
Adelaide.
Adelaide.
Yeah.
Okay, and what about you, Chris?
I'm from Portland, Oregon.
You're from where?
Portland, Oregon. I live in Vancouver, Washington, but I'm in Portland.
Oh, you're from the weird place.
Yeah.
The weird place.
You're in You're in the place that is currently being run by a sentient Cheeto.
I'm in Portland. Some people say they're burning it down. I'm not on fire, so I don't know what the hell's going on, man. The mountains are beautiful.
Just keep drinking until it's over, mate.
Chris, so you're telling
I think
us
Kirsten's saying in the
on
chat.
fire all the time?
No,
I'm shocked.
I heard it's quite rainy up there.
What did you say, Fox?
I was like, what? So Portland isn't on fire and rioting all the time? Color me shocked.
No, there's a town where they have protests, and the other places are at the police station. They're protesting the police.
You mean it's contained and controlled?
I hear the
contained and controlled. And when wildfire smoke came and choked the city for a week, they didn't protest because they didn't want people getting sick. I don't know what it is. We can't.
I'm working on the theory. I'm working on the theory I'm not too drunk because I keep catching this orange when I throw it.
That's the orange that you use for your old fashions, isn't it? Because
Yeah,
I
you
can
can
see
see where I
there's a
feel
little
the
bit of
strip
a
off the old fashioned. Yeah.
yeah. That's pretty much why I have oranges. I only have oranges so that I can pull the peel off for my old fashioned.
That is the. I'm not joking.
Godfathers.
That
There you
is
go, Abby.
Oh shit, Abigail's ugly.
Abby, I kind of hate you. I can't even do that with two fucking balls, let alone three.
She's doing the thing. With
That is
coordination.
super impressive, Abigail. Super.
Yeah.
I'm just
I can
juggling
juggle
with
two
one
balls in my
orange.
mouth.
And you so Chris, right?
What the
So how are you
hell?
coping?
What was that,
I
Charlie?
have to ask, I had
What
to
was that,
ask
Charlie?
from Australia. Okay, we had like
Just being dirty.
the weekend. We had the Summer from Hell last year, as you probably are aware.
It's my
And
special
you're
skill.
having a Summer from Hell. Now, how do you coordinate the whole thing of, okay, the coronavirus masks have to
I'll
not
put it in the
have
chat.
a valve, and yet if you want to be able to breathe, they need to have a valve during the bushfire air pollution. So which do you choose, air pollution or coronavirus?
Okay, Chris is going to do something. Okay, Charlie, I would talk about spanking you, but that would just encourage you.
Oh, goodness. Hey, Angry, did you hear about the blonde that went to the ventriloquist concert?
The blonde that went to the ventriloquist concert? What happened?
No,
So
not
the-
blonde jokes. Oh,
So the
shit.
ventriloquist
Go
comes
on.
out on stage and pulls out the dummy. And he's
Yeah.
got the dummy up on the lap, and he gets the dummy to turn around and say, "So, crowd, have you heard the latest blonde joke?" And this blonde lady in the middle of the crowd stands up and goes, "Hey, I am absolutely sick to death of all of these bloody blonde jokes. We are constructive, helpful, smart members of the community, and we are the butt of everyone's jokes, and I am jack of it. Quit it with these goddamn blonde jokes." And the man with the ventriloquist dummy turns around and goes, "Oh, I'm really sorry, ma'am. I didn't mean to offend you." She goes, "You shut the fuck up. I'm talking to the little prick on your knee."
Oh, dude.
Look, I went to school with a lot of
Here's
blondes.
where I admit that two of my favorite jokes were really fucked, and I had to admit to myself I was laughing at shit that was actually really negative. And I'll tell you two things that I used to think were the funniest things I ever heard. One was Brian Molko, lead singer of oh Christ, I've forgotten the name of his band now. What's it? Every me, every you.
Placebo.
Placebo. Okay. Thank you. Brian
One of
Molko.
my favorite songs, actually.
He told this story that I found really funny because Placebo were kind of an indie sort of thing, but they had a kind of industrial sort of metal thing to them. And at one point, they got recruited to appear in a like Scandinavian metal festival where they didn't really fit in, as it turned out, and the crowd were being really fucking aggressive to them. And Brian Molko, he's saying in an interview, he got sick of the crowd yelling at them, and he shouted back to them and go, "This is my fucking job. Don't hassle me while I'm working. Do I come around where you're working and knock sailors' dicks out of your mouth?" Okay. Funny.
You know why he was so very androgynous and sexually androgynous?
Why was that, Eddie?
He was so against homophobia that he wanted to be made up to be someone that straight homophobic assholes would want to fuck.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah,
I agree.
But see, I used to think that was the funniest thing ever. Like, do I knock sailors' dicks out of your mouth while you're working? But of course, that's really insulting to sex workers. That's insinuating that sex workers are. And the other, and I had to acknowledge, okay, I'm finding something funny that's actually really denigrating to people I respect. And the other one was from a movie from 80s or early 90s called The Tall Guy, a British comedy that Jeff Goldblum was in. And his nemesis in the movie was Rowan Atkinson, who was a super famous celebrity, but a real prick. And when Jeff Goldblum was really angry at him at one point, he said, "I hope all your children have tiny dicks, including the girls." And I thought, okay, funny.
Well, this is dumb.
Yeah, but then I thought, okay, but what that's actually saying is you're basically insinuating the worst thing in the world is to be intersex. And I actually have intersex friends. And I'm like, that's actually kind of fucked that I spent years laughing at that joke when really the kind of, the worst thing in the world is
I wouldn't have gone there
It's a bit
straight away.
transphobic.
But I suppose after a while, of telling the same joke, you would.
Mm.
Yeah.
No, look, it's for years
But it's
and
like,
years
yeah,
and years.
some
When I
girls
was
have
the-
dicks. So what?
When I was the
So
when
can
I
I
was the
just
bouncer,
break this? Can I break the chat and notice that Chris has actually brought out what he believes to be the solution to the pollution and coronavirus threat at the
What
moment.
do you have, Chris?
Nicely done, Chris.
for years,
And you can't hear a word he says.
years when I worked as a bouncer at all of the Gothic clubs in Sydney, I got told
Where are you now?
so many jokes, and I have stopped telling a lot of them because they're incredibly sexist or they're incredibly racist, and I had to kind of go, yeah, they were funny at the time, but when you look into the topics of sexism and racism a bit more deeply and actually practice some empathy in regards to the issues of racial inequality, sexist inequality that still exists, those jokes all of a sudden become a lot less funny. So I do my level best not to tell them anymore.
Yeah.
Hey, Grasshopper, which clubs were you working at?
I did D Machine, Batcave, Hellfire, Vortex, and another one that I can't remember the name of.
Gates of Hell, that's probably one too.
No, these are golf clubs in Sydney.
Yeah.
Fox of Fate. So apparently the US military
I
wanted
went
to...
to Hellfire a couple of times. I picked
like
up
the
the
40s.
hottest fucking German guy at Hellfire. Holy shit,
Fox of-
he was hot. Sorry,
Hold that thought.
I'm gonna get out of
There's
this.
a huge goth community in Germany.
Fox of Fate has typed into the chat. So apparently the US military wanted to eliminate lesbians in the military in like the 40s.
Oh, yeah.
So when
I
Eisenhower
read
asked
about
one of
that.
his officers to help to help make the list of lesbians to root out, she said she'd be on top of said list. His secretary, who was with them, said the military officer would be second because she would be second. And they confirmed a lot of the other officers. Most of the secretaries and nurses would be kicked out if they went through with this. He apparently then changed his mind.
Yeah, no, wow.
The old lavender scare.
I actually have a severe allergy to smoke, and I'm high risk to COVID because I have chronic bronchitis. So if I breathe a lot of smoke in, my lungs fill up with mucus and cause my bronchitis. And that's why
That is not good.
my lungs would fill up with mucus and I would die within probably a couple of days. But this lets me breathe when there's smoke and when people are being assholes with masks.
Ooh, double whammy. That's good. Stay safe.
Yeah.
WW2. I've seen a meme, and it's like someone doing a parade of showing the gals silk stockings or something, and there are all these women in uniform just going like, "Yeah," and feeling up the peg of this model, and people just jokingly posted like, "Yep, just gals being gals."
Just gals being pals.
There's nothing else going on with why they're
you need to turn that into a plague doctor mask.
I do. I really do need that.
Yeah,
But,
no, I've got a shirt angry that I love wearing whenever I go shopping, and it says, "If you think that I'm judging you for not wearing a mask, I am."
But the just gals being pals meme is like, that's why I refer to my friend Julie as my gal pal because we've had sex.
Absolutely.
Good for you.
But we've been friends since we were like 7.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you can put up with the echo for 1 second, I have a T-shirt that says, "I taught your girlfriend that thing you like."
Yeah.
And I wore it to Midsummer Carnival, where my ex was, and we're good friends. And she brought her new girlfriend, and I have a picture of me and her new girlfriend just like laughing over this T-shirt, and she's like.
So my wife and I went on a cruise for our honeymoon, and one of the stops on the cruise was in Fiji. And at the time, I was wearing a shirt, and it says, "I want to put my picture of a rooster into your picture of a tiny little pussycat, and spank your picture of a giraffe. And underneath it, please tell me you have a giraffe." And I must have gotten stopped about 25 times in Fiji from random people who wanted to get a photo with me with that shirt because they thought it was the funniest thing that they had ever seen.
I do like that.
One of my all-time favorite tweets was someone saying, "My T-shirt that says I am not involved in child sex trafficking provokes a lot of questions that are already answered by my T-shirt."
That's funny.
Well, you know what the difference is between a Ferrari and a pile of dead babies, don't you, Angry?
No, what's that?
What?
I don't have a Ferrari in my garage.
Oh, we doing dead baby jokes? Because I got some.
Oh, I got some dead baby jokes.
How do you?
Oh, don't you don't even want to try and throw down this gauntlet
What's
with
worse?
me.
Okay. What's worse than 10 babies nailed to a tree?
What's worse than 10 babies?
One baby nailed to 10 trees.
Got it.
What's the difference between a truckload of sand and a truckload of dead babies?
What?
You can't empty a truckload of sand with a pitchfork.
How do you get 10 babies into a bowl?
A blender?
With a blender.
Blender. And how do you get them out of the bowl?
Doritos.
Doritos.
How many dead babies can you fit into a dumpster? As many.
I don't know. How many babies does it take to paint a house? It depends how hard you throw them.
Oh no!
What does a baby look like getting? No. Hold on. What does a baby look like getting grilled to death in a microwave?
Oh,
What?
I don't know. I was too busy masturbating.
Now, folks, don't kill any babies, please.
Sorry, Chris, I missed whatever that was because I was just horrified at the last one.
I was just telling anybody on YouTube to please not kill any babies. We don't condone
Yes,
that.
if you're watching this, don't kill babies.
If you're watching this, don't do anything we do. Just don't. Because you know.
There was in Australia. We had a mutation of the dead baby joke because of the Azaria Chamberlain case, and because the police told a bunch of lies because they had just decided that Lindy Chamberlain was guilty and they doubted the evidence to meet it. And there's one thing about stains on a camera case that the cops asserted was fetal blood. And that turned out to be a lie. But one of the evidence they produced was a stain on a camera case they said was fetal blood. So we had the joke of how many babies can you fit into a camera case? And the answer is depends how sharp your knife is. And
well, they said it was scissors.
Yeah, scissors.
Get a pair of scissors. But, yeah.
But the
God, it's so fucked up. Like having not only losing your baby, but then being accused of killing it. Like,
And there was that poor lady.
it's so rough.
There was that poor lady who actually had her baby stolen by dingoes. That whole
Azaria Chamberlain.
I've been saying
it for a few streams I've been into. A dingo ate my baby.
And that's true. And
it became a meme.
Sorry, I didn't realize that was her name. Thank you, Angry.
Yeah.
The cops literally fabricated all the evidence because they had just decided she was guilty. So they fabricated shit.
Holy shit, Fox.
Like that's so traumatic. Like,
sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut anybody off, but Fox just typed into the chat. The Chamberlain family was
Oh.
apparently part of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and I was raised
Yeah.
in said church. And we apparently got accused of being ritual sacrifice of babies. So
Yep.
ritual baby killers, basically.
Yeah, no, there was a huge amount of prejudice about the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and the cops literally fabricated the evidence, and the media ate it up, and it entered the mainstream of Australian consciousness that Seventh-day Adventists ritually sacrifice babies, and it's like, get fucked. Cops are so fucked.
Yeah, no, it
And
is a thing.
there was a documentary just recently. I saw ads for it on TV. I haven't watched it though.
And there goes the
About Lindy Chamberlain. Like
Yeah, there is apparently a doco coming out.
telling the story from
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's been proven. I think it was about 3-5 years ago, something like that. It all got proven true.
Yeah. About 3 or 5 years
So
ago.
she's been
Yeah,
completely
this
exonerated of everything. Yeah.
new evidence came out that proved that it was a dingo. Yeah.
I mean, my heart breaks for the baby being taken from the dingo in the first. Oh, somebody just dropped out. Oh, Nettie. No, who just dropped out?
Fox.
I just can't it's traumatic enough to lose your baby like that, but then to also be accused of having killed it yourself.
like literally having an
So
entire bloody
fucking-
country.
I love how
like,
the thing that
and then to have it turn into a meme and
Yeah.
like everyone thinks it's funny.
Yeah.
Like
the irony of the Australian police not believing that a wild animal killed a baby. Australia.
yeah,
No, that's-
Just when it's like you know, I fucking when you go to Fraser Island, it's always very like, oh, you got to be very careful and stay the fuck away from the dingoes. If you see dingoes, don't go near them.
Dingoes
Keep
fuck
your
you up.
distance. They will fuck you up. I know they look like cute little puppies, but don't.
Yeah, isn't there like
don't go there.
isn't
They
there
will
like
fuck you
a
up.
fence somewhere?
So Fox has just typed in, I'm still here. I clicked the wrong button, but yeah, the dingo will mistake kids for wallabies, as Charlie mentioned on Fraser Island. Yeah, no, it is a thing. Like, I can't imagine being in a position where my child gets killed by a wild animal. But Chris, you were saying that it's hard to believe that Australian police didn't believe that. You know how there's a lot of problems with systematic racism throughout a lot of the US police system? While we do have a smaller problem of a similar vein in the Australian police system, the biggest problem that we've got is the sheer laziness and ineptitude of the greatest majority of detectives that we've got in Australia.
Solve crimes they solve it. In America, the only agency that really solves crimes are the state police and the FBI. Nobody else really does anything. I mean, you can have someone break into your apartment, even when you're inside, steal all your shit, and you're just sitting there watching, and you're like, I saw the guy, he looked like this. You ain't ever seen a goddamn thing they stole ever. They're just not. They're too busy murdering people for no reason and do an investigation. And when they do investigate people dying, usually they're the ones that killed them.
Angry Fox apparently clicked on the
Fox disappeared and he's come back.
There he is.
Oh,
you're back, my darling.
But I had to go to the little boys around.
Oh no, you've broken the dam, Angry.
No, I swear to God, I just filled the dam. But anyway.
That's the worst thing after you've been drinking the first time that you break the dam, because then every
What, you
10
put some like
minutes.
hot glue or
Someone
Okay, like, you know, the girls in the chat then just kind of went, "Ouch, my phantom penis." All of the guys in the chat went, "Ow, my real penis."
I
mean, we've all got a urethra.
Lindy Chamberlain. I've been listening to this the last podcast on the left on Spotify, and they actually did a whole series on Australian serial killers.
Right.
Oh, cool. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe not.
I'm conflicted.
We all We all
I mean,
have.
Buffalo
Oh,
only
my
hurt for a
orange.
second.
Sorry.
What else you got there, Nettie?
Is your orange okay?
No, it's split when I dropped it.
Oh, well,
I have to use it in the morning. I'm not in a fit state to use it at the moment. No.
See, now we're
Now we're breaking the damn seal while drinking is a myth. I mean, if your dick seals itself, that's a whole different issue. To go to the dunny when
Just
you
tie
need to,
it off like
especially
a
when drinking.
balloon.
What's in the
Oh,
drop?
any of you ever got to the States, that's what you're using.
If you've got enough foreskin.
Oh
No, I'm circumcised.
You want to see some
Oh.
No, my penis is only 3 centimeters from the floor.
I thought you were going to say around.
Who remembers that movie that made Billy Bob Thornton famous, Sling Blade, where he plays sort of slightly retarded guy, who's in jail for killing his mother and his mother's lover. But there's ever been like someone tells him
I watched that the night before I left my first husband.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
Of
something
all
like
the memories to pull up, Nettie, that was very specific.
But there was the bit I love about it is when one of the guys he's working with the guys in the garage and they're telling a raucous guys joke. It's like, yeah, 2 good old boys, they're taking a piss off the bridge. And one of them says, damn, this water's cold. And the other says, yeah, it's deep too. And the way the autistic Billy Bob Thornton character tells the joke, someone says, 2 men taking the leak off bridge. One of them says, the water's cold. The other one says, water's deep. And it's just like, good, buddy. That's good joke telling. I like it. Good.
Did I tell you? I got to tell you, actually, my many moons ago, my 6-year-old nephew won a $5 bet with me. Many years ago. We're going back about 15 odd years ago. He comes running up to me. It's Uncle Shannon. I'll make a bet with you. I said, what's that? He goes, I'll bet you $5 that I could jump higher than the house. Okay, that's an interesting one. All right, go for it. So he does this tiny little jump in the front yard, and then he looks at the house and he goes, "It's turn." I give him the $5.
I did a similar thing.
Can I tell a joke? Can I quickly tell a joke before the
please,
music
Abby,
goes,
please.
everyone?
Go on.
So, what weighs more, a pound of bricks or a pound of feathers?
They're the same.
Wrong. A pound of bricks is just a pound of bricks, but a pound of feather, you're carrying a pound of feathers plus the weight of what you did to those poor birds.
I love that one, Abby. I love it.
I did a similar thing to what Grasshopper was saying,
Mm.
where I bet my babysitter I can stand on my hands for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And she and so she thought, oh, a handstand for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, like, and then I'm like,
Yeah, and stand on your hands.
1, 2.
If I was your baby, I'd be like, fuck you, kid, go to bed.
That reminds me, I have this gaming channel with my friends, and one of the best moments is my buddy Matt. He's playing this game where there's cannibals, and he had to play on a laptop in the living room, and a kid was living with him, like one of his brother's girlfriend's kids, and he was 6. And he comes in there, and he's like, "What are you doing, Matt? What are you doing? I'm gonna be annoying." And Matt's all like, "Get away from me, kid, you stupid." He's all like, "Ooh, what game you playing?" He's all like, "You can't do this game. There's cannibals in it. They're gonna, and they just love eating little boys." And then the 6-year-old goes, "Oh, so you're a little boy?" And then there's a guy in the chat with him, and he just screams at the top of his lungs, "You just got owned by a fucking 6-year-old dude."
Yeah,
good.
Many years ago, my girlfriend had a younger sister, and I'm over at their place one day just hanging out, and their cat was in the kitchen with my girlfriend's sister who was trying to make herself some lunch, and the cat's meow. And she's like, no, I'm not going to feed you yet. Meow. No, I'm not going to feed you yet. And this goes on for a good solid 15 minutes before, out of just pure frustration, she's like, fine. And you hear some kibble hit the bowl, and the kitties start eating. And I've just turned around and I've just gone, hey, I won't mention her name. Yeah, what do you want? And I've gone, meow. And she's gone, you're not fucking cute enough.
That's the thing.
So I got completely owned by an 11-year-old on that one.
It's like, hi, Ludo. Just suddenly imposing on.
And Charlie is turned
Hi, Ludo's ribs.
Ludo. Come on.
Yeah, you can tell when the dog's
Come
in
on,
because
dude.
like the dog's just like, look at me or look at my penis. That'll be a thing. just give it a couple of minutes. Wait a minute. No, don't go moving the camera, Charlie. We don't want to see it.
No dog penis.
Like cats with.
I see.
Yes,
He wants
yeah. No,
this.
the cat's got to do the whole thing where they stand in front of the camera and they turn and lift their tail up.
I see why he was doing that, because I had this toy on the shelf just next to me.
Oh, okay.
He wanted it.
Do anyone here like? I still haven't watched that ridiculous movie version of Cats, but a rumor circulated.
And like,
because they actually released a couple different versions of it to cinemas with different versions of special effects, and a rumor
Release
got around.
the butthole mix, you
Yes.
cowards.
There was a version that had the cats had buttholes, and everyone's on Twitter going, "Release the butthole version."
Is that like
Release the nipple, release the butthole.
that I'm like Cats is one of my favorite musicals.
Yeah.
And so but when the movie was announced, I thought, why? Like
That
this-
sound?
because that's Ludo.
All right.
I just love that Ludo gives that weird inexplicable.
It sounded
I
like
was like-
scissors going through paper. Sorry, go ahead, Charlie.
I was like, there's no, like, why would you do that when there's already the cast recording from the 90s?
Yeah.
And it's such a good cast, and it's like, you don't need to make a movie. They've got a perfectly good cast recording.
Yeah.
Speaking of good old school movies, has anybody here seen Hercules Returns? The Australian film Hercules
Yeah, the Australian
Returns.
one.
If you want something that will make your belly hurt from laughing so much, watch Hercules Returns.
Is it on streaming?
I don't know. It is old as heck. It's like from the late 80s, I believe.
Oh, I think I've heard of that.
It is absolutely hilarious.
Is it like a
the
old
story
movie
is-
that's been like dubbed with?
Yeah, so the story is that this guy's trying to open up a movie theater, and he to have the inaugural viewing, he decided to show the original Hercules, and the competing evil guy that owned like a chain of movie theaters wanted to stop him from being able to show it, so he ordered him the one that was in original Greek as opposed to English. So they were forced to voice over the movie while it was playing. And oh my god, it is just absolutely hilarious.
My dad told me about that. Before that, there was a sketch in Auntie Jack called Herco the Magnificent.
Auntie Jack?
Look it up.
Auntie Jack, that's going back in. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's going back away.
I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube. Look it up. Auntie Jack, Herco the Magnificent. That's
Just to give you an idea of the level of humor that's in it, the Hercules like
Where they
rescues
do,
a
like-
girl, and she's like, "Oh, thank you so much for rescuing me, Hercules," and he's like, "It's okay. It is my job to rescue the virgins of the land." She's like, "Virgin? You got to be kidding! I've seen more knobs than a locksmith."
Oh, so I just looked it up. And
yeah. It's like it would have been inspired. by the Auntie Jack sketch, I think.
I would say so. Yeah, no, it is
It is
absolutely
Yeah,
hilarious.
because the
go
idea
ahead.
was that they were doing an Australian dub
Go ahead, Ingrid.
of the
I looked it up. It's on YouTube. Auntie Jack's show.
Herco the Magnificent.
From 1972. It is on there.
I will look that up. I will look that up.
It's very funny.
Yeah, in fact, the movie Hercules Returns, before they made it a movie, it was actually a thing that happened at an indie cinema with the comedians would do a live reading of an overdub of that movie, and it would change a little night to night based on how the audience was reacting. And it was so popular, they ended up actually making a movie of these comedians doing a live voiceover of this whole Hercules movie.
I did not know that. I did not know
Yeah,
that.
it was
That's awesome.
originally a live show that was in a cinema.
Absolutely hilarious. I loved it. I laughed a lot because it's just full of puerile humor, and I am a puerile bitch. So
Yeah. Yeah, they had a couple of years of doing it live in a cinema. So Legally check it is on YouTube. The whole movie Hercules Returns is on YouTube as well. So there you go.
Probably pay to buy or rent or whatever, but yeah, no, it's worth it. It really is worth it. It's very, very funny.
Yeah, there's a lot of old movies on.
Has
Sorry,
anyone
go
here
ahead.
heard of Backstroke of the West?
No.
It's Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, but it's been run through a translator forward and backward a couple of times, and it's absolutely hilarious. And someone made a version where they actually spoke the lines, and look it up. You can't look. I've yet to find a complete version on YouTube. It's just bits of it. But
Charlie, can you give Ludo a quieter toy?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just getting really
Or I
weird.
can just mute myself.
Yeah.
It's a bit much. Yeah.
join the club,
Pretty
Charlie.
weird. I mean, you know, I'm all for extremely weird sound effects, but
Charlie, you're talking, but we can't hear you, darling. You're muted.
you muted yourself.
Yes. Well, I've had several drinks, so.
That's okay.
I was saying that, like, I can't even hear that because my headphones are noise canceling,
No, that's
which I need to live because I have misophonia.
No, we
It's
just
weird.
hear that rant, you know, and when other people are trying to talk, yeah.
I have tinnitus, which is different, but sometimes when I try to go to sleep, the tinnitus is so bad it sounds like someone's screaming in my ears, and that's super cool when you're lying in a quiet room trying to sleep and there's a howling noise like someone's screaming right in your ear. That's cool. I love that. That's really good.
I don't think you could have fit any more sarcasm into that sentence if you tried, Andrew.
Yeah. No, that's several.
Oh, kitty. Fox's kitty.
Oh, yeah. Kitty. Nice.
Fox has just said in the chat, I think we've all had several drinks, Charlie. At least I know me and Angry have. And with that amount of typos, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, you see, Fox, you keep going stuff in private chat, and my brain isn't fucking working to look there. So I'm just
brain.
I notice it when Grasshopper points out that you said something in private chat.
What brain?
My brain don't work. See multiple things.
That's funny.
But I'm still juggling a fucking orange.
Yeah, you're still juggling the orange, and it's split. It's a shame, really.
That's because I dropped it.
I rediscovered a really old film about a month ago on YouTube. I forgot the name of it, but I kept searching scenes and parts of it, and it's a 60s film. It's about a military takeover of the U.S. But it was shot in 1967, and I remember the guy, the director, because I got the DVD years ago, and he said that he shot the movie in black and white, so that way he could get very cheap stock footage, because in the 60s, everything was becoming color. So he has like you're watching this movie and it's got these big crowds and all this stuff going on, big speeches and rallies, and it's like, man, they must have spent a fortune. That's stock footage.
Fox has just said, Charlie said, there's an intersection at the corner of my street, so sometimes you can hear the fucking beeps of the crosswalk. And Fox has just replied, my partner is asleep, so I have to be quiet. But yes, I brought my cat from behind the screen. Her name is Lulu. At least you can't say I haven't shown you some pussy.
Yes, that's what I like that. Yes.
My life, that's for sure.
No.
Well, Charlie's shown us all a dick a few times now, so the dog's dick is what I'm referring to there, darling.
Hello.
I may be one drink away from sharing a bit much.
No, okay. Talking on YouTube. I don't want
Not on YouTube. Not on YouTube.
Note to self: get Abigail another drink. Charlie says, "I'm the cock of the Chinese zodiac."
That's it.
Oh dear.
Oh goodness
gracious. Well, okay, Charlie, I'm the horse. Hey.
Hey. I'm the goat, I believe.
I'm the tiger.
Oh, you know what? I just got reminded of. I was watching a bunch of roasts on my YouTube recommendations from Comedy Central, and one of them, someone's talking. One of the roasts had Kevin Hart and Shaquille O'Neal, and they were sitting next to each other. And one of the guys said, "It was all like, you want to know the biggest dick in the room is Shaq's. You know why? It's bigger than Kevin Hart."
I have no idea what anybody is saying right now.
No idea. That's not good.
Fox has just said that he's a horse, just like you, Angry.
Damn straight. Damn fucking straight.
And Charlie just asked the question, 1990?
Yes, that's when I was born.
Nettie, how much have you had to drink?
Absolutely when I was born.
So Fox is asking you how much you've had to drink, Nettie?
Yes, that's when I was born.
What?
That's the response.
Charlie, oh my god. Okay. Charlie, reading that in chat with how bad our level of conversation has been, that was the wrong thing to type in, because she's just typed in, "Yeah, my bro is a horse."
Nice.
With all of us being puerile fucks right now, it's.
I've been on that website as well, so you know.
Wow, what the fuck?
Okay. Look. Okay. Clearly, I don't watch porn on the internet. That's not a thing I do. But
that's against God.
There is this weird thing that's on some of the sites where it's like a female person is trying to get something from like under a bed or something, and she's stuck, and she is taking advantage of, and she's clearly not stuck because she's just like, under a bed. Like, okay, this is breaking the magic for me because she's clearly not stuck. And it's just the whole premise is foolish. The premise is foolish, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, no, it's like years ago that little viral email that got sent around and it said things that I've learned from watching porn, and the ones that always stuck in my mind was if you walk in on a woman masturbating, she won't scream at you and tell you to get the fuck out of the room. She is then obliged to have sex with you. If you walk in on a guy having sex with your girlfriend, you're not going to beat the shit out of him. You have to show him how it's done. If you are in the process of getting a blowjob from your girlfriend, you should pull your dick out and slap her in the face with it. She will enjoy this. And other such horrible things. Oh god, it was funny. Charlie says, I used to be a 4chaner, but I got sick of it. Now I just use 4chan for porn. The porn boards are so friendly. LMAO. No one's there to fight. We're just there to jack off.
No, for real.
What are you reading from?
private chat.
Hey?
Private chat. There's a tab that says private chat. No, but for reals though, pre-internet, Penthouse Forum in the 70s and 80s, where the readers of Penthouse magazine would write in the stories. It's like, okay, Penthouse Forum answered all the questions for me. Like, specifically, there was a lot more guy-on-guy sex than anyone was talking about. And also, there was a horrific amount of sexual abuse and rape that was dressed up as, friendly sex. But the real giveaway to me was 70s and 80s Penthouse Forum. Dudes were getting
Black
on with
Label.
dudes. Yeah, Black Label. Dudes were getting on with dudes.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
like-
So I've got a big stack of Penthouse Black Labels from
Yeah.
the 90s, which were
dodgy.
They belonged
Oh, that's funny.
originally to
Yeah.
my boyfriend's father.
Fucking hell!
And so he, at some
Jesus!
point, he
That's weird.
passed
Yeah,
it down.
That's weird.
in Australia, Chris, there's what we refer to as the poor man's penthouse. They no longer exist, but they were magazines called People Magazine and Picture Magazine.
Yes.
And
newsagent
yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
And,
and a friend of mine, she was actually
And one of
she
the-
sent in pictures of herself to get published once because they had this thing called Amateur Girls or Girls Next Door or whatever.
Yeah, I remember
And
that.
female friend of mine, she sent in pictures of there, and she got accepted. And they always do these little interview blurbs with. I totally had some of those mags under my mattress, says Fox. Yeah, they do this little interview blurb, and in her interview blurb, the question that got asked to her was, if you had a penis for a day, what would you do? She said, I'd get it harder and then jump up and down in front of a mirror to see if it feels as funny as it looks.
I would just do the helicopter.
Do the helicopter, yeah.
That's a classic right there. That's a classic.
Yeah, just do all of the puppetry of the penis.
What was the website called? Zinkpin.com? No.
I saw.
But that's what. Yeah, one of the.
I saw the show Puppetry of the Penis. It was absolutely
one of
fantastic.
the. One
Chris
of the.
probably does not understand what we are talking about with puppetry of the penis.
Have they not gone
anyone
international?
explain it to him?
Sorry, who's asking that?
Sorry, okay, Chris. Sorry, I'm going to. Chris, are you aware of a stage show called Puppetry of the Penis?
No, I am not.
That was a really high point. That was a high point in Australian culture. These two dudes were basically doing
Abigail,
origami.
that's fair, but
Basically doing origami with their dick and balls, and they had an international stage. They toured the world doing this origami with their dick and balls.
It was absolutely fantastic. I saw the live show. It was absolutely fantastic.
That sounds amazing.
The
Fox
other one,
reckons it's on YouTube. Okay.
the other one that I would recommend for everybody to go out and see at least once if you get the chance, the musical Book of Mormon.
yes.
Yes. Okay. Slightly removed from Puppetry of the Penis, but yes.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's the same kind of puerile humor. It really is the same kind of puerile humor.
You guys, have
My
you guys
closest I got to the puppetry of the penis was prick harness or pea harness.
Okay, this is okay. Here's the intersection between the Book of Mormon and Puppetry of the Penis. Orgasmo.
I was about to say
Yes.
Orgasmo.
Yes.
Orgasmo. I love that movie.
How great is that movie? Oh my god.
Stunned
Yeah.
cock.
And one of my best mates. He was raised Mormon,
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you got to show
Yeah,
that.
imagine
Yeah.
that. That would be fucking weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have a
Actually,
Yeah, we
quick
used to live together.
quick funny interject there. At the beginning of the movie, where they're going around and they're knocking on the doors, and there's that old lady, and they're like, "Here, we're here to talk to you about the, Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints." She's like, "Oh, the Mormons." Yes. Well, you could take that Book of Mormon and stick it right up your self-righteous asses, you solitary pig fuckers, and then closes the door in their face. That is actually Trent, whatever his name is, grandmother.
Oh my god!
That is his actual
Trey
grandmother.
Parker.
Trey Parker,
Trey
that's the
Parker,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, that is his actual grandmother. So that's awesome.
Like
For-
Trey
for all-
Parker is such a theater kid,
Yeah,
and he's also a weeaboo.
yeah. For
Fox,
their
not too far off.
Weeaboo!
For all their shortcomings and for all the shitty things they've done, Trey Parker and Matt Stone, when
Yeah.
the song from the South Park movie got an Academy Award nomination, so they got an invitation to Academy Awards,
Yes.
they went
Yes.
wearing dresses while
Yep.
tripping
While
balls
tripping.
on LSD.
Yep.
And you go and watch
Yeah,
the interviews
and,
with them on the red carpet with
yeah.
the knowledge they're tripping balls on
mean,
LSD. And it's
That's
just
the way
like,
to go.
Jesus.
The one thing that I've got to give Matt Stone, he did it before Johnny Galecki did, where an interviewer turned around to him and said, "How do you answer the questions that people have got that you and Matt Stone are apparently in a homosexual relationship?" And he turns around and he goes, "I don't feel the need to defend myself if I'm in a homosexual relationship because I don't feel the need to defend myself against something that's completely fucking natural." And I was just like, "Yes, fucking high five. That is fantastic."
Yeah. One of their pluses is they're not homophobes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, whether they are or not, it really doesn't matter. I just love the fact that he was like, "It's a nothing thing, even if we were." That's just the best answer.
Yeah, they're not homophobes.
That's the thing is that like it's
Does anyone remember?
you gotta have
Sorry, Charlie?
just you gotta have nuance with everything. Like it's like because I've loved South Park since long before I was old enough to be watching it.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, sometimes they have some shitty takes, but it's like
I tried to get into South
I
Park.
still love
It never really grabbed me, but Basketball and Orgasmo, the Book of Mormon, they grabbed me. But no, it
Team
was
America
like,
World Police.
oh my god. Okay.
My older cousin left
Fuck
me
yeah.
here and made me promise I would never tell my mom that movie.
So quick funny
It's like
story
I-
on that one. I got to tell you this one. This is great. I was working at Telstra when that movie was released, and an entire group of us went out to see that movie.
Yeah.
And one of the people that came with us, it was literally her first day. Abigail, you had me at Dick's Fuck Assholes.
yes.
So the
I
in
say
group,
that all the time.
It was this one girl that was
Three
with us. And it
kinds
was
of
her
people.
first day in any kind of professional environment of any description. She was like really green faced, and she's working at the call center at Telstra, and she's gotten dragged out to this movie with us, and we've all sat there and we've watched the movie and we've had a laugh and it was all good, and gone off home, come to work the next day, and because we're all working in a call center, under the breath and very, very quietly every now and again, you just hear somebody like over in one of the stalls just kind of go, "America." And 2 stalls over, somebody else very quietly, "America." And somebody else, "America." And then everybody would whisper, "Fuck yeah." This girl, completely green around the gills, it starts going around the office, and it's her turn to do the "fuck yeah" part. But rather than whisper it, stands up, chucks the horns, and at top level goes, "Fuck yeah!" Everybody was on a call at that time. All of these people go, "You just heard what over the call? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't hear that. Oh, we must have had a cross line or something." It was absolutely hilarious.
That's amazing.
It's just with South Park, it just really pissed me off with the last season where they just went full on transphobic with the trans athletes.
I didn't. Yeah, I haven't
Thing,
watched
and
it.
it,
I didn't know.
and I was
yeah.
like, and I was saying like, nah, dude, that ain't it.
Yeah, they do miss the mark. Although I do in the movie Team
Fox,
America,
amen.
I was watching it with Mrs.
Sorry, Fox
Angry.
just typed into
at one
private
point.
chat. Transphobes piss me the fuck off.
Oh
Amen.
yeah, transphobes suck. Transphobes suck, not in a good way. I was watching Team America World Police with Mrs. Angry, and she's sort of going, "This is very silly." And then there was the scene where Kim Jong Il's panthers attack a thing, and it's basically they stuffed meat in the joint of the puppets, so two black kittens would attack the puppets, and Mrs. Angry was just in hysterics. The funniest thing I've ever seen.
Oh god! And then there was
so stupid.
the puppet sex scene.
Oh my god, the puppet sex
Oh,
scene.
the puppet scene. Oh my god.
That was amazing.
That and the I'm So Ronry song. That was absolutely hilarious.
That was huge. Like,
Oh.
yeah,
Oh goodness.
that was such a meme.
But yeah, no, it's like when The Big Bang Theory was getting like stupid popular there.
I could
And
never.
some people enjoyed it, some people hated it, some people were, if it's on, I won't change the channel. I
could never
kind of fall
stand
into
it.
that. I kind of fall into that middle group. If it was on, I didn't change the channel. I didn't mind.
Yeah.
But of course, Jim Parsons, who plays Sheldon in that,
He's cool.
he came out as gay. Now,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but whether it be because I'm bi or just because I got a good gaydar, I don't know. From the very first episode, you could tell he's a 10-miler, in my opinion. So when he came out as gay, I was just kind of like, okay, and that isn't a surprise to anyone with a brain. Good for him and good for his husband and all of those sorts of different things. And then there was this whole, you know how they always do that bullshit drama with the characters inside of TV shows, or they're dating each other in real life and all those gossip fucking rags. There was this whole gossip rag thing about apparently how Johnny Galecki and Jim Parsons at one point there were in a homosexual relationship. And
I never heard that one.
Johnny
Also
Galecki
known as
literally
a relationship.
Yeah, no, when he got asked, are you and Jim Parsons in a relationship, he turned around and said, I am not cute enough for Jim to even consider being in a relationship with me. So no. I was just like, thank you.
Yeah.
That is
Oh
awesome.
man, that was.
But Johnny and Kaylee were in a relationship for a while.
Like
I'll
back
take
in
your word for it.
fucking high school, like when I came out as bi, and then suddenly all these girls were like, do you have a crush on me? And I'm like, girl, you're not that cute.
Yeah, that's the big thing. I remember watching. There was some forum on the ABC.
I do happen to have standards. Like,
yeah.
just because you're a girl doesn't mean I want to fuck you. You're not that cute.
I remember watching a forum on the ABC, like a youth forum, and it was about. And one of the things they were addressing was sexuality. And there's like some Westie guy, and he's just going about, well, the gays, I don't want them grabbing me by the butt and whatnot.
Yeah.
And this really, really flaming twink just went, dude, the last thing I want to do is waste my time on some gross fucking token, okay?
Yeah.
You're safe. No one wants your butt. You're fucking gross, okay?
That's the thing that phrase, that straight
Sorry.
people phrase is, I don't have a problem with gays as long as they don't hit on me. Like, they're not gonna.
Yeah, you can relax. It was like when, like, me being bisexual, but I'm married and I'm in a monogamous relationship. People are like, oh, so you're straight now? It's like, no, I'm actually still bisexual. I just happen to be in a monogamous relationship.
Yes.
It's like a straight relationship.
Yeah, a bisexual person in a relationship with someone with the same gender is not gay, and a bisexual person in a relationship with someone with the opposite gender is not fucking straight.
Thank you.
Not how it
Thank
works.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
And
Everybody could fucking pay attention to that.
A friend of mine from high school, she, a couple years ago, I think she came out as bi on Facebook as like part of like coming out day or something, and her older sister, who was a total bitch, started like going off at her for it because she had a boyfriend at the time, and so her sister was going off at her like, "Oh, you're being a shitty girlfriend." Like, for coming out, you're in a relationship with a man. You shouldn't be talking about the fact that you're into women. That makes you a shitty girlfriend. And I was so fucking angry.
That just makes her a shitty person. The person saying that just makes them a shitty person. Fox
It's
said
like,
in the chat, straight guys are afraid that bi guys or gay guys will treat them the same way that they treat women, and you were 100% on the mark.
Oh, that's
like when you hear conservative white people saying, like, I don't want to be a minority in my country. I want to, why? Do minorities get treated badly? Is that something?
Oh, yeah, that might be a thing.
Yeah, in a few decades, white people will be the minority in America.
Yeah.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The entire we'll just go back very quickly to the same-sex marriage debate. When that was happening, there is no argument that anybody in the no camp had that stood any form of any kind of fucking scrutiny whatsoever.
No, not at all.
The whole, next people are going to be wanting to marry dogs and bridges and all of that, and that's complete BS. Oh, it's going to destroy the sanctity of marriage. We've got shows out there called Married at First Sight, so don't give you this bullshit about sanctity of marriage. When all of the arguments get boiled down to it, all it literally boiled down to is, ew, I don't like what they do behind closed doors. Ew. And it's like, okay.
That's none of your fucking business.
No, what I said to them was, okay, it might be a little bit creepy for you to think about what two guys do behind closed doors, but I guarantee you that you have watched porn where two girls are behind closed doors and doing their fucking thing, and you've been perfectly fine
that's
with
totally
that.
different because they're doing it as a performance.
Yeah. I always
Fox, do you have a differentiation between bi and pansexual people, or do you consider them the same, basically? Okay, so Fox, that's an interesting question. Sorry, Charlie. Fox just asked in chat, do you have a differentiation between bi and pansexual people, or do you consider them the same, basically? From my understanding of pansexuality, pansexuals aren't necessarily bothered by gender. They are always attracted to the person who they are. So if they become attracted to the person, be it that they be male, female, intersex, or otherwise, they will date that person because based on those feelings from getting to know the person.
Yeah.
I definitely more fall into that camp than what I would say bisexuality personally for me. But having said that, I have met people, both men and women, who like, no, I don't really care about their personality. If I think they're cute and I can get them to come home with me, then I'm going to get them to come home with me.
Yeah.
So I would say that it's that they are two different beings in terms of sexual orientation.
Yeah.
I always toyed with younger homophobes, and they go, the behind closed doors, the gross stuff they do. I mean, dude, shut the fuck up, or I'll tell you about old people, heterosexual sex. Okay.
Is that like? I think statistically, like straight couples have just as much anal sex as gay couples.
Look, from my understanding, it is fairly common for a lot of heterosexual couples to experiment or enjoy anal sex or anal play of some description. Whether or not it be it more or less prevalent than gay couples, I don't know, because I know gay couples that have never once had any form of anal sex at all.
Exactly. Yeah, there was like Stephen Fry did this like documentary.
That is one of the most famous ones. Yeah.
He was talking to that guy, and he was like, "My penis doesn't do that."
Yeah, no. In a lot of homosexual couples, that's not actually a thing. So,
Yeah.
And the Australian gay comedian who had the show Please Like Me.
Oh, Josh Thomas.
Yeah, he was straight up like, yeah, I don't actually like butt stuff. Please don't do
Yeah.
butt stuff with me.
Yeah.
Don't ask me to do
There's
butt
plenty
stuff.
of
I don't like that.
plenty of gay people that don't do butt stuff, and plenty of straight people that do a lot of butt stuff.
Yeah, 100%. And you know,
All you
provided
need
that
is
it's down to,
lube.
provided that it comes down to two consenting adults, who the fuck cares?
Exactly. So long as there's
Yeah.
consent, who cares?
If it's a hole, it's a hole.
Chris,
Well,
nail on the head, buddy. Although you made
There's a
Fox
difference
sort of
between
clarify.
an ear hole and
Nail in
a.
the head or screw in the hole.
Well,
Yeah.
as some people are famous of saying in Australia, mate, any hole's a goal. So
Oh,
just to bring out the Aussie bogan side just there for a second.
that is super bogan.
Whoa.
That is great.
Oh, Angry, have I ever told you the most bogan thing that I've ever heard said? It's not sexual, but it was the most bogan thing that I've ever heard said. It was from a guy that I met that was from up in Queensland, and he was talking about how he and his family had found a massive huntsman spider in their and they were trying to get the huntsman spider outside, like not kill it, because the wife of the household was like, no, you don't kill it, you pick it up and you take it outside.
Yeah, I just
Like,
leave them be.
So I had this container and I've got this piece of paper and I'm trying to get the piece of paper underneath it and trying to get it into the container and it's not working. And then I moved the container and then the most bogan thing in the world that I've ever heard came out of his mouth. He turns around and then the fucking cunt of a thing arced up at me, so I snapped it.
No, just thought Hyperstrike has just dropped
Huntsmen
in
are
at
good. I just leave
1:14
them be.
a.m. Sorry, I just want to say in the chat, Hyperstrike's one of my old YouTube friends. He's just like rocked in at 1:15 a.m. Hey, you having a party? Fucking yeah.
It's 12:15. You fucking.
Hyper, we're all having a great
Still
time.
awake.
Yeah, no, that was the most bogan thing that I'd ever heard in my life. When he said that, I couldn't breathe for the next 10 minutes. And he honestly didn't understand why I was laughing, why I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah. One of my YouTube friends had a video that went viral around the world. He was trying to catch a huntsman, and his daughter, who's about 8, is holding the phone that's recording it. And he's got a Tupperware container trying to catch this huntsman that's on the roof. And he's going closer. And at the last second, like he lunges with the Tupperware container, and at the last second, the huntsman realizes what's going on and runs. And he just kind of catches. He's actually on a ladder because it's on the ceiling, a short ladder, and he catches the huntsman's leg. And then the huntsman falls down on him. So he falls off the ladder. And his daughter drops the phone and screams. So it's the most dramatic thing ever of a huntsman falling on him and him falling off the ladder and his daughter dropping the phone and him screaming and his 8-year-old daughter screaming. And it was like, dude, fucking huntsman, what the fuck?
You know, it is a thing. Like, I am not afraid of most animals. Like, I've seen snakes out in the wild. I don't run and scream. I just give them a healthy distance. You know, I've seen sharks swimming in the water. I didn't go swimming with them, but I wasn't afraid. But I tell you what, spiders, I scream like a little bitch. I don't do spiders.
No.
I don't know what the hell it is.
I do spiders. I love them.
When I was my home where I grew up when I was a kid, we had I think the actual name for them is mouse spiders. There's a largish black spider that is native to Australia, and in homes it lives in cracks in walls basically. And there were all these. I lived in an old house, and there were all these cracks in walls with spider webs. And I swear, I used to catch flies and throw them into the spider web and wait for the spider to come out and get them.
Oh, yeah,
and which is pretty fucking macabre. But more than once, a spider much larger than I expected shot out of the crack really suddenly, and I basically fell over and near shit myself because I'd had my face reasonably close to this web, and a black spider much larger than I expected shot out of a crack in the wall to grab the fly that I'd thrown in the web.
I
just fell
once
backwards, and Jesus.
I once almost killed myself because of a wolf spider. This is not a joke.
Oh my god.
Oh,
friend of
wolf
mine-
spiders, Jesus.
Yeah, no, a friend of mine had bought a house not far from here, and at the house was a pool. And whoever it was that had built the pool and whatnot, they had decided that for the landscaping, they wanted palm trees all the way around the pool. And of course, all of these palm trees are dropping seeds upon seeds upon seeds upon seeds into the pool all of the time.
Yeah. Yep.
So when my friend has bought this house, he's decided that he needs to take down these seed pods off the tree.
Yeah.
And he's given me a call, said, Shannon, can you please come over and give me a hand? And I said, sure, no worries at all. And so I've climbed up this gigantic fracking ladder to get up to one of these seed pods, and I've got little hand saw, and I'm trying to saw the seed pod off to kind of throw it away from the pool. And at this one point while I'm doing it, I've dropped the seed pod and it has fallen away from the palm tree. But as it's done that, of course, it's torn all of the bark back. And as it's doing that, this gigantic fuck off wolf spider that was underneath the bark all of a sudden sprang onto all 8 of its legs. I shat bricks and fell backwards. Now, I am really up high, and I've just gone sailing straight down. Thank Christ. I don't care that I killed my mobile phone. I don't care that I killed my pager that I was wearing at the time, because I landed in the deep end of his pool. I'll take that over hitting the fucking brickwork any day of the week from that height.
Okay.
Fox of Fate has typed in, I used to be afraid of just huntsman spiders, only huntsmans. Give me a redback and I give it a respectful birth. Daddy longlegs, cellar spiders for the Americans, among my most favorites. Those brown house spiders, they can make themselves at home, all puns intended. But huntsmans, when I was younger, they could fuck off out of here.
Huntsman and
Charlie,
Bullet.
you seem to have a thing.
Okay. So Australian hornets.
Ooh.
Right.
Fucking bastards.
Yes.
I've got 2 stories about those bastards. Okay.
I will be right back. I'm just going to go use the bathroom.
Yep.
First story.
I think
I was a kid.
It's 1 a.m. Yeah, bye guys.
Are you going to go to bed, Catherine?
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. and I'm tired. So.
That's fair. That is absolutely fair, Catherine. So happy to see you again. Take care.
Yeah, I'll be back soon. Yeah.
Night.
Bye-bye. Night. Okay, so Charlie, you have a story.
First story. I've got 2. First one, I think I was like 6 or 7. And I get home and I go to put on I got my togs on to go for a swim. And I go and my swim shirt, my rash vest is on it's on a table. It's on it's outside on the table next to the pool. I put that on. And then I jump into the pool, and while I'm in the air, I get a sting right in the middle of my chest because there was a hornet hiding in there.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
That was fucking horrible.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then my second story was, let me think, maybe 5 or so years ago. No, more than that. More than 5 years ago.
Yeah.
6, 7 years ago. It doesn't matter. I was walking my previous dog, not Ludo, my
Previous dog. Yeah.
Yeah. Was walking the dog. And then I get stung on I get a sting on one leg, and then I get another sting on my other leg.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, fall into my knees because I've got both my legs stung by fucking hornets.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
And I had to crawl back home basically.
That'll fuck you up.
Sorry, if I just may interject. Sorry if I
Those
just may
whole-
interject there for a second. Abby, I'm curious. On your right arm, the tat.
Who's that?
Is that an R2D2? No.
What is it?
I'm trying to figure that out.
That's
I
how I'm
like
too
it.
Drunk. I don't know what it is. I'm too drunk.
Is it a bionicle?
It's something mechanical.
Yeah, definitely mechanical. I'm liking it, whatever it is, but I got no idea what that is.
Mega Leech is saying Grimlock. What's that? It's a
Oh.
Grimlock. There you
It's a
go.
Grimlock.
Mega Leech fucking knows his shit, is what I'm saying.
Grimlock is
Yeah,
leader
so-
of the Dinobots, the Transformers.
Ah, of course.
Okay.
Ah, see, I was
You all
I'm-
failed the 80 test except for Mega Leech.
Damn.
Yeah,
Leech knows
see,
everything.
here's the thing. I'm a millennial, so I grew up with Beast Wars.
That is hilarious. Oh, you know what?
Oh, goodness.
With Optimus Primal,
Oh yeah, with the dinosaur dude.
the gorilla.
Oh yeah, the like three
Hmm.
polygon gorilla. Oh my good shit.
Mega Leech wins the internets. Yes.
Yes, he does.
Well done.
Can I show you the tattoo on my back then?
Yes.
Because I'm on my back. I'm going to have to take my top off.
I've got
well,
no
wearing a
problem.
bra. Is that okay?
Yeah. All right.
Oh,
If you got a bra on, it's fine.
Look, if she needs to take off the bra to
It
show us,
won't.
like, I can handle that too, you know.
Ooh, what's
Maybe
that
in the
one?
after party.
Wings.
It's like a
dragon?
Can
it's
you
not a-
see it?
Yeah, it's not a butterfly.
Yeah, it looks good.
Like
It's
a
kind of a butterfly.
fairy.
Like, it's
It's a
beautiful, but I
fairy-
have no idea what it is.
It's a fairy dragon from D&D.
Oh, cool.
Very cool.
Oh,
Very
It's a-
cool.
Yeah, they're like this big. Oh, hang on.
Mega
You know,
Leech
if
got
I could-
butterfly dragon.
They
There you go.
live in the
if I-
forest and they play pranks on people, and they have butterfly wings, and
yeah, know them. Yeah.
they're tiny little dragons.
Mm.
Yeah.
If
Okay.
I'd
Yeah,
seen
my
it
friend-
up like actual in real life, I might have been able to pick it. Might.
Okay, it's fucking 1:30.
My bad.
So, anyone who wants to join the after party, I just put the link in there again.
My best friend, she has a tattoo on her foot with like a toadstool and it says "As You Wish" because her
Yes.
favorite
Princess
because
Bride.
her favorite movie is The Princess Bride.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I actually just got Mrs. Angry to watch that for the first time a couple of weeks ago on our date night.
Oh.
I thought she'd seen it, and she told me she hadn't. I'm going, that's like one of my top 3 movies. How the fuck have you
Oh, you know, you gotta correct that. Yeah.
look around it? But so anyone who wants to join the after party, I just put the fucking link in there because I feel like to preserve my YouTube channel, I should fucking stop stuff. and go,
My favorite
You better do that.
my favorite movie is Flash Gordon.
Oh my
Old
god!
school. Wow.
Okay, Jesus.
And
Nettie
and I
Nutcakes is asking in private chat. Hello.
Oh, sorry, Nettie. I can see
Oh,
you
hey,
there.
Nettie.
Sorry,
Um,
Nettie. Hey, Nettie.
and I got to meet Sam J. Jones at a convention, and I got his autograph on my DVD, and I got
Oh,
a
that's
photo with
awesome.
him, and
That's
it
so
was cool.
Yeah, on the top of your story about how like you almost died because of a spider reminds me now that we're not on the internet anymore. Is that how the most embarrassing story of my life was how I almost died, and I went to this. We went out to the county park in Indiana. It's called Sunset Hill Park. Now it's a lot of hill. There aren't hills in Indiana. It's just pretty much just flat field with a hump in the middle of it. And what ended up happening was it was like like 50-mile-an-hour winds, and now mine is always windy there because I'm at Chicago, so it's like whatever. So we go out there, and I'm like, I'm gonna fly a kite. in 50-mile-an-hour winds. This is going right. So we go out there. I got the kite. My mom walks off, and he's like on the phone, facing away from me. And I walk out to the field, big ass field, and I'm in this beautiful big ass field. And I'm like, put the kite up in the air, and it flies up, and it's spinning around and around real fast. I'm like, oh wow, wow. And then all of a sudden, and then all of a sudden, the kite is slowly wrapping up.
Oh no!
Up my shoulders, then up my neck. I'm like, oh my god! And so I jam my hand in my neck, and it's like cutting into my hand, and I'm like choking, but this hand's free. I'm just being tugged around by this kite. Like this, and I'm like, oh my god! I'm like screaming with like my mom. I'm the kite, mother. And she's on her phone. So I pull out my flip phone from like 4 or 3, and I call my father, who's like in a different city, and I'm like, Dad, what? You need to call Mom. What? Because I'm being strangled by a kite. What? Dad. And I dropped my phone because of the wind, so the phone's laying down there on the ground. I'm screaming at the top of my lungs for help because I'm being suffocated by the fucking guy and it's cutting up my hand and shit. And then finally, my mom turns around and she goes, "Oh my god!" And she starts running at me, and the kite's flying around, and all of a sudden the kite drops straight down and smashes into my mom's head. And it's all plastic, so she's fine. But oh my god, she like swallow. She falls over, she gets back up, she runs up, and she's like pulling my keys. I always where are my keys at? They're somewhere. But I always have this like the like mountain, like when you go in climbing and you use the metal clip thing to clip the carabiner. Yes, that's always on my hip. It has been since I was like 12 for my keys. And so she's like trying to yank that and tears my belt loop off to pull that off, and then takes the sharpest key and just starts. I've never flown a kite since. And oh yeah, when we got home, like, so eventually I picked my phone up and closed it. Well, my dad had no idea what happened. So we get back to the house, and my dad's sitting outside, and he's all like, "God damn it, woman, why are you trying to kill my son? What the hell's going on?" And I'm like bleeding, and I had to pat it up.
Oh goodness gracious!
I've never told that story publicly to anybody.
All right,
Way to
I'm
go,
going to
Chris.
give anyone who's not already on cam fucking 30 seconds to join the Argos show, and I'm going to
the
stop
deadline.
because I just kind of feel like shit's going to get out of control, and I need to shut it off before I lose my YouTube channel.
What do you mean by that?
I agree.
I'm not saying.
I think we're
don't
past
trust
that.
you. Look, I want to go on record. I want to go on record and say I'm not saying I don't trust you and you're all depraved animals, but I don't fucking trust you and you're all fucking depraved animals.
But that's why you love us.
Chris,
My teenage son is home. I can't do anything.
I want to do a call out. Chris on top of everyone. Chris, you're the most depraved animal.
Chris is the boss.
Get Abigail another drink. Mega Leaks, this is your last second
I don't
chance.
know. You don't know what kinks I have.
I'm quite interested to learn.
I don't know.
If you saw my FetLife profile.
Fuck yeah.
Wow.
Fuck yeah. Okay, I'm going to
I
kill
haven't
the
logged
live
into my
stream.
FetLife in
I'm gonna kill the
years.
live stream now. I'm going to kill the live stream. The live stream's going